I'm from Flower Mound, Texas, a suburb outside of Dallas. And, you know, football's pretty big there. It's kind of like almost a way of life. I think that the grit from football is really what gave me an edge over my competition, like everyone else in the LCS. And I think that's what led me to be able to go through all my hardships. Every single time I got benched, I always responded with, like, work harder, I'll find a way to make this work, and, like, I'm not gonna give up.
I gotta get myself off the side of the road. I gotta get myself up off the side of the road.
My name is Grayson Gilmer. I play mid lane for Golden Guardians, and some people know me as Golden Glue.
This is after one of his games where he played really well. Just Grayson and I.
He liked the routine, he liked the dedication of it, the showing up every day, whether you're sick, whether you know, no excuses, be there. I literally saw him do plays on the field, in between the plays, throw up, and then go right back in line between plays. And you know, as a mother, you hate to see that, but you see that a lot here in Texas.
There's definitely a giant sense of pride of being like a football player in Texas. You know, it's kind of like the cool thing to do. It's Friday Night Lights. You know, everyone goes out to the big football game, and it kind of feels like a real sense of like brotherhood too. Our school had 5 football teams, like 5 fully fledged football teams. So to be on varsity was like a big deal, and that was always my dream.
Grayson came to us as a freshman, skinny, little gangly guy. He was he was gritty, he was determined. You know, as a high school player playing behind someone like Caden Smith, the reality of you seeing a lot of playing time is probably going to be slim.
Me and Grayson were both tight ends. I'm 6'5", 250, and Grayson was never quite that big. You know, you could tell he was frustrated at times that he was sitting behind me, but being a great teammate is not always just being the best player on the field, not just being the nicest guy in the locker room, but someone who holds each other accountable. So if I wasn't doing my part, then he would let me know.
There's only 2 or 3 high school athletes that I've ever seen that had the ability that Caden Smith had. And of course, to be drafted by the San Francisco 49ers and then picked up by the New York Giants, he's made a name for himself in a very short time.
I knew this guy like was better than me. It was very obvious, and he was someone that I like learned from and like looked up to. But I knew I was never going to be as good as football as he was.
Grayson had to work to be part of the game, and I think he found his piece. I think he definitely found his part, his role to be played. But he had to work a little bit harder than just your God-gifted athletes.
He just got permanently moved up to varsity at the end of his junior year when Dignitas gave him his offer, and he had to resign from football.
We're all going to play our last game. We knew of his abilities as far as the video games were concerned. We talked about it in our meeting rooms. The kids bragged on him a lot. And I think that Grayson understood it was time for him to make that decision.
Playing next to him, like, well, this guy's on another level, right? And like that's what I wanted to be for the league. I wanted to be like that Caden Smith, that guy where people look to him like, I can't be that good. I remember leaving school early Friday morning to go fly out to LA to play my first weekend of LCS.
They were pulling out Skara, most beloved, long-term, highly skilled mid laner, and putting in this nobody kid from Texas who's still in high school.
Dignitas announcing that after 2.5 years as a starter on the team, Skara would be stepping down off the Rift and taking over as the team's coach.
Golden Glue, as a player, he's not the type of player that you hear, oh, they picked up Golden Glue. Wow, he's gonna dominate now. He's untested and unproven.
At the time, I was pretty cocky. I definitely thought I could beat everyone, and I didn't respect how hard it was to be in the LCS at that time. And I thought I could do it all. I thought I could do school. I thought I could do LCS, and it kind of didn't work out too great.
Our top story right now is the return of Skara. After spending 2 weeks on the bench, he'll be starting in the mid lane for Dignitas in today's quarterfinal match against.
When I got replaced, it was hard to learn anything from it at that time. I was really young and really insecure. I took it as it was my fault. I should have played better. I could have done more, and then I wouldn't got replaced. I kind of felt like I deserved it, which was a really shitty feeling for me because I was putting my whole heart and soul into it. It kind of started my chain of going from team to team to team, looking for anywhere to play LCS.
If you counted all the teams, it'd have to be over a dozen. I have about, I think, every jersey he's played. Team Coast, that was a challenger team.
I'm Grayson Golden Glue Gilmer, and I play for Team Coast. We would do really well, and then we're going into the promotion tournament, and then again, our management just replaced me with some import. I remember being really upset, and then for the next season, I rejoined Coast, did the same thing where we did really well, and then they replaced me again, and I was like, there's no way this is actually happening again, but it happened again.
Teammate, they brought him in for the relegation tournament.
I joined, it was 7th or 8th place. We play relegations, we win relegations, I was MVP of that, and then it got sold off to Immortals, and I got kicked. Restarted again, going back into the Challenger circuit, and I don't even know what team I played on after that.
Team member, love that team.
I played on so many different teams.
Golden Glue in the mid lane, he's been a favorite go-to for a lot of LCS teams to sub in for them when they need somebody.
Team Liquid, I have several versions of that jersey.
TL looked like it was gonna be a really stacked roster. We had Rainover, who was just went almost undefeated on Immortals, and Piglet, obviously a former world champion. And then when we didn't do well, shit really started hitting the fan.
I mean, Liquid's going to be at the bottom of the standings. And mid lane, both games, was a big weakness. Golden Glue was not able to contribute in the way that he needed to either game.
I got benched they actually put Piglet mid. And I think that was the time that had the biggest impact on me. I remember I was sitting on the rooftop of our TL apartments. I was just looking at the sunset, and I was just thinking am I gonna keep doing this? This was the 4th or 5th time I got benched.
This guy, he's been around long enough that I feel at a certain point, you're getting what you're seeing. At a certain point, that's just the level that you're showing.
He's had 3 years.
Yeah, so it's
he's had a while.
After 3 years, that's just how good you are.
It is always a lot easier to say just oh, man, bad teammates, unlucky. Yeah, but there's always a little bit of truth there, and there's always something you can do better. I remember I was just writing out all my options. I had a journal. I was what are my options? Do I go back home? Do I go back to school? Do I quit? And then I was well, how can I practice? How can I get better if I can't be practicing with the team? And I decided that, if I wanted to actually pursue this, and if I was going to be honest with myself to give it my all, I had to go to Korea by myself and just work on myself until I was good enough.
A white, dark, Valentine's.
And what, Golden Glue going to Korea for a couple weeks is supposed to make this a good team? I mean, are you kidding me? It's
This is the last time I'm going to have any faith in Golden Glue.
Yeah.
Because there is a chance that he is actually able to perform because he just feels so committed to being good.
I went back, the team wasn't planning to use me. I ended up playing in some scrims and doing so well that they're like, actually, we're gonna use him again. So I ended up starting in the summer split.
I thought that was going to be his first big time, and they benched him. So that was hard for me to take.
I think the org just didn't really believe in me. Like Steve telling me at one point, like, yeah, you're not cut out to be a pro, like you shouldn't do this anymore. And I was like, wow, like, definitely don't want to be here anymore, you know, like I want to go somewhere else.
Cloud9, classic.
Getting the opportunity to join Cloud9 even as academy and be able to play under and learn under Jensen was just a great opportunity for me. So as soon as I got the offer, I took it. There ended up being like a huge fiasco where they basically what happened was the academy team was just playing better than the main team. So they're like, well, let's just see what happens if we bring up the academy team plus Svenskeren.
Cloud9 rocking the world. 3/5 of their academy roster got promoted from day one here. Oh, he might just be dead. Golden Blue answers back.
I had a lot of really good games, but we ended up losing all of them.
And the most recent, Cloud9.
Then my next real appearance was in playoffs versus TSM. We were down 1-2 to TSM, and then they subbed me and Svenskeren up.
Could the subs make it a 2-0 to close out the series? As the second turret falls, the respawn's in 15 seconds, and they've done it! Svenskeren and Golden Glue complete it! It's the 3-2 victory for Cloud9!
That felt like a really big jump. I just was playing in Academy, and now I'm playing like the LCS finals. Like, it's really ridiculous. I had the feeling, like the reassuring feeling that I was like, oh, well, for sure, I'll be able to get on an LCS team. Turns out I actually don't end up getting on an LCS team, and I ended up playing on Cloud9 Academy for a whole nother year after getting to play in the finals of LCS. It was like, wow, like I really, am I making any progress? Feels like I'm just at the start again. Like, how many more years am I gonna have to go through this cycle?
Somehow he is resilient and he keeps going. Every game I want him to go in and just destroy the other mid laner. All of these players fight so hard. But he's just had so many ups and downs and just keeps getting back up and keeps getting back up. He just has to win. One of these, he has to do it. He has to win, he has to get it.
I got all the trouble I'm ever gonna need. I got all the trouble I'm ever gonna need. I got all the trouble I'm ever gonna need. And I just don't want no more.
The off-season's always been like a really stressful time for me. But actually, like day one on off-season, I met with Golden Guardians and they're just like, yeah, we want you as our starter. And I was like, really? Like, like that easy?
The deck is stacked against you. Life's a losing game. Even when you think you're up, you're right back down again.
Management that was on Cloud9 the first year I was there ended up going to Golden Guardians. So they already knew me as a person. They already knew my work ethic, and that's why they wanted me. I definitely got a really good feeling of like, oh wow, like all my work wasn't in vain. Like people actually are noticing the effort I'm putting in, like are noticing the sacrifices I'm making. Maybe people can make my path just like a little bit easier, you know? Like it hasn't been easy so far. Like if I can just get a couple breaks, like it'd be real nice.
It's hard being little. It's hard being small.
People put us at like 10th place or 8th place or whatever, and they're like, oh, this roster won't work out, blah, 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 blah. And like, I'm really happy that I'm in a position where I can prove people wrong, because that's kind of what my whole career has been about. It's about proving people wrong.
Well, the trouble with the
I want people who have benched me in the past to regret their decision. I want to beat them. And I also want to do it to prove to myself that I can. Joining Golden Guardians is like the perfect opportunity for that.
I got all the trouble I'm ever gonna need. I got all the trouble I'm ever gonna need. I got all.
I think I never gave up because I got a really good support system around me. Friends and family, mentors, and coaches. They saw a lot in me. With the tight-knit circle around me that I had, I really just believe that it was just a matter of time before I succeeded.
I saw on Twitter probably a couple years ago that Grayson was playing professionally, and so I actually DM'd him. I'm like, dude, that is awesome, congrats, and he was saying the same thing to me. To be a player at our level of the sport, be a professional, there's definitely a journey to get there. You know, if he did anything close to what he would do in football, work ethic-wise, then everyone knew he would succeed.
It's hard to outwork Grayson. You may have more ability than Grayson Gilmer, but you're not going to outwork him. He may get told no or not now, but that's not going to prevent him from coming back stronger and continuing the journey. And I think that Grayson's story is far from over, and I, for one, look forward to seeing the rest of that story play out.
Of course, I want to say, yes, he's the best. He's going to win it all. And I don't want to say this is his last shot, because I know how much it means to him.
What up?
Well, it started with a dark cloud and a couple drops of rain. Then the storm and the wind and the thunder.
They're having the finals, the spring finals in Texas.
In Dallas.
Really? In Dallas. It's kind of funny that the finals are in Texas. We gotta make it there. The one time I feel like I'm getting a good chance is also like when I get a chance to go home and like, you know, show it to like my hometown. I think if I got to play there and like all my hometown, you know, friends and peers, they get to see that like this is what I'm doing in my life, it would give me a sense of just like I made the right choices, that kind of thing. I don't really believe that like my life's just gonna be easy, like it's only up from here and then I won't, you know, ever have any big failures in the future, but I do have the confidence that like I can keep going through whatever adversity I face. Kind of like the guy who you get knocked down 5 times, but you get up 6 times. Like I feel like I want to give that inspiration to people that, like regardless of what's going on in your life, that you can get through it and you just have to keep pushing. And there will be a light at the end of the tunnel.
If you got some good news, give me a chance. Yeah, if you got some good love, just put it in my hand. 'Cause I got all the trouble I'm ever gonna need. I got all the trouble I'm ever gonna need. I got all the trouble I'm ever gonna need. And I just don't want no more.
Yesterday was all about the upsets, and I pray more than anything we get some more today. Immortals making their way to the stage just moments ago.
Big smiles.
I love the camera.
All right.
He's hogging that camera time. That's what I like to see. Smiles and confidence as they make their way to an all-important playoff game. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the LCS Countdown. For 30 minutes, we rank the supports of the league, and then look at the road to Frisco until the timer reaches 0, and we jump into Champions Select. In Week 7 of the LCS, we've partnered with Active Minds. Check out activeminds.org/LCS to learn about healthy habits in gaming and keeping a positive mentality. For more information on this program and to hear more thoughts from our pro players, make sure to check out that link. Again, that is .org/LCS, activeminds.org/LCS. Our standings show that the playoff race is far from figured out, and with the spring finals fast approaching, Captain Flowers is going to give us a rundown, Frisco style, as he goes through the road to the rodeo.
Howdy, partners. Playoff race is getting hotter than a honeymoon hotel here, and only one steed is drawing a pat hand from a stacked deck. Now, would you get a look at that beaut? That marvel of a Mustang is faster than a sneeze through a screen door, but you ain't going home with that Bronco. No, sir. That's Cloud9, and it is way ahead of the pack and poised to win this whole damn thing. Now, if you do want a chance at catching up to that stallion, here's a couple of colts to get your whistle wet ahead of the race for the title. Now, this fly fella is a steal as it's got 2 legs up on the competition, and all the ponies behind him gets a little, well, as Mark would say, soupy. Now, this green fella gets off to a good start, but has a hiccup in its hind legs and is praying to Apollo that it can race come April. Now, this old girl here has seen better days. She still has some fight, but TSM can go from hotter than Hades to cold as a frosted frog. We'll have to see. This blue Bronco has got plenty of arrows in its quiver, and even though it's lost its longtime rider, it's looking just fine as race day approaches. All mares worth their merits. We'll see which filly is fixing to find their way to Frisco. Giddy up!
Thank you very much, Captain Flowers. We do have one more correspondent standing by. Let's send it over to the LCS Rodeo Clown.
Sorry, Dash. I was told y'all needed a CLG fan.
Yeah, I know what I said.
Damn, Dash, they won yesterday, Dash.
They beat TL and TSM.
Let's take a look at the standings. We find that TSM versus FlyQuest becomes a far more interesting game now that they're so close in the standings, while the Soup continues to do what it does best. Mark, what does Soup do best?
About Soup.
I have tried to kill this week over week. And I think it's dead.
Is it dead?
I'm not sure.
I don't know, because they keep putting it in that prompter for me.
Look, Dignitas has fallen out. TSM's almost they're gonna play FlyQuest today. They're gonna tie him.
Ingredients rise to the top of soups,
Speaking
and
of
certain
rising.
ingredients fall.
Right.
And the ingredient that had fallen before is now rising the most. CLG is the most exciting thing in this soup. I love
CLG.
They weren't even in the soup before. They're trying to get in.
They were left
just
out of the
wanted to
soup,
be
right? Neglected from the soup. Well, for many, especially after this split, FlyQuest may feel like a new team, but they've been a staple in the LCS for some time now. So to give us a quick history lesson, here's FlyQuest oversimplified.
FlyQuest are currently planting plenty of trees and look poised to be the second best team heading into playoffs. But that wasn't always the case, so I'm here to give you a crash course on the team while they're flying high. In FlyQuest, oversimplified. All the way back in spring 2017, FlyQuest burst onto the scene with some familiar faces. Balls, High, and Lemonation from the early Cloud9 days, joining forces with Altec and Moon. That squad initially shocked everyone with a 6-2 start, charming fans with off-meta picks like Zed and Evelyn. However, the honeymoon phase went sour and quick, as they went 1-7 over the weeks to follow, before reverse sweeping the quarterfinals and finishing 4th place. And that's the best they've ever done in their existence as a roster. Turtle would join the gang, but after coming up short in his quest for Worlds, the team saw fit to build around their new star marksman. Now we're in franchising. FlyQuest get a logo update and has a whole new cast around the bot laner with smiles for miles. But there's no honeymoon phase, and FlyQuest cycles through a cast of top-tier talent, but the puzzle pieces never quite fit together. It wasn't until we saw Santorin stepping up and Viper entering the fray that we get a sense for what this team could be. Fast forward to spring 2020, and the pair that once brought SKT to a Game 5 now seem like the missing pieces that the team needed to make this squad soar. Now they're saving the world and aim to exceed their 4th place finish from their inaugural season. And that's all you need to know in FlyQuest, oversimplified.
You know, you forget that sneaky fourth place finish from the first split. The
Fly
climb
high.
back
How
from
can you forget?
We have to add, though, that now they are the team planting all the trees and helping the environment, which I think is rallying a lot of people behind caring for FlyQuest in the first place.
They very much are doing that. They did get knocked down a peg, though, just yesterday with a loss. We'll have to see how they rebound. The day starts, though, with 100 Thieves aiming to take down Immortals. TSM, they're going to get their chance then to string another 2-0 week together as they face off against that FlyQuest squad. 2 more matches before we wrap things up with Team Liquid Academy versus Cloud9 Academy. Do not forget to join us tomorrow for Monday Night League, though, as we close things out with the final 2 games of the week, followed by Bud Light League Lounge, where Niski and Licorice join Rib and Avli for some fun after an intense series of games. Ahead of his match today, though, Zabutin actually weighed in on how he thinks Soaz ranks among top laners in the league.
I think Paul is playing really well. I expected a lot from him, you know. We spoke extensively before even he signed or even he considered going to NA. I know him since a very long time. I think people really underrate what he brings to a team, not only in terms of like playing late game, because people only think that it's his signature, but he brings so much to the review, brings so much like feedback to younger players or less experienced players. So I expect a lot from him, because the better the player is, the more he has to like push the team forward. But I think that he delivers a lot in Immortals, and I'm very happy of his work right now. I mean, we are a little bit Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Immortals, you know. Sometimes we play really well, sometimes we play really, really bad. So it's very hard to rate us. I think consistency is the word for pretty much every NA team. I feel like we have kind of, besides C9, we all have the same thing in our plates. And it's not easy to kind of overcome the point where you're consistent at a certain level. But we're working on it, and we're hoping that it's going to be enough to reach playoff, because it's in BO5 that you actually gain the experience, and the players are extra motivated as well to kind of improve. So I really want to go to playoff.
Well, in keeping with the theme of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Immortals, Immortals do come into this match looking to take down a 100 Thieves squad that, in a lot of ways, looked like a mirror image of themselves with their play.
Yeah, I mean, 100 Thieves, they had a game plan yesterday, which was we're going to attack top lane. We picked the Renekton, and we're going to gank up there over and over again. And that's what they did, and they just kept going and going and going. It was not working great at first. You know, Acadian was there covering all these ganks, and then eventually, as the game went on, they just actually started working, because the enemy team started making mistakes. They weren't having good enough vision control, and that eventually forced them into a late game Baron throw.
Yeah, it was such a weird game. It's like one team would send their whole team for a top laner, then the other team would send their whole team for a top laner, and eventually, when they sent 2 people to Huni, Dignitas was like fed up with it and said, okay, we're actually gonna do Baron this time. Just do Baron, guys. But it was a really bad call, and it ended up working out.
Yeah, just keep doing the same thing until the enemy makes a mistake in the late game.
Right.
That's Immortals' game plan.
Yeah. What do you do when you fail? Fail harder. And then eventually you'll stop failing?
I mean, it's a game plan that's not that bad right now, because every single game is so close with the soup, and a lot of teams are making mistakes. So I honestly think that you can take this strategy of just tilting your opponent into a position to make something that is uncharacteristic, then you punish and you can win.
And I will say that I think that is how Immortals gets a lot of their wins, and Zabutin touched on it briefly, like the thing that Soaz usually gets credit for. It's for a good reason. Like, he actually has a very good ability to turn even games in the favor of Immortals. His Camille game last week against, I believe it was CLG, was just so dominant in the fact that the game was actually close, but it never felt like COG had a chance to win once Soaz started splitting around. This is a very real skill. This isn't just like, oh, blah, blah, blah. He's done this for 8 years.
It's like
and it's the way he finds wins.
Right?
Yeah.
Like you have to answer him, and it feels like the enemy team always underestimates how many resources they need to deal with him.
And that's a lot of gameplay, like team fight replays, but the most important thing he did with Camille was he played the split push really well, and he made it so that they were never actually in map, like CLG never had map control, even when things were going in their favor, because he was such a thorn in their side.
That was a 50-minute game where 7 dragons were picked up between the 2 teams, so it did really extend. Again, speaks to Immortals finding some of those victories in the ultra-late game. The question becomes then for 100 Thieves, do they choose to attack a player like Soaz? Is he the person that you need to, you know, take down in order to expose Immortals, ultimately?
I wouldn't say he's the person you have to attack, but he's opposite of the person that you have to absolutely entrust with your resources. You have to let Someday carry.
Okay.
We've seen what he can do with Aatrox. We've seen what he can do with the Lucian, but Renekton's not meta right now. He's not a champion that's really going to take you all the way across the finish line. you gotta commit to someday, and he's inherently going to beat SOAS.
Immortals 100 Thieves, that's coming at you in just about 20 minutes. We are going to step away for a quick break. When we return, Jat reclaims the game show reigns for another edition of Jat Stats. Welcome back to the LCS Countdown, just about 17 minutes away from that first game of the day. While I begged our producers to allow our game show to persist, there weren't enough sparkly jackets to sustain the program, unfortunately. So today, we're going to go ahead and bring back Jat Stats. Jat, go ahead.
The original Countdown game show dash.
I know. I thought I had you.
Yeah,
I thought our ratings were going to be good enough.
It was better.
I really like giving hints the last time, so I have like so many hints that eventually someone's going to say the right answer.
Okay.
So just like guess quick.
Setting us up for failure,
and when
Jat.
it's wrong,
Thank you.
I'm just going to give you the next hint.
All right, beautiful.
So the first question, this player has 11 unique picks in 13 LCS games, which means he's played the most champions in LCS this split.
Power of Evil. Ignore.
No one's right yet. I'm going to start giving you champions. Ornn.
Bjergsen.
Bjergsen is a good
Rumble.
guess.
Power of Evil.
Ruin.
Set.
Ruin.
We already said PoE, didn't we?
Akali.
Akali.
Oh, Broken Blade.
There it is. Broken Blade. Yeah, he's the only
How many
person to play
guesses did I
Akali.
take?
Well, he was the only one to play Akali, so
many
as soon
to
as
get
you got
that.
that, then you knew.
4, but
Yeah.
like,
You got it right.
The Ornn was a good misdirect, though, because you want to go straight for a mid laner, right?
Yeah.
Exactly. That was a good
It had
misdirect.
been 11 champions in 12 games until he had a second set game in the C9 win yesterday.
He's
So
destroying his own stat.
Yeah, I mean, he could have just kept going. Ignar is the most for supports.
Okay.
Question 2, you need to guess the LCS team that I'm talking about based on the stats that I give you. So this team is first in the league in first blood percentage, 77%.
Whoa.
They're also 4th to 6th in first tower. So they're
Golden
getting
Guardians.
the turrets.
TSM. I was about to say TSM.
They're 9th in Drake percentage at 31%, and then I was going to start listing.
What is this Jeopardy? I don't get to give an answer because I didn't think fast
You
enough.
didn't buzz in fast enough.
In old Jat Stats, which I loved, we would all get an answer.
Yeah.
Give me a daily double. Daily
There was
double.
too much like
I'll bet it all.
pandering. Okay, I mean,
I'll take questions. Dash can
I was gonna
answer
say
for
we
a
can
million
pretend to
points.
give away LCS stock again. Right?
Win?
Yeah, right.
I will agree. At
I'll
least you
take
didn't
questions
bait me.
only for me.
So this isn't even mine. It's just so speaking of the game show dash, there was a game show question that we didn't get to.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So remember the team scramble where we start listing teams and you have to guess the players.
Okay, we're doing that here?
We got it right here. Just-
I like how you steal my content, Jat.
That's what I do.
All right.
I just repurpose things. So we can get
I'm
the teams
ready.
up. Hopefully.
I'm ready.
Here's a trick
On screen somewhere.
Show me.
Okay.
Origin. It's an optic player.
Medios. Do I get to buzz in, or do
Do
we
I
get one guess?
Medios. Okay, you get one guess. Guess as quick as you can.
Now you already guessed.
Well, no, that's not fair. All right, well, you were right. So, like...
Yeah, I know.
Taj already nailed it.
Yeah.
Like, it was so fast.
Yeah. I mean, it was like the reverse psychology, like what player's been on these teams, but you wouldn't think of.
Well, it's right. Yeah, it's because I was like the last Origin player that I would think, or not Origin, Optic Gaming player that I would think of, who's been on a lot of teams would be Medios. Because first, I would think Crown, like the people who kind of were introduced alongside that org.
Right.
FlyQuest was the misdirect. Did you enjoy this version more, or did you like meandering and eventually getting it wrong, or did you like how everyone got something right?
I like that I got one right.
Feels like a participation trophy.
I miss laughing at Dash.
It's gotta be tough.
I don't like that Dash is getting them right.
Okay.
So
yeah, that's it. That's all I got.
Yeah, it was less enjoyable.
So this segment lives or dies by my success.
Ooh,
Wonderful.
I wanted to say how you thought he was copying your thing. You know, you copy from one person, it is plagiarism. Copy from 100, it's inspiration.
Interesting. I was just gonna say that isn't that like the best form of flattery?
Imitation.
Right? Imitation.
Yes.
The greatest form of flattery. Thank you, Chad. I'm so flattered. As we go to break, Team Liquid, they held a press conference to discuss the team's current performance and sent none other than esports best PR spokesperson, Mr. TL.
I have been hearing many reports that Team Liquid is in trouble or not the best team in the league, and I'm just here to answer questions around that topic to kind of get rid of any fake news.
Mr. TL. Yes, Dash from the Q. Mr. TL, aren't you Mr. Dignitas?
I think I was quite clear about being Mr. TL, so that's preposterous.
Mr. TL.
Yes, over there.
Hi, the Tigers from Monday Night League.
Hello.
So according to Medicine Net, it takes about 1 to 2 days for every hour of time change. Now, Broxa took a bit more of a laggy approach when he came for the 9-hour difference. Was he trolling?
He wasn't trolling, but it was because of his massive muscles.
Mr. TL.
Yes.
Are you concerned that Brox is playing professional League of Legends with an unbound smite key?
I do not understand why an unbound smite key would be a weakness. I feel like that allows him to be more flexible.
Mr. TL,
yes.
Mark with Hotline League. Why are you holding a press conference if Spring Split doesn't matter?
First off, I don't know what Hotline League is, and Spring Split matters very much as we've won it twice.
Mr. TL.
Mr. TL.
Yes.
Yes, Dash. I sit 3 desks away from you. Are you, with Doublelift out of the lineup, who is responsible for taking out the trash?
Oh, the trash is taken out by many talented staff at Team Liquid. We have a training facility, I don't know if you heard about it, it's called the Alienware Training Facility, best in the league.
Mr. TL, who is inside Blue the Horse?
Oh, it was Broxa.
Yes. Dave, Low Elo Times. How do you think it makes people feel when you don't answer their question and just say next question?
I've never done that. Next question.
Mr. TL. Mr. TL.
Yes.
All right, let's Tigers back here. What will it take for myself to earn a chance to challenge Broxa to a physical competition?
Oh, that's a fantastic question. You should ask him on Twitter.
Mr. TL, last one here, please.
Yes, Mark.
I'm Mark with the dive.
I know.
Maybe more recognizable. I was wondering how long until Doublelift comes back in? I only watch because of him.
That's a very interesting question. Doublelift will come back in when it gives us the best chance to win. And that's, since we win all the games, and you never really know when that's going to happen. That's all the questions. Thank you.
Welcome back to the LCS Countdown, just about 9 minutes away from that first game. And we're going to go through some support tier lists, continuing on with the trend. This one a little tougher, I think, to evaluate at times because there are just less metrics that you can really point at.
Right, it's a little harder to work with stats with them, so I think you just have to figure out what's important to you. For me, it's about roaming and playmaking with those roams and things like that, engages, because it's a lot of tank supports. It's about vision control, and it's about laning. Those are the three main things that I'm looking at least, when judging support.
Do you have a difference of...
Those things are in my criteria, but for the majority, it's how high are their highs? Like, what is their impact on a team fight? Are they winning it? What are their impacts on a gank? How responsible are they for setting up a team? And so I put that as my criteria, and it turns out we now have a spot the difference kind of
I was
chart.
going to say, if the two of you align on the
Copy
metrics,
my homework, just make it look a little different.
in a lot of ways, it makes sense that you guys would identify, you know, players in similar positions. So let's work through a few of them. C9 Vulcan, who the heck is this guy?
The best support in the league, James. How do you not know who Vulcan is? He's been absolutely crushing it. Obviously, all of C9 is, but he has been a very important part of that improvement, this split for the entire team. He's the best, probably mechanical support in the league, especially just in terms of actual playmaking. He's so good at finding kills with his team.
He's got a very high KDA as well. I think it's 11.2 right now with only 11 deaths total.
No mistake.
So we'll show it right. If he has 11 deaths right here, you got Stunt and Keith. They're about to hit 50, which shows you just how much time...
Together.
Individually.
Each individually.
Almost, which shows you how much more time Vulcan can have on the map. But obviously, it's a testament to how the teams are doing as well.
Absolutely. It is a duo down there in the bot lane. Moving right along, though, down the list, again, we find Ignar, somebody that we've pointed out as being a big difference maker for this FlyQuest squad.
And it was from the Jat stats where we know just how many champions he's playing. He's really doing a lot for the support role.
For supports.
When it comes to coming up with a champion that really helps the team out, whether it's the Blitzcrank experiment that we've seen or the Shen that we saw yesterday. You know, we will give him a slap on the wrist.
He did it for the stat.
Right.
He did it for the stat, baby.
Did it for the stat, but I mean, the guy has turned FlyQuest into an actual machine that fires on all cylinders when they get going, and he's responsible for it.
Yeah, I think that's a big part. He's really responsible, whereas, like, you know, Vulcan is a part of a huge team that loves all fighting. Ignar seems to be the one leading them in a lot of ways. And I think it's interesting that two people are above our former support MVP and Core JJ from last year.
Let's talk about him then, because exactly right. I think the conversation around Core JJ would be that expectations are high. World champion into an MVP support here in North America, multiple titles under his belt already, and yet he's being beaten out by a couple of his counterparts.
I think Core JJ has a harder time standing out on Team Liquid because you're dealing with a role that is so ingrained with the synergy with jungle and bot lane. You have to play with a sub jungler most of the split. Now you just have Broxa. You have to play with Doublelift. Now you've got Tactical. So I'm giving him a little bit of a pass for having to deal with that and still being able to perform with stats that rival Vulcan's.
I was going to say, we've seen glimpses in a couple of those games with Tactical, some of that kind of laning dominance and prowess creeping back in, but a line there with third place?
Yeah, absolutely. I think Core JJ is eyeball test-wise as well, still playing super, super well. The rest of the team not quite as dominant, and so he doesn't have quite as many opportunities to show off.
All right, well, we said spot the difference. I've spotted the difference.
You found it.
I found it. It took me a little while, but I did it. 5 and 6. We got Zeyzal, then Haku over here, and we got Haku and then Zeyzal over here. So duke it out.
All right.
Who's right? Who's wrong?
All right, Zeyzal, a lot of people have been criticizing his laning.
Yeah.
And I understand why, because it's kind of in comparison to Vulcan. And we all know Vulcan's maybe the best laning support in the league. That doesn't make him bad, and I think he's still better than a lot of other people on this list. He's playing with Bang. They clearly had to take some time to figure out the synergy problems that they were having, but he's still a monster playmaker. He has really high forward percentage. They're playing aggressively, and he's still doing a good job for the most part of meeting up with Svenskeren. The whole team has had large issues, and support and junglers are often the ones who bear the symptoms of a team the most when things aren't going well.
All right, Crumbs, tell me why he's wrong.
Well, he's not wrong. He's not wrong.
Well, everything you said, you gotta inject something into this segment here.
Okay.
You guys are so aligned.
I do want to start with praises for Zeyzal, particularly with the Senna Rumble combo that they busted out. I thought that's actually really innovative, really ingenious. I love that synergy. I've been playing it myself. I really approve. And that's boosting his stats a lot. So he's actually got such crazy high numbers of damage, kill share, gold share.
Right.
So it's kind of hard for me to judge Zeyzal statistically because of that anomaly game. And when you have someone like Hakuho, whose team is so inconsistent, he seems to be the one guy that is doing the same thing every single game, but as a support, if your lanes are all acting up, you don't have that much to do.
Well, one of our other supports who's had to deal with a swap as well.
That's what I was about to mention, is prior to the swap, Alltech had some of the lowest laning stats in the league, and it was pretty clear that they were not trying to fight early.
Right.
That hurt a lot of Hakuhos as well, where if you're back and forward percentage, you're not taking aggressive trades, you're not being able to get out and roam quite as much. So I do think that pairing might have held him back a little bit, and we'll have to see if now that he's reunited with Apollo, he can maybe start climbing on my list.
Right, he's always been talked about as a fairly lane-dominant support, and of course has tons of experience with Apollo in the lineup, and so we'll see what they can get done in the back half of the split. One last slot here I want to talk about would be Keith in slot number 10 for both of you, but this in consideration with the fact that Keith has been subbed out and Huhi is coming in. So a lot of this I want to frame around the expectation for Huhi and whether or not it should be that he comes in and immediately outperforms Keith on this list, or what's going on? What do you guys think?
So it's likely that he comes in and outperforms Keith. Huhi
Really?
has been playing decently well in the academy. He has a lot of vocal shot calling traits to him, which are going to be really useful for a team that is having a lot of isolated deaths. So Huhi might be the guy to get them all on the same page. So I have high hopes for him. And to the people that think Keith wasted his time on support or Golden Guardians didn't give him a chance, I think he'll come out as a stronger player no matter what, whether he chooses to stay as a support or a bot laner. You have a better perspective on the lane now.
Huhi with FBI might not pair together as well in lane as the synergy built up with Keith, but to your point, you're hoping that you have improvements in vision score because Keith and a lot of members of Golden Guardian were leading the league in ISO deaths.
Number of teams making those last-minute swaps to try and complete the push towards playoffs. We'll see if it pays off for them. After all the upsets yesterday, I'm excited to see how you two will sway when it comes to our predictions for the day.
It was a tough day.
It was a very tough day. Whereas we thought yesterday was going to be an easy day to call and turned out not to be, this one does seem to be a little bit tougher. We've got 2 whole differences in the predictions.
Man,
between the two of
StatSpot's
you.
an idiot. I haven't
100
looked.
Thieves
They're
on the
just
top.
terrible.
Immortals for Crumbs, and then we got Evil Geniuses versus CLG. But with the 2 of you disagreeing on 2 games today, let's go ahead and see which game will be the subject of Sunday's weekly wager. Yes, CLG EG, the last game of the day for the LCS. Mark Zimmerman, you have Evil Geniuses, and Crumbs, you have CLG. But I have to show you what you're playing for.
Okay.
So I'm going to invite my friend Dan out here to show them what they are playing for. The loser of this bet will have to do the final segment with the stretched mouth device.
Is it the doctors or the dentist?
Something like that. I don't know where we got it. Don't worry, we have other ones. Can you talk? Yeah, you can talk. You'll get it out there. So, how confident are you feeling about your predictions?
Please.
CLG. Mark, Evil
CLG
Geniuses?
beat TL and TSM, so I'm actually pretty worried.
Now you're worried.
But EG won yesterday, so I'm hoping they can. They beat FlyQuest.
Daniel, who do you think takes it? CLG or? What?
That's
was
my.
that?
That's
Did you
my
get
dating,
any of that?
That's gonna be my dating profile
I got
picture
none of
right
that.
there.
I got none of that. But that's what I'd expect. And we'll probably get nothing out of whichever analyst loses at the end of the day. Thank you so much, Daniel. I appreciate your help in this endeavor. Mark, back over to the
Sorry, I didn't want to be near
Yeah,
that.
don't worry. We'll get you a clean
That was
one.
a surprise.
It wasn't a surprise? Yeah, you weren't expecting that today.
Nope.
Okay, finally, I want to hear win conditions for the first game of the day. So this is 100 Thieves Immortals, another game in which you two differed. We're going to start with you, Crumbs, 100 Thieves.
All right, 100 Thieves wins by helping Someday do his thing. We've seen him carry on champions like Lucian. We've seen him carry on the Aatroxes. You need to help the top laner. Right now, a lot of teams are starting to realize you can win through top, like TSM did with Broken Blade. 100 Thieves, clearly the carry is in top. If they're not helping him out, I don't know what VODs they've been watching.
All righty, Immortals.
Pick Trundle, and then pick stable lanes that don't fall off. They don't have to be dominant matchups, but just things that will be pretty durable in lane.
Win through top. Trundle and stable lanes. There you have it. That's going to do it for us at the Analyst Desk and LCS Countdown. Out to the arena to get into the games.
Thank you very much, Dash. Hello and welcome to the Battle Arena. We've got a battle between some squads coming up today. I am Freak. To my right is Jat. How's it going?
It's going well. The first game of the day is very exciting, as we talked about during Countdown, how the way 100 Thieves won is often like the way Immortals has won. So we could be in for a rather wild game.
It is, and I'm always excited as we get around to Week 7 because I always talk about playoffs earlier than I should, but around Week 7 is when it's actually okay to do that.
Yeah, it's like Week 2, but the playoff.
But the playoff implication is so important. right now, 6 wins is the playoff bar. 6 wins is where 6th place sits, and these are 2 teams at that point right now. 100 Thieves had a very hit-and-miss season so far. They got a comeback win against Dignitas yesterday, and with the win over Immortals here, it's 2-0 weekend.
Yeah, I mean, anytime a team is actually around the 500 mark, which would be as many wins as many losses, it's going to be a hit-and-miss season. So, like, Immortals hit a lot at the start. They started 5-2, and then they have been 1-4 since that point. Right now, I was wondering if there was going to be a set ban because I feel like that was what was coming up next, so I'm glad to see it.
Yeah, and Misfortune, of course, still up, though, going to be locked in, and I am interested to see who's going to start really picking up the slack here. 100 Thieves, as we've gotten more and more data, it's always interesting to see, which players have kind of stood the test of time and which ones actually met with expectations.
Right.
So what I was going to screen here has continued to show the veteran status. People have been talking about his late game shot calling, getting Immortals into these late game wins that have been really exciting. On the other side, though, Ryoma, I think, has matched expectations where his landing stats are worst in the league, and I kind of want to see Aka take over mid lane here.
I think that would be quite a statement game for him, just in terms of Aka versus Ryoma, of wanting someone to stand out. It's also a new strategy we're seeing here from Immortals if they lock in this Varus Tahm Kench. So last week, they actually put Apollo in to pair with Hakuho, whereas they played most of the split with Altec. And strangely enough, this is their first Varus game.
Yeah.
So multiple AD carry bans, MF locked in, that's kind of the standard, and then you're kind of wondering what every team's going to do after that. Oftentimes it has been Ezreal, which kind of plays to lose the lane gracefully. Here, they're looking to win lane.
And I would say that Varus is one of Apollo's most played and most comfortable champions all time. So if you're looking to, it's not the game 1 statement comeback, but coming in here with Immortals sort of running out of time to make that last final push. Of course, haven't played any games this week. They're looking pretty solid. We'd like to see them kind of push on upwards, and I think Apollo can definitely do that. We've got MF Nautilus for the bot lane. We've got Aatrox for the top laner for Sunday.
Yeah, and that's now the 7th game Sunday has played on Aatrox, or will have played this split. It was actually picked away from him yesterday by Huni, and he ended up going Renekton. But Soaz is just looking to make this game wide open. It has been known as, I want to say, like with quotation marks, a counter pick to Aatrox, because it actually can beat it, but it's still very volatile. Nothing full slams Aatrox, which is why Aatrox is so often blind picked.
Well, always fun to watch, though. What can Soaz do on the split push? That was pretty much the reason they stopped the loss streak when they beat CLG last week on the Camille. So pushing went really, really nicely for him. So we'll be looking at Soaz, looking at his flash engage to the backline as well. He's going to be, so far, the player to watch for me in this game.
Yeah, I mean, they're also pairing it with Tahm Kench, who once he hits level 11, basically has a global. So if this game does break down, I think 100 Thieves needs to be very diligent in these last 2 picks to make sure that they have either a very strong answer for Camille Tahm Kench and sides, or really reliable initiation so that when people do split away, they can just run down mid and win.
All right, well, Azir has been dropped off the table. Sadly as well, Immortals are the ones who have banned away Trundle. I know we had the analysts talk about the expecting win condition being play Trundle and have that go well, but just want to drop off the map. Of course, we know Immortals will get first dibs on champion picks, and we are usually expecting that to be jungle. As Azir and Corki trade bans, Trundle and Sejuani trade bans, and we'll see what Xmithie wants to play, or if they want a blind pick for Aka.
Yeah, I see the Syndra already being banned. A lot of times, LeBlanc can be blind picked here. It would generally fit with Immortals' hit and run strategy if it's something Aka is comfortable playing. That's the hover.
Yep. And locked in. His first LeBlanc game of the year. Gonna play a slightly different style. It does mean that they have a lot of backline access. I will kind of point that one out, right?
Yeah.
That Camille can easily flash R into the backline. LeBlanc can follow through. Varus Q does something over the top as well. So I can see Immortals getting some decent picks on Squishy.
Yeah, the theme of Immortals' team composition is definitely split and pick, and 100 Thieves is building towards a theme of team fighting. The Zoe I'm not super sold on, but there's also a lot off the table right now. I think Jarvan might be the jungler that you'd want to go for strong initiation. Zach also is just stronger Jarvan, late game. Early game, weaker Jarvan, but late game, big time initiator. I'd love if Meteos brought back Zach.
Yeah, we've seen some Zach in the top lane as well. Not that it's going to happen here.
Okay.
Gragas comes through instead by
far, Meteos' most played 7 games. Second place is 2. This is what he goes to time and time and time again. Gonna have some extra damage threat down there. MF and Aatrox, plenty physical. Gragas and Zoe, plenty of magic. But it does mean that you're relying on, you know, quasi-tank Aatrox and support Nautilus for your hard front line.
Yeah, and Xmithy ends up having a decent number of options right here. Lee Sin's just the generic one, but it does pair extremely well with the LeBlanc in terms of gank assist.
Yeah.
I find it interesting, actually, how, generally speaking, you do want a damage difference in damage type between your jungler and the solo laner you're primarily ganking for. So, like, Gragas Zoe isn't as great because if LeBlanc has something like Merc Treads or a Banshee's Veil, it's harder to kill. But this says, hey, he wants to go top lane to gank for the Aatrox, whereas Smithy, compositionally, will actually pair with the LeBlanc in trying to camp mid lane. So you mentioned Aka trying to have that big game in mid lane. The jungler pick complements that.
That's going to be exciting one to watch for. First Lee Sin game of the year for Xmithy. It's going to be fun to see if he can make this one happen right here as time ticks down. No surprises really in Champ Select. I think we've seen all these before, at least on those players. Camille, to me, still a bit of a delight because I don't see a ton of her, but that's always fun to see regardless. 100 Thieves and Immortals are squaring off on the Rift. Thieves off of a win from yesterday, but it was a tough one. Their early games have traditionally been very, very weak, but they found the ways back in. 6-7 is roughly in play position right now, so we'll see if their late game piloting can stack up well against Immortals as well, who themselves have done just as good of a job at getting themselves out of sticky situations.
Yeah, we kind of talked up both of these teams' ability to have these late game situations where the game kind of starts losing structure and then they find their way on top. What would be kind of fitting for this game is if it's just like a total slam in the game by one team. It's like, oh, yep, they just mopped the floor with them. We're not seeing that late game stuff at all. But
yeah, you get the 3-0 LeBlanc, and it's like, all right, well, split push victory, bye. Like, no team fights, 18-2 in kills.
There's a lot of things that can break open this game. There's high volatility lanes on the side of Immortals, so I'm looking forward to it.
I'm generally a fan of high volatile lanes. It's going to be a fun game to watch. We are on to the Rift as 100 Thieves and Immortals are doing battle here. There's 5 games to play, counting this one for 100 Thieves. 6 left for Immortals. And with where the teams are stacked up, going up to 9-9, I feel like is going to get you into playoffs. Now, real quick, we've got the Tigers standing by with Ziggs.
It had to get some words from you, not just after the game yesterday, but going into a very important one, because it seems to be understood that you need the 2-0 to try and make playoffs a thing. Do you agree with that?
I mean, that would be ideal. Yeah, I feel like every game at this point matters a lot. You know, with only 5 games remaining, you know, one game can always be the difference. So we're putting our best into every single game individually and just, you know, striving for the best.
So with that considering there's a lot of backline dive potential from Immortals in this composition, what are you leaning on most with the 100 Thieves composition to try and go against that?
Yeah, so we have like more of a comp that kind of like just holds his own well. So as long as we coordinate well around like preventing their flank, I think we should be fine in this game.
Okay, hold your own on the Rift and hold your own in the standings. That's what we got over here. Let's get back to the game.
Yeah, and I think to just elaborate on what Six is saying is a bit what we were saying in Champion Select, where 100 Thieves at a certain point in this game is just going to be trying to group up and hold the zones well so they can move to objectives, so they can move to a turret, so they can move to Baron, and it's going to be about containing SOAS in most of this game.
Yeah, well, he's got the first CS up in the top lane. So, yeah, he's already pushing. I mean, how could you ever come back from that one? Some days, you know, still safe enough as they play around their respective cooldowns. A little bit of damage goes back and forth as Aka is also fairly comfortable right now against Ryoma. Quick red to blue for Xmithy. Gragas doing blue to Gromp, so he's going to stay on the top side for a little bit longer, but we'll see when that one starts to go down to the bottom side. Early bot lane push went in favor of 100 Thieves. This will be level 2 coming very soon. We'll see if they get any double up poke just yet. Not at level 2, you might.
Always trying to look at the warding. So there was a ward placed at the Raptors. So basically, Xmithy would be a little bit suspicious that Gragas would be trying something like stealing his Raptors, but the fact that he hasn't shown as of yet, people are kind of like, I guess Gragas is full clearing blue side, and they can probably surmise it. It may be confirmed any second now when he walks over the Raptors.
Yeah, now they know as he walks around, and he goes for his red buff here. So information gathered as Meteos is finishing his sides of the clear. Half a camp lead right now for Xmithy. He's taking down the Wolves. Otherwise, a fairly low impact early game, aside from the small CS leads in various lanes. Some of that's waves being pushed though. So they should get most of this.
Whenever I'm doing clear like Meteos did, where you're like full clearing a blue side before going over your buff, there's always this sense of relief when the other jungler hasn't gotten first blood yet.
Yeah.
But then you go bot, and we'll see what happens here.
Ooh, not gonna land the
Okay.
sleep either. That's Ramble walking away cleanly enough. The attempted ward hop play doesn't quite land with anything. But Soaz actually, with the early topside push, I really do enjoy things like that, where he's able to run down to the top river, start up the Scuttle Crab. We'll see if he gives it to Lee Sin or not, or if Soaz wants the gold for himself.
Usually this early, the Scuttle Crab will definitely go over to the jungler. He's really benefiting more from the bonus experience he gets from his jungle item for killing jungle camps really early on, and you don't want your jungler to have a level disadvantage this early, because that can actually just be GG. Whereas top laners being like one creep up at level 4 isn't as important.
Shout out Soaz for getting, basically leashing, I guess not twice. I don't think he leashed the red very hard for Smithy, but leashed the Scuttle Crab to save him like 5 seconds, second time around. So, you know, if you don't gank from after that, really what are you doing, Smithy? He leashed Scuttle for you, okay? He didn't steal it.
Yeah, well, actually, Smithy does need to go up here with the wave pushing towards him. If somebody wants to get this wave in and not have it frozen on him, he's got to be risky. That's what that ward is for, so immediately has to fall away, and there's a good chance this wave could actually freeze on Sunday. Goes aggressive as his jungler is arriving, so really just both junglers pulling up, like the gravity of top lane minion waves early, doing their work here.
Yeah, and every player really can expect that rush or the area around that rush was warded. Smithy pretty much knew he was spotted, and Soaz would never played aggressively without Smithy being there. And either way, like, they all had perfect information. Like, they knew the ward was there, and the ward obviously saw Smithy. So everyone played that out pretty much optimally for the information they had. And at the end of the day, it's just going to be the wave being collected up by Soaz. Best he can in the turret, but really decent damage here.
He might go for... He's thinking about trying to kill threat.
Well, the W heal might be enough. That's some nice stabs. Someday is not going to get max range Qs. I don't think he flashed at a turret here, but Soaz is going to have to give up some gold. Nice play by Someday. Yeah, Soaz going to have a hard time here. That's... Oh my gosh, you can almost kill him.
He's landing all these Q1s, but now Someday!
In the turret range! The auto attack! You're kidding me! The minions! The minions work for Someday, and Soaz couldn't quite get over the line.
It looked like, we'll have to see in the replay, it looked like Soaz canceled the Fatal Auto. We'll see it. Hopefully we can slow it down a little bit. That was so incredibly close. Every Q1 was landing for Someday, but Soaz did lock him down in a turret. Man, what a close fight.
Whew. I am excited about volatile lanes. You don't get that in Maokai versus Ornn.
No.
You get that in Aatrox versus Camille. I appreciate Someday going for it. We'll see if it was mechanical misplay or not.
Now that his flash teleport is down, the gank can be even more disastrous for that lane, as Meteos just kind of sits up there to make sure that Someday can get this into the turret. He's already got him to half health again.
Yeah.
They could threaten a full dive here.
This is going to go bad to worse really fast. Jat,
okay.
Here we go.
Let's try and watch Soaz's auto attack. So he lands the W, he knows the turret's on him, gets him, but he gets just out of turret range. And then Soaz thought the turret was gonna kill, so he was already backing away. When he flashes in, he can't get the next auto off. It's the turret aggro dropping that threw Soaz off.
I think before his backflip Q, he missed the first auto. Like, he went for the attack reset, and I think he hit Q too early. I'm not 100% certain. Ooh. Regardless, I mean, one
he
auto.
Thought it was a kill for sure.
Yeah.
Because he saw the turret line on him, but Someday just managed to get out of it before the next shot.
And hey, with Conqueror on there, Someday healed with one of the autos as well. Like, just barely the margins were there, and that is advantage Someday. Obviously, nice solo kill. And a 20 CS lead. And Jat, you mentioned champ select. You know, this game could be very chaotic. What if it just snowballs? That is the kind of situation where the game can snowball out of control.
I mean, another solo kill for Someday. I think he's already among the leaders in solo kills. A lot of people remember when he solo killed Impact 3 times in the Aatrox Gangplank matchup as the Aatrox earlier in the season. It technically was a solo kill in the top lane just now, so he's already up to 1. And look at that CS discrepancy as well as getting turret plates. I mean, how do you deal with Soaz was one of the questions that was asked on the analyst desk before today. And one of the answers was, like, just allow Someday to go to work. Because then you're not overcommitting resources to Someday. Sometimes that's what Someday actually wants, is he wants you to send 3 people to him because he's so good at being slippery. But if you can make him run for his life in a 1v1, that's just the best case scenario.
And now we've got a Gragas, and Soaz can try to ult around this, gets the ulti off. There's going to be some damage coming across. One of the ults come down, knocked into the wall, but something that cannot find the weak points till finally the very end. The aggro dodged well, and it's 2-0 100 Thieves.
And that's the bad to worse we just talked about.
Yep.
They did end up sending assistance, played relatively well by 100 Thieves. Soaz really, with no flash, had no good way of escaping, and that's already 3,500 gold to 2,100 gold. And by the way, he's still farming plates up on top side.
Yeah, this is, as you mentioned, bad to worse. It's going to be the sort of subtitle of this entire game, it feels like, as Someday is going to be taken over here today.
You know what, Freak? They're taking Rift Herald right now because they know Immortals is going over and taking the first Cloud Drake. That's okay. The first Dragon, especially when you were behind, and usually isn't that important. I'm wondering if Meteos intentionally doesn't use this Rift Top because it's too early to stop that laning phase. I feel like Someday wants to stay in this laning phase with Soaz.
No. Sorry.
Did he pick it up? He picked it up, right?
Not yet.
He didn't pick up the...
Not yet.
Oh, no.
The top lane.
Yeah, it's a dive.
Yeah, I mean, you can't get away from this one, really.
Yeah, so Someday actually has some of his Qs dodged. Tell me Meteos picked up that Rift Herald.
Well, they're delaying it, you know? They're throwing the Soaz face first.
Suspense.
Oh, he does. And it's top lane, by the way.
Okay, I disagree. I understand why you're still injecting him with more gold, but now it's like 9.5 minutes into the game, and there's not a good space for him to go. Dragon was just taken, Rift Herald was just taken. This is actually where Soaz can start catching up in the game because he can hold the minion wave at his second tier turret. Like, freeze the CS right now, right? 86 to 50, roughly. That's a 36 lead. I bet you that's less than a 36 lead at 14 minutes.
All right, we'll see. Yeah, but that's a good call, right? Let's track it 4 minutes from now. Does it remain plus or minus 35? And that's the question we're going to ask ourselves, and was it worth the cash-in? Because, again, keep in mind, right, they are cashing in. It's even more money on the Aatrox recall. He's even farther ahead, theoretically, than if the turret didn't die. But now Cody-san has to cancel the ulti. He's exhausted. This will be the Tongue Lash. Not flashed in time, so a second slow lands. Auto means a chomp, and that's going to be a Q into the face, and Hakuho and Apollo back together, get the 2-on-1 kill.
Great Tom Kench ult for the kill. You would like to see that kill go over to the Varus, but can understand it. And yeah, watch Someday. He's actually trying to get to minion wave, but Xmithy's here.
1v2 though. It's going to be probably fine. Pulls him all the way over. The ult combo pushed him away, and Xmithy has to run from the Darken. Someday still going to land some skill shots, still going to get some knockups. That stun barely even hurts. So,
it's one of those games.
It's one of those games, chat.
Where Someday just gets to walk over the opposition. We'll see if he can keep this up, because there's actually been at least 2 games this split where Someday has actually just completely taken over the world. It was the Aatrox game against TL, and it was the Lucian game against Golden Guardians. We'll see if it's one of those games.
Oh, it's Hakuo in a really bad spot. Had to burn the flash for the chase down. That meant it was easy to pick up afterwards. And Cody's son gets revenge.
Yeah, the injection of gold so far has worked for Someday. The CS did go up to 40 just briefly now. If he could steal jungle, that's kind of the best of both worlds, but Xmithy was just up there. And yeah, he drew Xmithy away right there, so now 100 Thieves can make him plays elsewhere.
Oh, wow,
That wasn't a good play.
That
They're
was
making it.
Okay, great. You know, they made they made a bad play. I'm trying to think of a bad play. I don't want to make fun of the theater arts. So,
fair.
You know, all art is valid. And now, as the mid turret's getting dropped low, just take it at this point. Face the game stick, Smithy. Just follow every cue.
So,
mid's under fire.
It's 2,000 gold now. Immortals did just get basically a shutdown kill to get the kill onto Apollo. And Apollo is the point of strength for this Immortals team. The problem is that Immortals' overall plan is to have either the Camille or the LeBlanc split push. And the fact that they're both behind definitely takes away from how capable they'll be.
Soaz tries to fight for a red buff. Yeah, he's got a LeBlanc, but he's in a really bad spot. Red buff might kill him. Someday's gonna do it instead. The CS difference might not be 35, but the kill difference is now 3.
Yeah. Holy crap.
Yeah.
Someday is just taking over this game. They said both solo laners from him. You can't. Like, you just can't go near him for the next 10 minutes. Otherwise, he'll do that, is what it feels like.
Yeah, Soaz, you gotta wave the white flag on that one, dude. Like, I don't think you get to invade Someday in his jungle with his red buff when you're down 2 levels on the fight. You got to get that one away. CS difference, back up above 35.
Yep.
You know, good job, Jat. You called it.
6K to 3.4K.
Close game.
Currently.
Vaguely.
So far, it is top difference, for sure.
Yeah. And that was, solo kill, then one gank, then second solo kill.
Yeah. What's so interesting is, like, I wonder what happens if SOAS doesn't miss that auto. Right?
Oh, right, yeah.
Because we said this is a high volatility matchup, and, like, we're seeing what Someday can do with the lead, but you're also seeing what happens when Camille is behind. Really, the mini wave is pushing against SOAS, so he doesn't feel like there's anything else he can do than just push off this red, but he gets so low, and Aka's level 9, he just can't.
Yeah.
He can't help.
Yeah, I don't know what happened there, but.
He's like, yeah, that was foolish of me.
Yeah.
SOAS has been there before.
Yeah. That's the kind of play, like, we've all seen that top laner. We call that, everyone knows the name of the player we're thinking of. The top laner who's 0-3 and just goes, Riot, why'd you design Aatrox this way 200 years? And it's like, dog, you're 0-3, just stop.
Well, for what it's worth, that player cam on SOAS didn't look like that to me.
No.
That very much looked like the opposite of that.
I know.
Yeah, my bad.
But we all know that other player.
Oh,
He
yeah.
does 200 years all the time.
We know that guy who goes 0-3 and then starts question mark pinging Xmithy for the next 5 minutes. Don't be that guy.
Don't be that guy.
Yeah.
Hey, I actually want to see now, no bias, Immortals win through SOAS split push, and he just gets tilt proof,
Yeah.
I just enjoy that. Be that guy. All right, well, Apollo has good money. He's got 20 CS up in the bot lane. That's going to feel pretty good. Decent trade down here. Ram was going to hit back, though. Nearly takes down Aka, but I think the clone came down in time to tank the majority of the paddle star damage. He's going to be okay.
That was very fortunate timing for Aka right there. Xmithy trying to make something happen in the one lane that's winning.
Chomp, spit out.
Yep, good clear.
Between Guardian and that W, there's really no damage dealt, but at least the turret is going to stay safe. Someday, wants tier 2 turret.
Yeah, he's just going to finish it and then probably go towards mid lane.
All right. Got him.
And now, because he's done that, the wave doesn't automatically push towards him. Mini waves are a little finicky around 50 minutes, though, because sometimes it's impacted by like which team is winning, so it's not for sure, but it was good to deny as much CS as possible towards that turret.
For sure. 14 gold per caster mini. Might as well just wait a couple seconds. Get that one going through. This could be... SOAS running away. Wise. Good job, SOAS. Second Herald goes over to the top side. Media's going to be able to slam that one somewhere else. I don't expect that to go to inhib turret. That seemed quite valuable. Nice red buff steal. Xmithy with the bot lane pressure they've got. Got to point out that Immortals are not out of this game. Look, top is catastrophic. We understand that. Jungle CS difference, mid CS difference, but bot lane is winning, and that can be... I mean, that was the Immortals play replacement, right? Is they brought Apollo in last week to try to turn their fates around. They did pick up one win over CLG. Looking for win number 2 with this lineup now.
And I think they're going to rift mid right here. You can see Nautilus just reset. As soon as he gets to mid lane, I feel like we're going to see Meteos drop that Rift Herald, and they're going to collapse in it with Aatrox.
I almost hope they can greet it and knock the turret down without losing half of the
And then get tier 2 with Shelly.
Yeah, like that'd be really exciting. That is like really breaking a game open.
It's possible. I mean, the strength of this 100 Thieves composition is actually in zone control. Like, just move to a spot, and Immortals doesn't have the way of building it. And they're doing it exactly smart right here. They'll kill this one, and they can still drop Shelly somewhere else.
Yeah, they brought Someday into the mid lane. There is not a player on this Rift that can challenge a 1v1. I feel like even Baron is like, you know, can I just spawn later in this game? Can it be like 24 minutes? I need time to scale. Unfortunately, that's contractually obligated. Baron Nash is showing up on time every time. But yeah, I want to know where the Herald actually gets summoned, where that 500 gold goes. As SOAS had to kind of take some farm topside. And even with the sort of little bit of a lone time up there, it's still a 40 CS difference.
Yeah. 400 gold bounty accrued by Someday. It is relatively important that he managed to protect that. And as this game progresses, if solo people on Immortals do stop running into Someday, there will be a point where like LeBlanc and Camille can actually win, or at least LeBlanc, Camille, and Lee Sin can actually win. So getting that shutdown will be of utmost importance if Immortals wants to try and come back in this game.
And the scaling continues. We're getting closer and closer to Apollo getting his Rage Blade done. That'll be the first major power spike, and realistically can do decent damage against Aatrox here. Want to point out a very small item interaction. Blade of the Ruin King is actually very good against Death's Dance, because as a champion gets lower in health, you do less damage with Blade of the Ruin King, with current health damage.
Yeah.
With Death's Dance, you get lower later, but the damage still comes through at the end, because the dot tick afterwards. So a on-hit Ruin King champion has a very, very, very slight DPS edge against a Death's Dance user, so potentially Apollo can get a kill on a Sunday here. Great play there, good. Does have good single target damage. Stunt now going to be rooted in place. That's going to be the hits coming in. That's the kick backwards, a ward hop away for Xfinity, and that will be a kill picked up. But the re-engage could be deadly. So far, though, not yet. Meteos got a bit low. A couple of individual picks. Immortals are winning everywhere but top lane, kill-wise.
And it was a smart move by Immortals. They knew that the wave was bouncing back in the top lane, that Someday wasn't going to be there, and any time they can fight where Someday's not there, it's probably a good fight for Immortals. It's going to be their best chance of winning.
Let's see if they can do more of that. Late game shot calling, really the name of the game for Immortals, somehow getting back in games where they weren't likely to do so. Someday has ult, has flash. Very likely he lives through anything here. And yeah, gets out from the 1v3. Shouldn't give it a land to follow up there. A quick cat nap for Snorlax.
Yeah, as he's just controlling that side of the jungle, 100 Thieves can go and take the Mountain Drake. That was an interesting moment where obviously Apollo's ultimate had been burned in the previous fight with Varus, but usually when a Tahm lands a Q, you're like, Varus ult's coming any second. And that would have been, that's the type of thing that they're gonna have to do if they want to kill Someday, is like, hey, he's flexing his lead somewhere, and you just need to bring more people than he expects.
Sometimes you catch him out. There's a decent amount of CC, right?
Yeah.
There is actually pretty good lockdown. Camille ult's really, really reliable. No one can kick her out of that, so you're kind of guaranteed the cage right there. Lee Sin can get a ward hop. Blanc has some chains. Varus ult's pretty good. Top guys can follow up. I wouldn't say he's like the catch champion in most cases, but absolutely, if you surprise Someday, that can be a thing picked up. Of course, that man has so much experience split pushing in the top lane, being the one who gets the resources and carrying from there, that you don't expect many mistakes from him.
Yeah, and 20 minutes in, 2 Drakes for 100 Thieves. Immortals just need to wait. 4,000 gold difference is a lot of 20 minutes. It's very little of 35 minutes. The issue is going to be, we got 9 minutes until Mountain Drake will come in, or rather Mountain Soul can potentially come in for 100 Thieves. And what I see a lot of these teams that are down 5k do is they're actually the ones that are forcing on the teams that are ahead of them. If it works against Stunt, then go for it, but...
He's dead to like the next Q. There's a smite. Don't do it. Yeah. You Q forward, he body slams you away, you never land the ult, you don't get the kill.
That was actually like not a force by Immortals, that was just, hey, they're coming into our territory, fight them back, but don't overcommit. Because if the whole team's there, that's actually how you lose the game. Like, the way 100 Thieves loses the game before there's a 5,000 goal difference fight at 29 minutes is if they overcommit in the jungle for something, and 100 Thieves gets Baron. So, generally speaking, Immortals is very cat and mouse here. And it's actually on 100 Thieves to try and close. Like, they need to get control of the jungle, and they need to find a way to actually crash down and probably kill this mid lane turret next as a way to accelerate the game before these Drakes are spawning.
3 minutes on that Mountain Drake, 8 minutes to Soul. If 100 Thieves can keep that control the whole time, Baron is alive and terrified of what might show up in there. They fight for ward control. Looks like 100 Thieves gonna get that one. Easy bit of poke, but that was a nice anchor forward. Aka has to back away, stays alive. Ward control goes back over. That's a nice route. That could be a kill. There is no flash left, but bullet time could be dangerous as well. Stunt just doesn't go down. There's enough backup from the team. And now Someday's back to mid lane. Aka cannot find that kill, but Apollo sure can. And that's another pickup though. Ryoma gets revenge for his support, and yet again, mid lane is pushed away. Whoa! What a play! Ryoma over the wall finds a double kill, and suddenly mid lane is in shambles.
That's max flash distance from Ryoma there with the stolen flash. Another drowsy. Oh, they got Tahm.
Gonna be okay, but that is a big wake-up play. Ryoma had one lane over against Aka, up in gold, up plates the whole time, up in CS, and then really heroic plays down here in the mid lane. And that was a battle where Someday wasn't actually the reason they got ahead. He didn't attack a single enemy champion in the more or less 4-on-4. That was 100 Thieves winning it.
Yeah, it's this really close fight that's happening where Stunt is actually getting caught out of position, going very low, and that's kind of pulling Immortals more and more towards the fight, but it wasn't until the turnaround from the Zoe that this fight really falls in favor. So, like, watching Stunt here, one of the league leaders in deaths as support, does have a tendency to overextend in skirmishes, right? Everyone focuses him, they kick him back, but then just keep your eyes on Ryoma for the rest of this fight. Stunt, hooks, prevents the first execution, and you think when Apollo flashes that it's over, but he gets it right there. Where does he get this? He picks up the flash off the ground from Varus to get the double.
So good. That was actually so sick. Flash forward, then R's back across. That was so well played by Ryoma. Tops the damage done. You can see here, neither top laner was involved, but when there's a 3K gold lead top lane, and that was 80% of the gold lead, and the top laners weren't why that fight was won, I mean, it just feels so one-sided for 100 Thieves right here. And it turns out, yeah, they are walking away with this one. This should be an easy save. Oh, look, he's fine.
Yep. Picking Zoe into Tahm Kench is more for the picking Zoe into the Blanc, not necessarily thinking about the overall team comp, because it is really hard for Ryoma to find picks in the mid game with that champion. But overall, Freak, it does look like 100 Thieves is on the way to a 2-0 week.
Yeah.
Which would be absolutely huge for them. They have that incredibly close back and forth game against Dignitas yesterday where no one was really happy about it. Like, you saw the team afterwards, you could see the coaching staff walking around, definitely some frustration that the game wasn't cleaner, but you still take those, right? It still counts just the same as a 20-minute, 15-kill-0 victory.
Yep.
You don't get bonus points for winning harder. So this is more, I think, a game you would be happy with if they're able to close this out cleanly. Your top laner has a big showcase. Someday totally takes over the early game. But then from there, the rest of the team has successfully been able to accelerate. Now, 7,000 gold up, 5 minutes until Mountain Soul, 25 minutes into the game.
That feels like about half 100 Thieves wins. Where, like, the rest of the team goes pretty close to equal. Like, they're fine, they're LCS level, and some days just like, no, top difference. And then the rest of the game falls around him. And so far, so good. 100 Thieves. The roster is going to be looking at close one there. Almost playoff position. Right now, 7 wins would put them in that spot. As long as they can keep pace with the rest of the field, that's the top 6. We know top 4 is the important part. Also in striking distance for the team. That'd be hype.
Yeah. They're a little bit out of sync right now. Like, they're doing a lot of poking around in the jungle while Someday is still setting up in base. If they're not going to go for Baron, they do need to pressure Someday on one side that's actually drawing resources before going for stuff. It's a little bit risky, actually, what they were doing just now with potential 5v4s in the jungle. But now that Camille's shown, they're just going to try and poke and get these turrets in as much as possible.
Someday, yeah. Full level above, then Ryoma full level above, then a couple of 14s. Cody's nearly matching the opposing trolling. Now going for the play, but it's a nice body slam, buying some time. Stunt very tanky, but now Aftershock is on cooldown. Not a re-engage to be had, though. Ulti's still down for Apollo. Aka's short cooldown, not a big deal there. So he's just picking up the scraps that he can. And we wait to see when the death knell comes. Yeah, Immortal's definitely on the back foot, holding on as best they can to their base.
Yeah, they actually don't have to do Baron, but you can tell they're thinking about it.
Yeah.
They're like, we have so much control of this jungle. Maybe we should just start the Baron and see if they follow.
Yeah, he's fine. All right. I'm not sure you ever really target the block with Nautilus R when no one else is around.
Agreed.
Whatever. It's fine. All right. They're scaling.
Yeah, they are probably just in a holding pattern until Mountain Soul, and then they can go for Baron.
Yeah, and I think Mountain Soul actually really removes a lot of the link conditions.
Do you have any really interesting 2.5-minute stories?
2.5-minute stories?
As I just ask you out of the blue.
I used to have, hold on, wait.
Yeah.
Okay, no, yeah.
That's also a trick, is like I create a tangent only to make the game happen,
only
to make it seem like we're not on topic.
That's true. I used to have a 15-minute stand-up set that Day 9 delivered, memorized. Wait. It was about online dating.
You had the set?
Like Day 9 delivered it.
You
like,
wrote it for him?
No. Okay. But like someone like linked it, and I was like, wow, it's a really good set. And then I like listened to it so many times, I had the whole entire thing memorized.
Okay, so you watched a stand-up set, and then you I thought you were like actually had this secret career in stand-up comedy.
No, as you all know, that career would not be very good.
That's why it's secret.
I don't know if unsuccessful is the same as secret. Like, I'm secretly a character artist. Like, no, I'm not. I can't draw.
Yeah, I'm always very impressed by stand-up.
That was 1 minute, chat.
That was.
Yeah.
I'm very impressed. It's the fact that people just get good enough at telling jokes that they can create a through line for like 30 minutes and have it be funny.
So I listen to a lot of stand-up comedy. There is very rarely an actual through line. Here we go, engages there, but a nice stopwatch buys Media some time. Will to re-engage. Apollo finds the snipe, and Hawk was going to go down. Aika cannot find the damage, as now the re-engage can come through. 4-on-4, technically a better kill for Immortals, but all said and done, that is a dead inhibitor in the mid lane. Drake up in 1 minute.
Kind of surprised Immortals tried anything, because we were happily going along and just keeping that gold even, and eventually there was going to be something in Mountain, but they tried and they're punished by losing their inhibitor. And now 100 Thieves is going to reset before taking Mountain Soul and then probably Baron. That's the next steps.
Yeah, that is very likely, and we're 38 seconds away from that Drake spawning, and we will see if Immortals can manage a team fight there.
Yeah.
Unlikely.
So basically, the reason they do this is because Sumday's still in bot lane, and they see a temporary fight. So like Soaz is trying to make something happen, and he does, right? He burns the stopwatch Medios and gets killed. It's now been upgraded for Azania's, and it's a 1-for-1 that eventually leads to their inhibitor. But you can see the idea of wanting to make a play happen because they had more people.
Yeah. And end of the day, I would still say it's a positive trade. You get more XP from killing the level 12 Medios than Hako's 12 as well, don't get me wrong. But, you know, he caught up some farm. So now here's the big play. Immortals going for the Miracle Run on Baron, but guess what? They're going to be spotted out, and they've got to run for the hills. Soaz over the wall. Ryoma looks for the sleep, can't find it. But I appreciate the effort, right? If you can somehow sneak Baron off the Dragon Soul play, that is a potentially game-stalling move. Not gonna happen. Mountain Soul gonna be cleanly picked up, and Immortals have run out of options.
Yeah, there was no way that Immortals was gonna win a 5v5 at Mountain Soul or at Baron. So, as you mentioned, good effort. Peeling for a fight, even in a 5v4, probably would have been a losing attempt, but Immortals just takes the low risk, and they're hoping now that Soaz can try and break the game open. Notice how he's splitting right now just to try and get a little bit of individual gold for himself.
Yep.
And since 100 Thieves doesn't have Baron, Immortals would like to hold this inhibitor, or at least force a difficult dive that Soaz could eventually collapse on. That's the thought.
That poke means almost nothing, though. It only breaks the Mountain Shield bot and text. Inhib turret's gone. There's an engage by Someday. That's going to be Hakuo pulled right back in. Can Immortals fight back? They get the root, but it's not enough damage to do absolutely anything. And this is cursory damage. It's barely a scratch on the paint. 100 Thieves easily siege down the bottom inhibitor.
Yeah, and this game has a lot of structure. We talked at the start of the game about how Immortals and Soaz thrive in games that have low amounts of structure when it is chaos. But 100 Thieves have been very controlled since Someday got that lead, and they're not even going for Baron. I mean, if this turret's going to allow itself to keep getting hit, they're just going to try and end.
And they don't need it. It's as far as they can tell, the turret's going to drop instead. One single Nexus turret is left as middle and bottom inhibitors are dead, and the next waves are pushing in right now. A quick jump away for Xmithy, but this could be the last push. Big! Paddlestar's gonna land. Explosive cast to the backline. That could be the engage they need. Something's in the backline. Gonna pick up one in a second as well. Soaz can only run away. Goes the stun. Not gonna matter. Another double kill for Ryoma. And 100 Thieves get a 2-0 weekend. Taking down Immortals.
Such an important week for 100 Thieves to succeed. And they improve from day to day. This win was so much better than their win yesterday. And from start to finish, Someday got that lead. We talked about how the team compositions would interact. And since the way that Immortals would win is if Soaz pops off and Aka can start split pushing, the fact that Someday just removed that possibility 4 minutes into the game is why this was so one-sided.
Yep, this is Someday's third deathless win. If he doesn't die, if he wins his lane, it's gonna be over. He popped off on Lucian. We had the Aatrox game we talked about a while ago against Liquid. Another Aatrox game here against Immortals where he completely takes over the game, and that just completely shuts everything down. So well done, 100 Thieves. 7-7 is gonna close out their 7th week, and we'll see with very few games left. Only 4 to go.
And I think we kind of know their style right now. We want Meteos on Gragas, Someday on Aatrox. Those are their most played in both roles.
Yeah.
That practice paying off in this game.
All right, we'll see if they can make it all the way to the postseason. For now, we're going to hear from Lit Tigers and Cody Sun when we return. So make sure you stick around after the break.
Welcome back, everybody. I am standing with Cody's son after the 2-0 week for 100 Thieves. Very deserved enthusiasm from the crowd because let's face it, we are in the nitty-gritty of the soup, a soup I never want to eat, by the way. So how do you keep yourself focused when there's only 3 games or so between 2nd and 9th in seeding?
So because we're so close to playoffs, you know, every game's gonna matter a lot more than earlier in this split. And then also because every team right now is really close in the standings, and I think it's definitely pretty competitive from our standpoint. So yeah, we're just trying our hardest to maintain focus for today's game after the win yesterday.
And that's the thing, after the win yesterday, the general manager for 100 Thieves, Papa Smithy, actually tweeted out about the fact that after a strong week of practice, we weren't able to translate that onto stage today, but our boys had grit and determination in the tough spots. With motivation and determination being such a high discussion topic right now, how do you personally keep yourself level-headed in these tough moments?
I think for me, it's just down to like, I have a lot of experience like playing on teams that, you know, weren't doing too hot in the beginning, but like we're able to pull through in the end. So for me, I just try to keep focused on, you know, the process of improving individually as well as for my team. And I think we've done a pretty good job so far. I think towards like the end of the split, you know, towards playoffs, right now it's definitely a time that we want to be peaking. And I think, yeah, we're peaking at the right time.
Now, I went back and watched your interview and some of the interviews from Medios early on in the split, and there was a very consistent message of, trust the process, we're getting there. But I think it's safe to say, you've got the 2-0, we've got to switch gears. So process, that first portion done, now what becomes the focus when you're trying to really get it in for playoffs?
For us, this is our first 2-0 week, so it's our first successful heist, and yeah, it's definitely... So for us, yeah, we're just gonna keep trying to, you know, have successful heists like today, and yeah, I think we'll be fine in playoffs, and we'll just go from there.
And last thing for you, considering how much Someday was popping off early on in the split, now everyone else seems to be stepping up with carry potential. Ryoma with some great games. You've always been a master of the stats in the end line. So do you feel more confident overall as a team with a bit more win conditions that you can use?
Yeah, I think right now, one of our biggest strengths is that we're really flexible right now. We can play through all 3 lanes as well as playing through our jungler. I think Will's done a really good job, like kind of leading the team and getting everyone on the same page. So yeah, I think we're gonna do pretty well this split.
Looking forward to see what happens, Cody's son. And there were a lot of great moments to reflect upon in that last game. But what's better than to catch you up on some of the highlights from that Aatrox play from Someday? Let's check it out.
Oh my gosh, you can almost kill him.
He's landing all these Q1s, but
auto attack! In the turret range! The auto attack! You're kidding me! The minions work for Someday! Gonna try to ult around this, gets the ulti off. It's gonna be some damage coming across. One of the ults come down, knocked into the wall, but Someday cannot find the weak points till finally the very end. Soaz tries to fight for a red buff. Yeah, he's got a LeBlanc, but he's in a really bad spot. Red buff, I kill him! Someday's gonna do it instead.
So Josh, you going for our Drive Safe and Safe discount?
Yep, using the app, driving safe.
You wanna go? You wanna go, bro?
Hey, do not mess with my discount. Woo! You can save up to 30%.
Let's go!
Nice to meet you. Go get him, Tiger.
Sounds like you've got this.
Yeah, definitely.
Get a discount up to 30% with Drive Safe and Save from State Farm.
Hello and welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Desk for Game 2, where FlyQuest and TSM essentially have a battle for second place. And before yesterday's games, FlyQuest had a firm lock on second place. So 24 hours and boom.
We were just ready to crown them the second best team, hands down in the LCS, thrown into turmoil.
They fell down the stairs, right? They're walking down the grand entrance.
They climbed 100 flights.
The de-escalation of that. Just like we're talking about, it got ripped away from them. And then Crumbs is like, nah, they just fell down the stairs.
I mean, FlyQuest has some of the players with the largest champion pools in the LCS. And this game felt like they were just trying to flex that too hard, and EG came up swinging with a really heavy early game, Senna Nautilus composition that just ran them wide open. And why are you doing this, FlyQuest? You've already won with Standard.
Yeah, and I think it's fair to say they're experimenting. It was a weird draft. There were 5 bans.
5 mid lane bans.
5 mid lane bans, excuse me, and Power of Evil's forced onto Ahri. And I think maybe we wouldn't be like this, oh, maybe not, if for the fact TSM didn't just beat Cloud9 as well.
Right.
The #1 undefeated team, and TSM looked great while doing it. So it's the two together that's making us start to rethink who is the second
Would
best.
maybe be a little bit more willing to excuse the loss from FlyQuest yesterday due to some, wonky drafting if it were not for the TSM smashing victory over C9, making this a much more contentious
And that TSM victory felt like a lot of it was finally realizing Broken Blade is your guy. He's the returning cast member from this team alongside Bjergsen, and for good reason. Look at this fight, by the way. Look at what he does. An all into a 3-man with both carries. It's not the only time he does it. I know we gave a lot of praise.
Here's another big one.
That's another fat stun. And
Biofrost with the layup.
Yeah, Biofrost at the layup, but I felt like Broken Blade is really the carry for TSM. Look, another one. Jesus,
I mean, he's the best set in the LCS.
Yeah. And another one.
He's been like that for a little while now, and this was a great comp to follow up with it because once Broken Blade goes in, easy follow-up for the Recon to start grouping everyone up, and then the Xayah throws her ult, the double bombs come out.
Made all the more wild by these statistics here. Some of the best, 10, 15, and 20-minute, especially stats for TSM, and they come against the #1 team in the league.
Yeah.
Right, and I think the other thing that's really important, too, is, like, the other game that challenged C9 in the early game where they finally started losing some 2v2s mid and stuff was also against TSM. They're the only team to have out-brawled C9 in some different games. Yes, they lost the first time it happened, but this time they just kept out-brawling C9 until they actually won a massive team fight.
And I think it's interesting the TSM continuing to go 0-2, 2-0, 0-2, 2-0, but every 2-0 gets stronger. Right?
Yeah.
Every 2-0, they're actually doing better every time. The losses,
They're still going to drop
brutal.
games, but when they win, they're looking better
Exactly.
and better.
So the highs of TSM are becoming more consistent and to the level that they're beating Cloud9. And I'm going to remember that in the first day, I was saying TSM all the way.
Let's talk mid lane, because much to the chagrin of Bjergsen, I'm going to bring up the fact that once again, he's facing off against Power of Evil, long known as the rival, the Bjergsen killer. No, but it should be a very exciting matchup. Power of Evil's been a really big bright spot for FlyQuest so far in their success, but Bjergsen no slouch when we look at laning stats, even outperforming almost every other mid laner in the league.
And he's playing different champions, too. I think he's gone a lot farther away from these carry-style picks into a way more supportive, which is a really interesting flavor that's starting to develop. We haven't seen a lot of mid laners do that, and it's, I think, a halfway point between last year's World Finals, where you go like a lot of roaming and almost no teamfight presence. Bjergsen's found a nice middle ground for TSM.
And I think draft is really important too. Like Xayah Rakan, I think they're 5-0 now for TSM. That was another example of like, okay, when they get their best picks, they can go toe-to-toe with C9. We also saw, like we said, FlyQuest getting pushed onto Ahri, not that strong in the meta, not a huge carry, even if it is strong. It's, mostly support when he's going the Glacial Augment and slow build. And that's, that's your primary carry right there in a supportive role. So there is a part of me that still is thinking those were aberrations, or that's the best of TSM and the worst of FlyQuest.
In some of those highlights, while it was Broken Blade who was the carry, we called out Biofrost for some of the setups on that Recon. But again, I'll contrast him to his counterpart on FlyQuest, Ignar, another big playmaker. Again, we talk about him being the go button in the initiation for the team. The Shen didn't pan out yesterday, but
the Shen did not pan out, and I think what they wanted to do was you use Shen with Ahri in the side lanes. Ahri can split push, and then you have the Shen ultimate, and you can can find a really cool angle that way. But they were going for engages that were really out of sync. And so to me, it feels like FlyQuest just drafted something that was working in scrims with PoE and Ignar being the two forces that are making FlyQuest work right now. And so it just didn't work out this time, a little bit too unconventional.
And it's something that can function very differently from a head, because we're talking about the Ahri doesn't have enough damage and she can't kill anyone. Well, if you're a head, you have enough damage. And the Shen eat over the wall in the early game. We've seen people start doing these tricky Shen invades.
Yeah.
And then you go and you try and get a kill early, and then you have priority. Instead, he dies. He feeds the Sen. Now the Senna's controlling the lane. And it's one of those comps where part of me wonders, you know, if you're actually in control, does it look 10 times different where the Ahri, like you're saying, is dashing in with the Shen on top, charming and blowing someone up with the taunt follow-up? You know, like, those kinds of things do matter a lot, is if I have 1,000 gold lead or if you have 1,000 gold lead.
Right, if you're in the aggressive setting versus the defensive setting can completely paint a different picture. I think draft is going to be an incredibly interesting one in this matchup, as we just talked through all the lanes and how some of the uniqueness that they've pulled out throughout the split so far has already played into their wins and losses. With that, we're going to send it back over to freaking Jat for game 2.
Thank you very much, Jat. Dash? Thank you, Jat.
Sometimes fans confuse Dash and I.
A lot of people get me and Riv backwards.
Yeah, it's something that frustrates Dash. I'm okay with it. I'm just generic. So
it's fine. I mean, yeah, like honestly, like if you visually confuse me with Riv, I'm pretty happy with that one. That man ages so gracefully.
I have some fun facts, and I also have some history with the fun facts. So I've had the privilege to actually cast the last 3 TSM games.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, so before the COG versus TSM game, I was like, just saying, the last time COG Pole Belter played against TSM, they 3-0'd them in the finals.
Yeah.
And then not only did he beat them again, he also played Victor, which was the champion he played when he 3-0'd them in the finals.
Yep.
That was like a cool coincidence, right? Next one. The last time a team in Best of 1 LCS went 12-0, they lost their 13th game.
Yep.
I mentioned that when before TSM beat Cloud9.
Yeah.
And that's 2 in a row.
And that team lost to CLG.
And you know what CLG did? They won that split. That's the connection.
Okay.
The payoff would be far away, but basically the point is those types of wins can inspire so much confidence externally, but also internally. So a team can be absolutely devastated from going 0-2 like TSM did against Liquid and COG. But when you take down a behemoth like Cloud9, who is 12-0 and still should easily be considered the best team in the LCS, even after that loss. Now they're 12-1.
Yeah.
But the confidence that TSM could potentially glean from that game and the affirmation that, hey, when we buckle down and we play our bread and butter, the Zyra Khan that we're now 5-0 on, and the set, which Broken Blade has now played twice and looked very good on, that's what TSM wants to build towards. And when there are struggles, that's something they need to be able to draw from to say that they can go to that place.
Yeah, Broken Blade's set is 10, 3, and 21 across 2 wins. One of those wins that Evil Geniuses, okay, I expect you to beat Kuma at the top lane, but he popped off against Cloud9. So, that is impressive stuff. This man, I saw the Jat stat. By the way, I knew the Jat stat before you even said it, because you said it on cast last week already when we were casting TSM last time.
Yeah.
And I was like, he just copied that from his casts from the week before.
We're in a repetitive industry. You can actually say the same thing like 5 times, and people don't even realize it.
That's true.
But for this game, the FlyQuest team also has a lot on the line. Like, before their Evil Geniuses game yesterday at 8-4, with a 2-game lead on everyone else in the LCS for second place, it was almost just becoming a throwaway. It's like, oh yeah, FlyQuest second best.
Yep.
But that's in total jeopardy now. If they go 0-2 this week, which includes a loss to TSM, who has just beaten Cloud9 and then FlyQuest, even though it would be a technical tie for second, TSM would be the second best team.
Yeah.
So it is a moment where, even though FlyQuest has done nothing but step up all split, because before the split, a lot of people didn't even have them as a playoff team.
Sure.
But now that they're inserting themselves into this conversation for top 2, it's about solidifying it here, and they have an opportunity to just derail a bunch of TSM hype.
And I'm looking right in front of me at TSM's remaining games, and quite obviously, they are all easier than C9 and FlyQuest.
Who are the top 2?
Yeah, so if TSM wins this one, and we say, okay, this is now your skill level, they're just going 12-6, barring upsets. They just are the number 2 team. Yes, FlyQuest can keep pace. Yes, they would have to play a tiebreaker because there would be 1-1 at the end of the split. Again, I'd like talking about playoff pictures.
Yeah.
But TSM, you take care of business. There is no way to not call them the number 2 team at least, and then just look forward to that eventual playoff fight with Cloud9, which you're assuming is all going to happen at the end of the season. So TSM fans should, by all rights, be excited.
Yes.
On the FlyQuest side, it's got to bounce back, right? Yeah, you took a bad loss. Yeah, you can call it one unfortunate. You can call it an aberration. You take care of business against TSM, you're 2-0 against them on the season, you've got that 2-game buffer, you probably got second.
Set's open. I'm surprised that Set wasn't first picked. Instead, it's opted for Aphelios. I do like FlyQuest bans of Syndra and Xayah, since there's a combined, there's a 4-0 record by Bjergsen on Syndra and a 5-0 record for Kobbe on Xayah, but yeah, you're leaving that Set open.
Yeah.
You're playing a dangerous game to get that Aphelios.
Leave the set open, and yeah, the first time in almost forever that Riven is unbanned, and every single player is gonna hover this Riven. You know he wants to. I don't know who wins Set versus Riven as the matchup.
It seems miserable in my head.
Yeah.
Like, anytime you start, like, prancing around and animation canceling, Set's just gonna E-stun you and smack you 4 times in the face.
And he picks a different champion with a blade that gets longer when you ult. It's going to be Aatrox coming through. A Riven ban not needed. TSM said, you know what? You care so much about Aphelios, you'll pick that, and we'll get Broken Blade on his 10-3 and 21 set.
Yeah, so it's funny with Riven, because basically he played at game 1 of the split, totally styled on the enemy Aatrox. It was against Immortals.
Yep.
And then it's basically just been permabanned afterwards. What's interesting is Broken Blade was also an insane Riven player when he played in the TCL.
Yeah.
So I do wonder, like, Riven players know Riven matchups.
Sure.
And a lot of times Riven gets banned because they're like, wow, well, Viper knows this matchup so extremely well, like, I don't know if I want to chance it. I feel like the Set Riven matchup is probably just garbage.
Maybe so.
That's my guess. But it's also maybe a little bit of a nod, like, oh yeah, Broken Blade wouldn't do this if he wasn't confident.
Well, either way, it's going to be a fun one here as we have mirrored matchups lined up. Aatrox versus Set in the top lane, expecting good things out of Broken Blade on this one. Meanwhile, MF Nautilus for TSM, FlyQuest to Aphelios Thresh. You want to point out, I'll point out a few times, Aphelios has very, very low base stat durability. If you run Assassination at all, and Thresh, by the way, not a great protector, you can just pop Wild Turtle.
Yeah, that's why so often you will see it paired with Tahm Kench or Braum, the 2 best kind of tank protectors.
Yeah.
Thresh is a 3rd place, like solidly in 3rd place, I feel like, just because of the power of the Lantern. So it also allows Ignar to be Ignar in the mid game in terms of trying to find picks, so I don't mind the Thresh pick here.
Look at that FlyQuest banning away the Zillion. They're not quite sure what makes the TSM comp tick. They're not, you know, I mean, they just don't want to run into it again, right? It was so good at beat Cloud9, you sometimes be immediately afraid of what could happen. The Syndra ban from very early on, of course, very smart there as well. We know it's so good. It's one of Bjergsen's best champions of all time. So, okay, FlyQuest throw a lot of bans over at what are essentially targeted TSM bans, right? It's 3 Bjergsen bans, the undefeated Xayah, and a Tahm Kench for good measure.
And Gragas, an incredibly popular jungler, is the logical choice here after they throw a few jungle bans out. TSM, at least after yesterday, just want to pile initiation into their team comps, and I think they're doing the best of it now. People keep hovering Zac. I do think it's good. We've seen it a little bit in LEC and like a tiny little bit in LCS. I know we saw a top lane, but it's a little weaker early, but can really power up towards the late game. So I think those hovers are half serious.
Yeah, I think we will see it one day. I think that's very, very likely here. As Sejuani's banned, that's maybe the next best tank jungler to pick up as FlyQuest go for back to basics, right? Orianna here for Power of Evil, though he's not really played it actually a single game so far this split. No, sorry, 1 game. I just couldn't see the icon. Yeah, I mean, this is exactly the kind of champion you want him on. There's the Zac! Hey! Got the Zac. We knew it was coming eventually. There it is. Santorin on his first Zac game of the split here. First of the LCS, I believe. And regardless, it's going to be an exciting one here. I think we'll have some fun. We'll have some really strong engage. Do want to point out, Zac is a fairly low damage jungler, so I know you were talking last game about damage profiles and matching. Zac just wants to stun someone and it's fine.
Yeah, and he's green, so he matches FlyQuest colors.
That's perfect.
That's like added synergy.
That's good.
Aurelia coming through here is also pretty cool, because if they want to, they can flex this towards the top lane. It's probably going to be Bjergsen in the mid lane on this Aurelia, though. It does mean that Gragas is their only AP threat, which will make it a little spooky if there can be some good MR stacking coming through from the Zac.
Because if you remember the last game FlyQuest played TSM, it was in week 4, and this was like an incredibly discussed game because TSM did Pantheon Talia, and then FlyQuest had just a bunch of scaling. They had Ornn Yuumi.
Yeah.
And TSM steamrolled them in the early game. They were up like 7,500 gold at some point in the game, but FlyQuest was just so good in a 5v5 team composition, they just like stayed mid, and I think they killed the Nexus without killing an outer tier turret in one of the lanes. So the Zac and the Aphelios and the Orianna are scaling picks for FlyQuest. So this is not as extreme as it was back in week 4, but it's still, TSM is picking the up-tempo team comp, and FlyQuest is looking to go late.
And we'll see if they can do that, right? I know we're going to see a very tanky Zac. He might want to dodge Spirit Visage for a while because he wants to buy armor against the rest of the team comp. But Aphelios is very squishy, and so many of these champions have backline access. Broken Blade Set can just ult the Zac into backline. Gragas can reach, the Aurelia can reach, MF can kind of reach a little bit as well. I would be afraid for Wild Turtle here. He could definitely be attacked, and with one of the big carries gone, I think TSM can navigate the team fights that way. As you mentioned, it's up-tempo. They've got to be the ones who are proactive, who find those picks, who find those initiations, and we'll see if they can do it. TSM coming off a win off the previously undefeated Cloud9. FlyQuest off an uncharacteristic loss to Evil Geniuses. A battle for second place on the line right now.
And to be completely honest with you, Freak, I did not expect TSM to beat Cloud9. I don't think a lot of people really, truly expected them to beat Cloud9.
No one should have.
And the year has been so up and down for TSM. It hasn't been like 2-0-0-2, 2-0-0-2. It's actually been they started 0-2, they won 4 in a row, they lost 2 in a row, they won 2 in a row, they lost 2 in a row, and it almost looked like they were going to lose 4 because no one expected them to beat Cloud9. That would have moved them to 6 and 7. And then you're thinking, hey, this team on a 3-game losing streak, can they really beat what was the 8 and 4 FlyQuest? So the narrative flip that TSM could potentially make this week, where coming into week 7, it was if they don't beat Cloud9 and FlyQuest, the top 2 teams in the league, they would have been 6 and 8, and maybe even outside the playoff picture with 2 weeks to go, needing to kind of outperform. Now they have an opportunity to 2-0 this week against the 2 other best teams in the LCS and really be in that strong position, tied for second with 4 games left.
And then not in the game, I want to add one more team to that list, which is 100 Thieves, who have already ended their week 7 at 7 and 7, which puts them at 3rd place if TSM drops this, right? They'd be tied for 3rd with a drop. TSM obviously doing reasonably well, but that's kind of the state of the standings where 3rd place is 50-50, essentially in the league right now based on results. So, you know, asterisk pending how this game goes. Early pushing as, generally speaking, I think Aphelios wins almost every level 1 laning duel with the sniper damage and the range on it. So expecting Turtle to have the push. Aurelia and mid going to be exciting to watch. Going from Zillion one game to Aurelia the next. Bjerg's definitely a wide pool of champions to play.
Yeah, and as we talked about right at the end of Champ Select, let's just kind of reset what our expectations are coming into this game. The reason Set is so often banned and so often just first picked on blue side is he just wins these matchups against Aatrox. People pick Aatrox into him because they can kind of handle it, but this lane position is very common because Aatrox actually can't step up to Set. So look to see how much Broken Blade can win this lane by.
That was greedy.
He took a turret shot, definitely greedy. Since it's very difficult to gank as a Zac, right? Like ganking a losing lane is incredibly dangerous. So then, does Dardoch camp top lane, or does he try and move mid for this duo potential of an Aurelia stunlock into a Gragas? TSM does, I think, need to win the early game at some point, so you need to keep your eyes on Dardoch and also how Santorin tries to slow him down.
Dardoch cues the camp just for regen. Very common jungle tactic. If you don't know this one, just dealing damage to a jungle monster. Turns on the Hunter's Talisman, which is like a few health per second per monster tag. So easy goes to top HP, as that's a nice little play. Santorin gets the CC on the Scuttle Crab because of a ward nearby. Love that. And gonna keep within, you know, vaguely close in farm, but Dardoch is faster early game. Santorin going for most single target camps, right? Double buff plus romp is gonna be a bit slower overall on this AoE champion. We'll see as it goes on future.
Really interesting that it was spotted out. So Dardoch actually did a start that didn't start at blue buff. It was just seen by Zach. He's trying to counter jungle it. It's a start I like, but I think we're going to see a jungle duel down by that blue buff. It's going to be a smite fight.
Well, as champions are coming over, this is going to be the battle. Ignar's already there. Hook almost lands, and that's blue reset. So
neither jungler had smite.
Yeah.
So like, I don't want to get it below 500 because I don't know if the other jungler has smite.
Yeah, that also means that we've seen Santorin catch up and farm. Has to walk back across the map to get some more done, but
yeah,
has equalized the camp count.
For what it's worth, Zach jungle doesn't have a slower clear than Gragas necessarily. He just has fewer gank tools. So like any situation where Santorin can just be trading camps with Dardoch is a good situation for Santorin as long as he's stopping Dardoch from deciding lanes.
Yeah, one interesting thing, as I want to contrast junglers here as well, because I think these are two of the very best junglers in the LCS right now. Dardoch is the first blood king in the LCS. Number one, Jizuka's number two. Credit to him from EG last time. What's up?
TSM as a team has 77% first blood percentage this split.
Yeah, and then when I checked for individual players, Dardoch was the number one player for that as well. So that's really cool. And he's like, top 4 in like generic gold lead early game stats. Santorin is number 1 in early game gold leads, and it's not first blood. He's not a top 3 ganking jungler, but he's out farming every opposing jungler across the league so far. It's very interesting. They have very different styles, and so it also is emblematic of the player play styles that Santorin's like, yeah, if we trade farm, that's me being positive.
And he was hoping for an opportunity there if Biofrost would have gone aggressive. He was there for a counter gank, but didn't want to force too hard into the Misfortune. Misfortune definitely packs a punch early. It's always a little spooky to try and gank a Misfortune lane because of how much damage she does early on.
But so far, mostly trading farm back and forth. Turtle, so far in a farm lead. Some of that is to expectation. Aphelios does a good job getting with the early laning. Though MF usually very good at last hitting under turret. Often you can keep yourself from dropping too much there. Early set laning lead, but there is a bigger wave for Viper to take as he stutter steps backwards, stays out of the W range. And overall, it is just a small 100 and change gold lead for TSM across their various lanes. As the Torp puts a ward down, has to battle Dardoch for this one and jumps away. He is the one who has to flinch. As Set could have walked past the tower and...
Yeah.
Oh, they're going for the dive. Here's the TP.
3-man.
3v2. Dunks him out of turret range, but a slow into Dardoch. They knock back Bjergsen there as well. Then is it going to be enough? The W over the top, and it is. That's first blood in Dardoch. He's going to drop aggro in time onto the Bloblets. And a beautifully executed tower dive by TSM.
Play through your strong lane, and that's what TSM does with a very strong laner in Set and Broken Blade. It almost looked like that was going to be stopped when Santorin got that 2-man stun, but TSM was not to be deterred. They just clean house here. So watch this dive one more time. Santorin actually catches both Dardoch and Bjergsen and delays this fight, but notice how the ult actually took Viper out of turret aggro, so the turret doesn't warm up until here, and then Broken Blade lands double true damage on top of Bjergsen's ultimate, and it's just a wash. They easily make this turret dive work, and both kills go on to Bjergsen, so he can take that gold into this mid lane matchup.
That was nothing short of impressive. I did not know that dive was going to work, but it worked so effortlessly.
Yeah, we've been doing some dive rating segments on Countdown.
10 for me.
I want to see him do that one. That is one of the best rated dives we've seen.
We didn't rate it, chat. It was one of the best dives we've seen.
Yeah, well, we don't have the cards up here, so we can't hold up numbers.
I'll hold the 1, you hold the 0?
Yeah.
That's backwards, though?
Yeah, then people are going to be like, what angle are we looking at? Why is Jack giving
Why is that a
0?
0-1?
You need a card that says 2.
I know. Well, regardless, well done. And TSM off to a very hot start, and it continues TSM's lead of, they get first blood almost every single game. Dardoch involved in both. That was just amazing. Now as the bot lane's pushing down, it is still a farm lead for Wild Turtle, but it's now Flagless to come back from an early deficit.
And one last thing I'll point out about that dive is Power People had just teleported back to lane. So Bjergsen could have reset himself. I think past overly passive versions of TSM would have had just Bjergsen recall and match TPs to be like, oh yeah, I can't fall behind in this lane. Instead of TPing back to lane like PoE, Bjergsen TPs top lane and makes something happen.
Now, TSM also now on the bottom side of the map. Even though there was some top lane pressure, Santorin was the one up in the top lane trying to defend. There was no Drake answer back then, so TSM picking up a lot of everything. team that normally does forsake dragons for things like kills and tower dives and tower kills, they get to get both.
Yeah, I think that is the correct thing to do in this game. If you are a team comp, and this could be wrong, there's going to be exceptions, but I've been thinking a lot about how I think the dragon system should be playing out. I think if you're a team comp that you think gets outscaled, you should absolutely be taking early drakes, because the soul is one of the ways you can cheat your scaling.
Yeah.
Right? You can say, once I have the soul, no, I will outscale because the soul is so powerful. But conversely, if you're a team that has the scaling advantage, it's totally fine to give up a Drake and just try and take pressure elsewhere. You can give up 2, you can give up 3 sometimes, because one individual buff of each Drake doesn't end up netting that much overall power. It's really when the soul comes in. In this situation, FlyQuest wasn't actually able to trade pressure, so it's one of those things where it's like, that's not like amazing strategy, but it's not the worst thing for FlyQuest to give up an early trade.
Yeah, I would say mathematically as a very, very blunt, hold on, this is going to be just a bit of damage. As a very blunt measure, I would call a Dragon Soul worth about 4,000 gold of stats. That is very vague. It's going to depend a lot on team comp. Across the team.
Okay.
So the reason for this is a Mountain Soul is worth about 300 health, which is very easy to math out. Now, it's also effectively regen, because it comes back out of combat. Again, there's complexity here, don't get me wrong. But an easy baseline is 4K. Now we've got the chance at a fight as FlyQuest looking to contest now. Is this going to be a nice pullback? No, Aftershock yet on Bomb Rush. Finally gets the old time, finally walks away, but still done a half HP. Power Beeble yet to use Shockwave, gets in there on a Bjergsen. No follow through just yet. Now the dunk to the back line, trying to find that single kill. Viper gets a knockup and knocked back as well, but just barely jumps away. Kills so far not coming through as TSM might look for their way out.
Oh,
nice
that hook
onto Bjergsen, jumps to the Herald, and then flashes over the wall. But that is summoned us down for TSM, and FlyQuest able to go for this Herald.
And that whole time it was mostly a 4v4. It's Wild Turtle actually walked all the way up, which is why they could secure this Herald. And Kabe's not able to get plates on the bottom side, so this is a straight up win for FlyQuest once they get this Herald.
Putting back to gold deficit, but an easy smite's going to land for Santorin. We know it's going to be about 300 gold, maybe 400 gold picked up off of a Herald play. So that'll close that gap a little bit as Viper makes his way to the bot lane.
So close to killing Santorin in that fight. He escaped with a sliver of health. And the lane swap actually comes in now, so they're looking to go towards that top lane turret.
Next up, Huhi's debut on Golden Guardians. Back in the action, back in the LCS as support. See how well he can do it for himself as FlyQuest and TSM fight for second place in the league right now. TSM win ties them with FlyQuest. 1-1 head-to-head, same score line. Both end their week 7 in that spot. TSM losing drops them to a tie for third with 100 Thieves. And of course, that means FlyQuest would have that solid 2-game lead with 4 to play. Means they're very likely to hold into that top 2 spot.
Yeah. I want to see once Bjergsen completes Trinity Force if he can go for solo kills. Another thing that's going to evolve in this game is how potentially strong TSM's 1-3-1 is. In which case, like a Federelia can actually 1v1 an Aatrox or an Orianna in the side lane, and Set will also be relatively unkillable by the Orianna and the Aatrox, so that could potentially give TSM a lot of mobility and choice towards the late game. But for FlyQuest, it is about stuff like the Rift Herald fight, where they can have a little bit of setup and PoE can get a good shockwave off, is what FlyQuest is going to be trying to create.
Once again, topside control. 1 minute to go till Ocean Break comes up, though, and we know TSM got the first one. As you mentioned, the idea of getting potentially outscaled, being a sort of mono damage type team. Braga is not the AP carry that forces you to buy magic resist.
Yeah, it's not a hard outscale.
Sure.
Right? There's always different degrees. It's like a spectrum of scaling,
of course,
so to speak. But this one, yeah, I can't put an exact goal value on it. The main parallel is that the last time these teams played, it was so different. Like FlyQuest was so good late game with Ornn and Yuumi, and TSM was so early game with Pantheon Jungle within their team composition. And now this Rift Herald comes up. TSM is kind of prepared. They don't want this Herald to get more than 2 plates.
Solid ult from Kabe is going to knock down all the minion gold, but it's still going to be those 2 plates picked up by the Herald itself. And that is all they're going to get. So, end of the day, that Herald play was worth 420 total gold. And, you know, some time for Turtle to earn up, but there could be a re-engage now as Dardoch walks in. They're going to find Ignar, and he does not have a way out. Santorin, though, wants in. Ult over the top. Not quite going to find that kill just yet as TPs flood through, and Santorin still has to run away. Bjergsen TPs in just to get the disengage out.
Noble attempt by Ignar to save Wild Turtle from a Predator Gragas, but cost him his own life. I gotta say Biofrost ended up playing that extremely well. The stopwatch basically stalled the re-engage attempt from Santorin. Didn't allow him to find a second target with his stretching strike on Zach. I think that's still the name of it.
Yeah, pretty sure.
The Q.
Yep, the Q.
It is, stretching strikes.
Beautifully done. TSM, though, pretty much on cooldown. Not a lot of time lost. The right way onto the Ocean Drake, gonna claim that one yet again. TSM yet to lose a turret. They're undefeated in kills, and they have all the Drakes so far. TSM off to a great early start.
Yeah, watching this play one more time, you can see Sweeper comes through for Dardoch. He's ready to go. Ragnar says, hey, stop! He actually has Flash, but never gets a chance to use it. It's actually a full CC lock from Body Slam into Nautilus Hook into Nautilus R. But then right there, the Ophelio Assault basically doesn't explode on both people because the stopwatch and the Zac stretching strikes can't land true. Perfect time.
Away. Yeah, beautiful stuff. Biofrost, definitely a strong performer. Has been a big boon to TSM here as we get a quick reconnect out of Dardoch. We'll hear what that's about in the future. But for now, it's hey, TSM fans should be happy. I mean, this team is returning to form to a certain degree. The Dardoch experiment, I think, was a huge question mark coming in. Dardoch has failed on so many teams. I mean, year after year after year, it was a broken record, and it's like, wow, TSM having problems with junglers, and they signed Dardoch with problems with teams. Name a more iconic duo. But this time, it has been working out.
Yeah, I think Dardoch has had a really interesting year. I don't think his attitude has been a part of the conversation whatsoever.
Nope.
I think it seems completely in line. TSM actually seem to have some of their best team chemistry in years. Like, if you look at the way their season has been up and down, that breaks a lot of teams. But for TSM to have that 0-2 week against Liquid and COG and then beat Cloud9 does speak well.
Yeah.
Right? To the overall team. I think Dardoch, since we have a game pause, we can talk about some tangential stuff. Like, I think Dardoch's early games have been incredible. I think he's made a decent number of mid-game mistakes, and some of his team fights have been poor. Some of them have been pop-off moments, but he's had that, like, mid-game inconsistency.
Yeah.
The whole TSM team has been inconsistent, but this game in particular, 1,500 gold lead.
Shot.
2 Drakes.
Yep.
It is very important to moisturize.
I mean, he's like just going to town. Like, those are some moisturized, like, that is moisture. Look at that. I will say I have a thing of chapstick in my travel backpack as well.
Yeah.
So I'm like on the airplane, like digging through, like, what do I have? Like, some chapstick, and I'll do that as well.
No, I used to not do it when I was like 17 or 18 with chapstick because I didn't like it. I was actually kind of afraid of people being like, oh yeah, you're putting on chapstick. And then like my lips would crack in the summer.
Oh yeah.
And like they would bleed. Just use chapstick if your lips are dry.
Yeah.
That's like my PSA for this individual moment.
It doesn't have to be, specific chapstick, we're brand agnostic for lip moisturizers, but by the way, call us up at the LCS if you want an official lip moisturizer. We sell sponsorships on the show.
True. Okay, fair enough.
I don't know why I'm shilling for hypothetical lip moisturizer companies.
About the game, though, I still actually do think it's anyone's game.
I do too.
Yeah, because you can see the gold is only.
What a segue.
Yeah, I know. About the game, though, 1,500 gold different with a 2 Drake to 0. I'd heard 3 minutes about for the pause. I think they're just doing a quick restart for Dardoch to get back in.
Yep.
This can be a comfortable place for FlyQuest because of the Zac Orianna. And we know how well PoE's Orianna can scale, and he's currently sitting at 10 CS per minute. So he's going to be able to power up throughout the rest of this game. And all of the stakes that we set before the game are still completely on track, where FlyQuest still has a chance to do another one of these scaling shows against TSM, 2-0 them for the season series, and be alone in second.
Yeah.
Or TSM can continue their streak of only having 2-0 or 0-2 weeks.
I mean, I think, to me, it's like you just don't break streaks like that. I just think TSM's going to win this game just for that reason at all.
Sure.
And it's also the most counter-logic streak as well, because this was, back when Liquid was supposed to be bad and we knew CLG was bad, that was like, oh, you're going to win those, and that's going to be great, and that was the 0-2 week. They're against the top 2 teams, they're winning against these two, so that's actually very impressive overall. As about to get back in. This to me, I know we talked about it a little bit, the vague opinion that, okay, yeah, we think FlyQuest outscales just, it's kind of mono damage type. It's Orianna Felio scaling. This game doesn't feel to me like it's going to lose grip. And that's just like, vaguely it feels like TSM's playing very well, so they won't. But I feel like they're gonna remain control.
It is obviously possible.
Yeah.
Right? That's why we need to watch the rest of the game. I think what I want to see, regardless of who wins in FlyQuest versus TSM, is the consistent challenger to C9 to like emerge.
Yeah.
Because, and this is more like an overall league thing, when C9 is 12-0, while it is super hyped to chase an 18-0 dream that was, yes, broken yesterday, and that's why it was hyped, is because the chase was so real that breaking the chase was that exciting moment. You still end up kind of losing interest in like the other 9 teams because you say, well, if they're so much better than everyone else, then what's everyone else doing? And I think TSM, at least, has been doing stuff all year. Like, even last week when they had that 0-2 and everyone was like, why do they suck? They did look like they suck on stage in some of those games, but it felt to me like they were overthinking their own strategies. They were doing these hyper-specific things, like Pantheon Talia against FlyQuest, right? Like Kale Top against Team Liquid, like Ezreal Senna against COG.
Yeah.
Kind of compositions that literally no one else was doing. Like they kind of needed that to get their edge. But now that they're kind of back to this stuff, Zyra, forcing bans on Zyra. Sure, the Irelia mid's a little bit of a curveball, but they're only doing like one curveball a game.
Yeah.
Right? One small tweak, and then everything else is standard. And I think that's making them look a lot more solid as a team.
Yeah, I think it's really important to sort of have the right amount of scope. You're like, okay, how much time do we have to test things out and be wrong? How many times are we willing to be wrong before we say, okay, let's just solidify onto a comp that works or a style that works and play there? And, you know, TSM's look has been, okay, we're going to take about 5-6 weeks to like figure it out, go 50-50 and say, okay, we're pretty sure we know what we're good at, and we're going to kind of start converging on that style. And if TSM has figured it out, you know, coming into week 7, and it's like, yep, here's a style that's going to beat C9, it's going to beat FlyQuest, is going to win, you know, the last 6 games of the season, then great, you know, it's exciting, and, you know, I want to watch that play out.
Yeah, and it's not to discount FlyQuest. They've been an incredibly solid team, which is why they were at 8-4 and in sole possession of second. So they need to keep that solidity together, potentially even with this river fight.
Well, instantly a ton of crowd control. Drawdock's going to explosive cast out as best he can, but he's still crowd controlled. Finally pops it, but Ignar gets just enough damage with the last auto attack. And now Biofrost is on the run as well. Has to flash away from what could have been a shockwave. Out of Power Vivo's Orianna, or at least the dissonance. Is now fit towards back over the wall. Can't find the knock-up though, so only a slow means Bio walks away.
Big time pick in the river as the Rift Herald is fairly close to respawning. That's the control that FlyQuest is looking over. When we talk kind of about Dragon Theory beforehand, a lot of times if you are the team with better team composition scaling, it's like, deprioritize the Drakes to get set up at Rift Herald, because if you get Rift Herald, you keep the gold close enough that you never let the other team get Dragon Soul. And it looks like that's what FlyQuest could be in position to do after killing Dardoch and getting a little bit more river control right there.
Yeah, I think it also even, to your sort of point about, you know, the late game team tries to get gold, the early game team tries to get Drakes.
Yeah.
Oversimplified, but I think accurate.
Yeah.
That also kind of speaks to the fact that items tend to be multiplicative with one another in general. So if you're like, well, yeah, I scale better with crit and other things like that, it's like, well, gold is how I finish my 3rd crit item, or, you know, finish IE or whatever, and it even lines up on that axis as well. So I think there really is some, even just sort of on a pure mechanics level, emphasis or sort of push toward that being the way you play it out. Haven't seen top lane fight in a while. You know, the last game was very exciting top lane, right? It was solo kills level 5, and then ganks all over the place. This time around, it's, you know, there's been some pushes. There was a cool tower dive, don't get me wrong.
TP advantage for TSM, actually, so it's interesting that FlyQuest is trying to contest this. Viper has a long way to go.
Yeah, saw Biofrost trying with the Q, but Ignor's able to walk away. Once again, looking at Viper walking up, so now he's there. Will they force sets TP? There's a lot of damage already, and that's going to be Bloblets down. That's probably the cleanup as well. No fight to be had. Santorin caught out. Kabe now on the board of the kill.
Big miscommunication by FlyQuest there. You can't have your Zac flying in there when no one else is able to follow in, so TSM takes sound control of that for Rift Herald. I think it's pretty big for them. Being able to get that Rift, it'll likely be able to drop and break open their first turret of the game, and they're still going to be able to set up for their third Drake and try and win a fight there. A lot of times if the other team has Rift, they can draw pressure away from you that you have to respond to get this Drake. Now they flipped it, and TSM's in a powerful position.
We're going to see as the waves get cleared back and forth. TSM getting farther and farther ahead. We'll see what turrets they can knock down and what part of the base they can crack. There was finally a kill on the board, thanks to Ignar, so no perfect game anymore in the books for FlyQuest, or I guess for TSM against Fly. Let's do it and to see what comes through into this one. Does TSM retain control, or do those item spikes come through when the fights turn around? 20 seconds on the next Mountain Drake, and Bjergsen with TP is topside. Turtle without teleport cannot join, so him being up top for this long likely means they give this up. Of course, no one on FlyQuest has TP available.
Yeah, there's no Zac passive, and the Aphelios just showed top, so TSM look quite well coordinated here. Basically just show up at that Drake and kind of dare Santorin to steal it.
Ooh, that was, wow. The chance at a big play means they don't have to flash out, but that means it's even worse. They have brought Wild Turtle down. He's now around for the 5-on-5. The Drake wasn't started until he got to make his way over. But the health bars, though they're high, they're out of summoners in some cases. Another attempt for Biofrost. Cast comes down. Here's the backline access. Not going to find it just yet. Ignar, though, able to kite away. Big knocker for Santorin. It's going to be now the attempt for Broken Blade. Puts the shield up, but he is running out of health, and the peel is enough. Wild Turtle on the board now as well. The flash forward for Viper. Gonna find Kabe. Gonna find the Shockwave, and they have brought the Turtle down, and they've brought 2 kills in. FlyQuest found the team fight they wanted and tied up the gold.
What a huge moment for FlyQuest to be able to stuff Broken Blade's flank, and I think cut Bjergsen out from the fight. So we talked about that 1-3-1 TSM has and how they want to collapse down on the flanks, but Broken Blade didn't get through on one side, and also watch Bjergsen from the top. So like PoE cleared off that control ward up top. I think that stopped Bjergsen from getting in entirely. Yeah, so Bjergsen can't land the stun on PoE, and then doesn't land the Aurelia ultimate because it flies through a stopwatch. So neither solo laner get a good engagement. TSM and FlyQuest clean up.
Yeah, the level 6 double kill Aurelia did, I think, literally 0 champion damage in that fight. Couldn't land a single skill shot. PoE, indeed, as you mentioned, zoned him out and then still had some follow-up in the back half of the fight. So well done to him. TSM could not find the play, and I want to reiterate the fact that Drake was alive when Turtle was seen in top lane.
Yeah.
But they cleared mid first, and maybe it's right to clear mid so you don't lose the turret. I can understand like that play out is maybe correct, but end of the day, they had a potential 5v4 at Drake, didn't take that, simply cleared mid, and that gave Turtle time to walk down.
Yeah, I can definitely think like, look at the current gold values, look at the current double Trinity Force spike. Hey, TSM should actually look for a fight, and the Mountain Drake is what draws them towards a fight. But we saw a lot of fights in the C9 versus TSM game yesterday. Like, to be at the top level, you have to be able to throw down and win these fights. And in that last one, FlyQuest was the ones with the better execution.
Look at that vision score. Good job, Ignar. And now a fight in the bottom side yet again. Look at the burst available, but Viper could maybe turn it back around. He's running away and not running fast enough. The explosive cast takes it. And that is an easy Herald pickup. Broken Blade should be getting this turret gold.
The fadeaway kill by Dardoch, going to kill without the ultimate. But nice 2v1 right there. Likely means a turret trade, though.
He's going to find stun to himself. Turtle going to knock down that turret, as FlyQuest now have 2 turret kills themselves. Got the solo turret in the bot lane a while ago from Viper, then he was traded back. But with that Herald, Broken Blade gets 2 turrets down to the bottom lane, so really nice stuff there. There's a lot of extra gold on set.
Yeah, once he kills that turret, he actually only has a 300 gold lead on the Aatrox. And if that means they can't rotate for this mid turret, it wouldn't end up being worth it, but it's like Kabe ends up saving the defense. We got ourselves a very close battle for second tier 3.
Yeah, this is exciting. Really, really close stuff. As FlyQuest had taken the gold lead, then it got taken back by TSM getting those extra turrets down there. As Ignar fights for vision, and now I really want to know how the mid game's going to shape up. Nice mid lane turret picked up. Once again, FlyQuest goes to the small gold lead. It'll go back and forth, right? Under 1,000, it'll constantly go switching around. Interested to see that it is a Liandry's rush here for PoE.
Yeah, this is his Ori build, actually. You and I were discussing it actually the last time FlyQuest was playing on PoE Orianna. He goes Liandry's, or he goes Luden's, Liandry's, and then Void Staff. He actually said if you're interested in my rationale, please DM me.
Right, sure.
I don't think I followed up. I don't know if you did either.
No, I didn't.
I imagined it's like, it's generally good against all targets, even if it may not be fully optimal on all as well. Like, it's definitely not burst optimization because on squishies, because that would be the Oblivion Orb.
Yeah, Oblivion Death Cap would be burst optimization on squishies.
But I think this is a nice mix of still having strong Magic Pen, Leandry's poke on the Orianna, and then just a good amount of durability from the health Leandry provides.
Yeah, I did rough math on, about this point in the game, how much damage does Leandry's Burn do? If you don't CC, it's like 70 damage. It's like less good than Luden's Echo. If you do slow, like if he lands distant.
But don't you QW most of the time?
If you do, yes. Yeah, that's why if you don't CC. If you do CC, it's like 120 damage on the average target, which is roughly a Luden's proc.
Yeah.
And roughly, you know, a third as much as your base spells do in the first place, which means, yeah, a QW poke is actually very good at Luden's Leandry.
And speaking of the devil, he's not going Void 3rd, he's probably going Death Cap 3rd with the Nitsu Large Rod. Trying to track how much MR is being built. There's a decent amount with Merc Treads twice, but we didn't actually end up seeing like a Wit's End Aurelia, which sometimes you'll see into AP matchups. Instead, Bjergsen optimizing for team fighting, so.
Yeah.
Can leave the theory crafting for later on the items.
And regardless, we are in a very, very tight game now. We're in a close one as wards are taken down, and we're already back to the next Mountain Drake spawning. TSM, we'll see if they can get control. They lost their first major team fight at the last one. Flacco's got a clean 2-for-0 plus their first Drake of the game. And a winner of that changed everything around. Bjergsen is sitting in the top side. Both those champions have teleports. And Zach looking for a little play here. Can't quite find Dardoch.
Looks like the waves are slightly in favor of FlyQuest. Like Broken Blade's gonna want to catch that gold. Nice initiation.
That's ult over the top. Last cone away. This is gonna be the fight though. Big tanky Bio Frost pop stone plate. A dunk in for Broken Blade, but he is a little bit alone. Still almost hit the damage of Wild Turtle. Flash follow nearly takes him down, but it's still FlyQuest finding the kite. They get away. Ignar being autoed by Bjergsen cannot find the hook. And a second kill comes through from Dardoch. So TSM get the 2-for-1 this time around.
Broken Blade was a monster in that fight. I was watching Bjergsen run around the Drake pit slowly as Broken Blade nearly solo killed Turtle with the whole team trying to peel for him. A big fight win for TSM there. Can't wait to see it again.
And it means TSM's on Soul Point.
Yeah.
30 minutes in, they can get this Mountain Soul, and that's going to be really powerful.
Yeah, so the hook initiation by Ignar is the green light for them to go. Santorin doesn't get to jump into the fight, which is always a bit weird, so he doesn't get the damage. But like, look at Broken Blade just nearly solo out Wild Turtle as Bjergsen does arrive. But like, Bjergsen doesn't even ult in this fight as they trade kills. Nice by Bifrost to flash out of that shockwave right at the end, but 2-for-1 for TSM in like a 4.5v5, basically.
All right, that's going to look good for them then. If they are able to kind of get into the 25-minute mark, go to equal gold, and fight it cleanly, that's going to feel pretty comfortable. You see Kabe already on 2.5 major items. Same thing for Wild Turtle there. For now, I do like Misfortune a lot. I think when you get to the 4 to 5 item spot, that's when you really start to like Aphelios a lot more. But I like mid-game MF a ton. I think they're still going to have very similar damage contributions here. And I'm kind of waiting for the next major team fight to happen because I feel like the Silent Split push is mostly for wave control. I think we're fairly low impact on plays in this mid game.
Yeah, I think that last fight does show just right now kind of the power of Broken Blade set. Not having Flash is going to be big, and FlyQuest needs to devote a lot of resources to peeling out, or you just get a cleaner initiation onto Kabe. Like, if Zach can land on Kabe, if they could somehow get his Flash, that seems like the way they win these fights. And that's not even accounting for Bjergsen's Aurelia. Like, the last 2 fights, Bjergsen hasn't really been involved. So I do wonder, like, how a flashless, healless, exhaustless team, when you look at Wild Turtle and Ignar, can deal with an actual well-coordinated dive from Aurelia's set. That's the biggest thing FlyQuest needs to guard against, is preventing that flank from happening.
He wants to make the play as products go over the wall. Cast, good flash by PoE. Reacts in time. That would have been a kill if he didn't press that R. Or press, I guess, D in this case.
Dead even gold.
Yeah.
Until now.
Gold lead. TSM going to feel comfortable as Bjergsen split pushing is working, and both teams just jumping back and forth. The gold leads have never been very large on either side. Bought back pretty cleanly. wave clear for in front of Ophelio. That's going to run out soon.
Yeah, fitting battle for second. I think TSM is mostly just saying, all right, let's hope the Baron doesn't become a thing. Let's not get picked off, and let's win this Mountain Soul fight. Because a lot of it is going to be, like, if we're thinking about flanks, Broken Blade has his teleport. So, like, can TSM get any wards in this area kind of behind the pit so that when they're there, they can run around and find a fight? Because currently the whole river is actually controlled by FlyQuest wards, which is why Dardoch is kind of down here now, hoping to get a little bit of vision back.
Running through a ward, but unperturbed. No one's going to really stop him, even though Santorin's right there. He's not willing to take the fight. Control ward goes down. 1.5 minutes till Mountain Soul. And that means FlyQuest have to feel the pressure. They've got to recall in the next 30 to 40 seconds, stack up a control wards, and actually fight for this river. I think TSM otherwise gets so far ahead, it'll be very difficult to win that fight. PoE's Shockwave gets almost nullified by that Mountain Shield. Want to point out, though, that his death cap is done. He's been farming very, very well. 322 CS before 30 minutes in. Most players don't have death cap done by then, but when you farm efficiently, you get those spikes in time for these battles. Now we're only 1 minute away as Viper knows he won't have TP in time for that one. He can't be a dedicated top laner. He's got to take the recall and maybe come out the mid lane. Maybe PoE can play that one.
Viper kind of needs to be Elsa right now, but this is the 360 CS 3 kill Aurelia threat. Like, no one can 1v1 that champ in a side lane right now, so it's keeping FlyQuest a little bit on the back foot.
Yeah.
But then again, the death cap, you know, Phantom Dancer Aphelios in the mid lane is keeping it back. Really interesting, Wild Turtle didn't go Hurricane. It's a huge DPS loss, but he needs that lifeline passive to keep him alive from the dive.
Yeah, and Aurelia is so threatening, right? A lot of damage there, and Bjergsen, maybe the man of the match, got that early double kill. He has been finding some success in fights, but sometimes he's been zoned out. 10 seconds now on the Mountain Drake. Bjergsen's there with a squad, level 17.
All right, eyes on Bjergsen to see if he can find a flank, and eyes on Turtle to see if TSM can get him. He actually has 2 really powerful guns for this fight.
All right, Q forward finds the tank. He's going to be safe, but Santorin burns the
big.
ultimate. Could not find the follow-through on a Biofrost, and that is so much less threat now from Santorin.
Bjergsen's still looking for a flank, but he will be on a ward, so FlyQuest knows he's there.
Viper marks it. You can see Viper sitting topside.
He has no ult.
Here comes the ult of the backline. Decent damage splash for Broken Blade. Punch to the backline. Can't find that just yet. Burns stopwatch. A flash away for Turtle. The Bjergsen might find him. Gets the stun. Gets a mark. Gets 1. Gets 2. Bjergsen assassinates the backline. And the follow-up is there. The Mountain Drake drops, and TSM absolutely crushed that fight.
That's the fight TSM has been waiting 31 minutes for. Broken Blade makes a bunch of noise, burns everything in the team fight, and then Bjergsen cleans up. And that cleanup was pretty sweet. The way he marked multiple targets, bounced back and forth between both of the FlyQuest carries was a thing of beauty.
The goal was reached backline. Broken Blade keeps trying. Bjergsen keeps trying. Biofrost aims the backline as well. And the target selection has been working. Bjergsen a 1v2. Ooh. Nice hook by Ignar, but I feel like he wins this anyway.
He's got to stand there.
Because he's got a teammate nearby. So Viper can walk forward, but guess what? Biofrost is here, finds to slow the chasing in, but I'm still not sure it's going to be enough damage.
Well, the rest of them are coming. He can't. He can't
he can do that. He can get the first kill picked up. Now what's the chase like? Well,
is he really?
Yeah, of course he is. Of course he is. He's a 5-0 Aurelia, chat. He's fine.
Apparently, he's a 6-0 Aurelia now.
Now he is, yeah.
It looked like he was going to get baited into the rest of the FlyQuest team coming from base, but he just kind of slips out of it. Now he's created this 5v4 for TSM. Maybe in the game.
Forward. Mid lane tier 2 is gone. Ignar still dead for 12 seconds. Dardoch has to burn stopwatch to get away, but that's a pullback. Broken Blade again. Finds the setup. Base breaks him in. And that's a nice one right there. Middle inhibitor cracked now. And look at that TSM willing to keep pushing forward. A quick recall for items. Titanic Hydra picked up, and Bjergsen's here to try to close the game out. Viper's days are numbered. Guardian Angel popped. There's the dunk into the back line. They have caught yet another attempt as Santorin is dropped now as well. Onto the fountain goes Wild Turtle, and Bjergsen might just lose the GA, but no! He's gonna knock down his former AD carry. Nothing personal. Arsenal kid. Double kill comes in for Kave there as well. And TSM just 2-0'd the other top 2 teams in the league. Who's the top dog now?
TSM with the statement in week 7, going 2-0 against the previously undefeated Cloud9 and the previously second place FlyQuest. Now when you take a look, you see TSM tied for second at 8-6 with FlyQuest, but when you ask the question, who's got the momentum?
Yeah.
It's definitely TSM.
6 LCS championships for TSM long term. And people were wondering when that form was coming back. It's been a drought for the jerseys in black and white. But you take down Cloud9 convincingly, you take down FlyQuest in a pretty strong game, and you can put yourselves, all right, maybe it's us again.
Yeah, and just a quick look at Bjergsen's week. 7-0-11 on Zillion, and sure, he missed a flank or 2 in the mid-game. 7-0-5 on Aurelia right here, so 14-0-16 on the week for Bjergsen.
I wonder if he's going to get his own trophy this time around.
I mean, we'll have to wait for the vote.
We'll wait for the vote. I think it's a front runner. It's time for Quick 3. When we come back, the State Farm analysts will break down this game. Stay tuned.
Welcome back to the LCS and the State Farm Analyst Desk, breaking down this victory. TSM over FlyQuest. Now, 2 days in a row, taking down our top 2 teams to put themselves into the conversation, or maybe even to end the conversation around who is the second best team in the league right now.
I'd say closer to that. TSM is looking like a completely different team now because they have finally realized just play around your solo lanes. Bjergsen and Broken Blade are carrying so hard.
It looked like 2019 when they were popping off. They were both trading Akali around, diving people. Both players were hard carrying them through playoffs.
Right.
That's what that game looked like, where each fight had like, oh, there's the pop-off moment for Broken Blade. Oh, there's Bjergsen's pop-off moment.
We'll get to both of those moments, but I want to take a look at the champions that they were tasked to do it with. Of all things, though, FlyQuest is handing over Set to Broken Blade?
Yeah, not a fan of that one. I just don't know how you can explain it, right? So I see that TSM did not ban Riven, and I actually think that's a really smart thing because once you have players that are playing these champions so much, they're not actually getting practice with it. So there's a good chance that FlyQuest has never even played the pick.
I mean, clearly the Aphelios trade for the Set is what FlyQuest had in mind.
They banned the Xayah because that's the thing that Kabe has won the most on. And so I understand their mindset. The TK is the one I'd look at and be like, Biofrost has other things to play. I think that's the one that you swap out for the Set.
Let's take a look at the highlight plays, though, then, because if you are going to give Set over to Broken Blade, then you are going to have to endure his wrath in the top lane. A beautiful turret dive for TSM.
This is so good, and what makes it even better is the fact I think FlyQuest played this reasonably well. You see him pulling him out of the turret, so he's not actually taking turret shots while the TP's coming in. Good interrupt by Santorin there, but then this pull, the double setup for the true damage, also the body slam, also the stun from Bjergsen. Broken Blade made this dive so easy for his team, even as FlyQuest was reacting pretty well.
Beautiful.
Bjergsen, the beneficiary of that with a double kill. The judges' scores?
9.
9?
That's
the heck is that garbage?
Perfection isn't real, my friend. 9 is the highest we can go.
We just saw perfection, Crumbs. Don't worry, I'll fix the average. I'll give that an 11.
So you gave it 2 1s.
Yeah, what?
No,
you ruined it.
This is an 11! It is what I say it is. A perfect average for TSM in that turret dive. That kicked things off. It is important to note there were a couple tussles where FlyQuest was able to wrestle back some control, but we'll get to kind of the game breaker for TSM and maybe a little bit more of a Bjergsen highlight in this situation.
Yeah, I mean, that was not an easy game. There was a moment where FlyQuest clawed back. It was even gold lead for most of the game until about this team fight.
Watch what Broken Blade and Bjergsen do right now. This is so clean. The stun into the double W, and then Bjergsen flash ulting to follow Turtle, knowing that he doesn't have flash, going backwards. This is the best
double shot
tag team solo lane action we have seen all split long. Bookmark that on your web browser, app, whatever, wherever you're looking at these games, remember that.
If you want to play one of those two champions, that's what top tier play looks like.
And they did get outplayed once in the mid game. It was a similar thing where Broken Blade went in first, he dropped his ult, and then the stopwatch came through, so Bjergsen didn't hit his ultimate. And I think it's really cool to see that they were not dissuaded, even though they got outplayed, and they just kept going for the same plays. Broken Blade was constantly jumping on Wild Turtle, forcing him out of fights or killing him.
Bjergsen will pick up player of the game for that performance, but I will note that Crumbs was campaigning as hard as he possibly could for a double player of the game in this game. He desperately wanted 2 players to be awarded, but unfortunately we cannot split the award.
My dream was we have only split player of the game so that when we award the player of the week, it's a monster of 2 faces.
Jesus. That's where his head is at. How do we feel about this TSM coming out of this weekend and looking towards the postseason?
Well, 2-0-0-2, that means we got to see what happens next week.
Okay.
But seriously, I do think that they look fantastic. When they are clicking, which I still think there's some consistency concerns, but their highs are clearly able to be in championship contender territory.
Well, MasterCard is giving away a trip to the spring finals. There are 2 ways to win. Either purchase RP using your MasterCard or save that card in the league client. Both ways automatically enter you to win. The window, though, to join that sweepstakes is closing. It ends this Monday, the 9th. So sign up now, get that set up, and we'll be right here to get back into Golden Guardians versus Dignitas on the other side of the break.
And the best is if you can say seconds.
7.25 seconds and
he'll be there in
10 milliseconds.
Dunks him out of turret range, but a slow into Dardock. They knock back Bjergsen there as well. Then is it going to be enough? The W over the top, and it is. That's first blood, and Dardock, he's going to drop aggro in time. Onto the Bloblets. Could be a re-engage now as Dardock walks in. They're going to find Ignar, and he does not have a way out. Wild Turtle on the board now as well. The flash board for Viper. Gonna find Kabe. Gonna find the Shockwave. Here comes the ult of the backline. Decent damage. Flash for Broken Blade. Punch to the backline. Can't find that just yet. Burns stopwatch, a flash away for Turtle. The Bjerks might find him. Gets the stun, gets a mark, gets one, gets two. Bjergsen assassinates the backline. And the follow-up is there. The Mountain Drake drops, and TSM absolutely crushed that fight.
Every click.
Every frame.
Every press.
Every sound.
They're playing aggressive.
I'll take mid. Every advantage.
When the difference
Between winning and losing
is measured in milliseconds.
Everything.
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 Everything counts.
The Alienware Legendary Battle Station.
Welcome back for Game 3, where Golden Guardians will be facing off against Dignitas. Both of these rosters got a little shake-up in Week 7, with Acadian subbing in for Grig and Huhi subbing in for Keith.
Acadian started pretty good, I think, actually, when you look at that game. I thought he had good plays covering for Huni on the top side, and the struggles that came in with the team were more the mid to late game decision-making and continuing to get Huni vision control or playing around the Baron. And I have a hard time putting mid to late game shot calling problems just on the new guy coming in. You can say, oh, it's a Baron, it's the jungler's responsibility, but it's like, well, everyone's supposed to help with setup. You know, you have a support, you have all these other players. So I think Acadian's debut was pretty good.
There can always be someone that says, this is a bad idea. Right?
Yeah,
everybody can pull the plug on the play.
Yeah.
So the Dig Baron throw, unfortunately, still continues and lives on. But I think that Dignitas looked really good up until that point, right?
Yeah.
They had a solid game plan, and I think that Acadian is giving them a lot more aggression that is independent to somebody else shot calling for him, which is the agency that I think they're looking for in their
He
jungler.
had some good insect kicks and skirmishes in the mid game, which is a step up, I think.
Now, what would be the expectation on the side of Golden Guardians with Keith out and Huhi in?
Big, actually.
Big expectations.
I got big expectations for him. Yeah, I've been casting the academy with Huhi. I think Huhi's been doing pretty well down there with FBI. I think that Huhi should be a better shot caller for this team to minimize the amount of isolated deaths they have. They had the record-breaking 8, I believe, game, and so...
Well, for this split, not the most in LCS history. That's an old Echo Fox record of like 15 isolated deaths in one game.
And so like just having a guy that can tell you, hey, this is what we're doing, come set this up, should decrease that by at least 5. So maybe we can have 3 isolated deaths.
At least.
And
Can you show me the math that brought you to
minus 5 ISO death.
Got it. Thank you for the math.
Yeah, I mean, it's curious. I assume he'll be better about ward play, map play, shot calling. Potentially, the laning is something I'm a little curious about, but that's not where I think Golden Guardian's problems are, like we're saying with the ISO deaths. So I want to see if he can bring more stability to the team in the mid to late.
It is really curious, though, that Huhi is also somebody that role swapped to support that is now replacing somebody that also role swapped to support.
So which one of them did it better, right? From 2 different roles, that is important to note. One from mid to support, the other from AD carry to support. Within this matchup, though, itself, both of these teams are just below that playoff line currently. Dignitas does have one more game under their belt due to the way the weekend has played out so far, but both sitting at 5 wins and below kind of that tie for 5th place. Again, puts so much weight and pressure on actually coming away with the victory in this match to further separate yourselves from each other. But that's where, while we can acknowledge the teams and the orgs are making these kind of last-minute swaps to try and make the push, well, I think we need to recognize is that kind of undue pressure that gets put on the guys slotting in who now have that responsibility to live up to it.
I think the guy slotting in doesn't feel that much pressure because you know that it wasn't your fault that you're in this position anyways. So you're totally fine just coming into the team and giving it your all. No pressure is where teams end up performing the best.
I wish I could have that mentality.
I assume
That's my mentality.
I assume there's still
wish.
pressure in this game because 5-7 and 5-8, like these are the wins that are the most important because these are the people where when tiebreakers start coming in.
There is pressure, not on Huhi though. That's what I'm saying. Like, I think Huhi does not have a lot of pressure.
Really?
Yeah.
I think you still do. My point is that it's an important game.
I think you could argue it's dependent on the person and their personality, right? But I'm being brought in to save the season. I'm also not arguing that pressure is
like,
a
think
bad
about
thing
Poe Belter.
Case,
how much pressure did Poe Belter have?
They were out of playoffs.
They're out of playoffs.
Not yet. Not yet.
That is okay. I concede that point.
Yeah.
I concede that point.
Mathematically, there's less pressure.
I was going
Yeah.
to say, the way he's talking about it, it sounds like they're out of it. We digress. A very important matchup for both teams here, hitting the stage with subs coming in just this week. Despite the roster changes on both of these teams, my eyes are still on the top lane matchup. Credit to Huni, who survived a lot of focus yesterday.
I mean, this is one of the most storied rivalries at this point still running in the LCS. Huni versus Honster, they've been going back and forth. There was a period of time where they were both in discussion for MVP candidate even. So it's cool to see them squaring off yet again, another time that these guys are
Super
going
similar
again.
numbers.
Yeah, I think it's because they're both relatively volatile. So when things go well, they dominate, and then sometimes they get hard focused by the enemy and things don't go well for them. So that's why it's always fun to watch these two because you know they're playing to win lane.
Yeah, I mean, the Lucian in the top lane is a champion that will skew your stats tremendously, whether it's you body the opponent or you are completely useless because you have not gotten a lead in lane.
So the question is, when you have 2 volatile top laners like this, that where the game really could be swingy based on either of them.
Jungle go top.
Jungle go top, of course. But also, too, I think it'll influence the matchup, right? Does Huni go for something as dominant as a Lucian with Ignite and try and completely slam Haunter, or do they go for something that's maybe a little bit more of an even, skilly matchup and rely on the junglers to come turn it?
What do you think? That felt like a C9 game plan. Yeah, so like I still expect like Haunter could play Fiora. Like if the draft situation aligns that they start bringing out their pocket picks to hard carry games, I expect that. But I don't think it's we're coming in with Lucian top. That's the game plan.
Okay, fair enough. We will get our answers soon enough, as I am told that the players are just loading in to Champion Select. That's my call. That's my signal to toss it out to the casters to get us into the game.
Thank you very much, Dash. We are about to get into Champion Select for Golden Guardians versus Dignitas. You can see on your screen 5 and 7, 5 and 8 is these teams in turmoil in what they call the middle of the soup. We'll see if they can climb themselves out here, get themselves an A on the game. And we're going to go through bans right now. First 3 from Golden Guardians are quite fast, as we'll see the final one here. Kiana and the Janna now getting banned out.
All right, I'm looking at the Senna still up as well as the Set. Two big choices right now for Dignitas. They have to choose what they are willing to give over to the Golden Guardians as far as the first pick. And I agree that I don't think Senna should ever be given over, so the Set is left open, and that will be picked up by Golden Guardians. The Janna top that you mentioned, or the Janna ban that you mentioned, everybody's assuming now is the Janna top that has become so prevalent. There are more supports that you can play in the top lane, by the way. Top Yellow, solo queue in Korea especially, Zillion super popular.
Yep.
But Mordekaiser is the answer locked in here for Dignitas, which hasn't been one that has super impressed me into the Set. I think Set has pretty easy access to a lot of to dealing with a lot of what Mordekaiser wants to accomplish in the top side, and Set brings more to your team fight with the ultimate and the big AoE.
See what we have around the map. I'm interested what Closer and Golden Glue also go with here. We expect Kuni to be quite strong in the top side for this matchup.
Now, another small funny story. Yes, Kalista, everyone thinks of it as the bottom laner, has also been played top because you can have a lot more options doing your Oathsworn with your jungler or with even a mid lane champion I've seen in a couple of these solo queue games. And then you have crazy stuff coming out, like Cannons are bound to the Kalista. So this is probably going to be an AD carry Kalista, but I want to leave the door open because it has recently been played in the solo lane position.
Frog and play into the crowd. We have a bunch of York fans here today as you see the Aatrox locked in as well on the side of Golden Guardians. We'll see where this Set decides to go in the end.
Bunch of York
fans. I'm going over to Thresh. That's the yeah from me. He gets locked in. We're back to the second phase of bans here, and we'll see what the teams have for each other.
If you have Yorick and Mordekaiser, the Gravedigger Death Lord combo, I just feel like that's just a chance to like win, right? The crowd is in there.
Still could get it. You still can get it. Sorry, hopes up. Corki banned out. Could have a Zir on one side if that's going to be the case. And 20 seconds here for Dignitas to finalize a ban.
Yeah, if they're looking at a lot of the popular just blind pick mids, you know, the Zoe, the Syndra, the LeBlanc, those are the obvious ones that are still left up for the AP options. That would mean that Dig would have to do an AD jungler though, because they already have Mordekaiser AP threat from the top side, which is very, very doable. You know, you can do double AP solo laners with an AD jungler, no problem. And their LeBlanc's off the table. See if they also take out the Zoe.
Yeah, looking back through Golden Glue's plays, that's the smart one. The LeBlanc 3-0-4 just in week 6 against the Mortals, and his other plays first week 6-3-5. He definitely can put up some power on that. So a good ban from Dignitas doing their homework. What does Golden Guardians feel like is priority though to take out from? It's going to be Acadian, the Gragas in the jungle.
Gragas definitely combines with a lot of AD mid laners really well because Gragas, obviously, everyone knows the split initiation, body slam flash, the terror of all mid laners. They have nightmares about it. Can definitely be a very big problem. And Froggen himself has carried a lot of games for Dignitas. So they give up the opportunity of banning that Zoe and immediately locked in. No surprises here, Riv.
Syndra on the other side. Are you going to do it, Golden Glue? What's he feeling? He has had Diana in the past few weeks. The Orianna, that did not work so much for him recently. What will he have?
I like the Syndra because it's pretty easy to land your stuns on the Zoe.
Yep.
And the burst damage, like we say, whenever you have junglers coming through, can definitely turn into kills on the Zoe. she is just one of the most annoying champions to deal with, and you're always going to have to worry about that mid-game long-range poke from her, though. We'll see if they can combine this Syndra with a jungler or closer to get those kills, and there you go. Something that has really risen in priority. It can either be a Pantheon jungle or a set jungle, and the other one go top lane, but I expect it to be jungle Pantheon. And even though jungle Pantheon has a much lower win rate for solo queue, he has gained popularity in the professional scene because of the early pressure you can put on lanes. Flashing in for point-and-click stuns and going for tower dives. They can really utilize the immunity, directional immunity for Pantheon to pull off tower dives on champions like Zoe very, very effectively. So that's what I want to see from Closer, from Golden Glue. With a Syndra Pantheon combo, they should try and rule the mid lane for the team.
We're definitely seeing a lot of that Pantheon, as you are saying. Cloud9's contract's playing that a little bit over in the Academy League. And now we're going to see it locked in here for Golden Guardians with that set support from Huhi as he locks himself onto the LCS stage with the Bruiser on the bot side, looking to get thrown in as that Oathsworn from Kalista on her Fate's Call. And we'll see how that plays out against the Thresh and the Misfortune of bot side. I'm liking this matchup.
Yeah.
Pretty spicy for Golden Guardians as well.
I always love, the melee supports with Kalista because you get to throw in with the closer range with the ultimate and use it super offensively rather than only using it defensively. Set is already annoying to try and kill. If Set is also bound to Kalista, then even if you do get past the shields, then the ultimate comes out, gets the big save there. So you can definitely see a lot of potential in this champion for Huhi and this combination for Huhi and FBI. So Golden Guardians making a big bet, subbing out Keith, subbing in Huhi here, who made the role swap over to support a lot earlier. And they've got a very interesting combo down here and an interesting matchup for his first LCS stage game this year.
Yeah, it's not a Tom Kench going in that. And also with the Pantheon, sometimes you see the Braum, you get the double shield, things get safe. You don't really need to stop too much poke coming in other than Zoe's on the side of Dignitas, this one on this game. We are going to be getting into game number 3 here. There's Golden Glue and Froggen on your screen as they are ready and poised to get to the mid lane and battle each other. We're on to the Rift. Let's see what these teams have for each other.
It's a really important one here. So close in the standings. Dignitas losing their previous game means that they are half a one down here from the Golden Guardians, but definitely some time to make up ground. Everybody trying to get their wins in as quickly as possible to have a good shot at that playoff spot.
And we have a quick sideline with the Narrow to see what's going on with Golden Guardians.
Well, obviously, we had to get your thoughts on the swap coming in. Very rare to see an ADC to support swap in for an ADC to support. So what do you feel that Huhi's going to bring here to the table today?
Definitely expect Huhi to be bringing a lot of stuff in the way of communication. This is probably one of the hardest decisions I've ever had to make as a coach. Keith really did so well as a player to improve on this, and I'm kind of the person that pushed him towards taking this risk. So even making this swap, it really hurt me, honestly. But Jay's good. Jay's a good player. Jay was always a good player. We just expected we wouldn't need this level of communication he brings. But as the split went on, we realized, yeah, we think we need this. And practice has been great with Jay, so I expect it to be really good.
Well, you're commending both of the players in this case, and we saw Keith really prioritizing a lot of the engage potential, which also seems to be heavy in the meta. Do you think that coming from the ADC aggressive background helps with both of these players in that aspect?
Yeah, I think with Keith, probably the biggest thing was just laning. He understood a whole lot better than Jay did initially since he played in the lane. So it was really easy for him to play engage supports like Thresh, like Nautilus. He felt a lot more comfortable on those. As for Jay playing for mid lane, he definitely understands the map a lot better too and what he can do. So playing stuff more like these flex picks like Set, playing like Tom Pinch, he's always been better at. So it's like a different level of strength that they both bring from being from different roles.
All right, bringing those roles into the Rift here today. Let's head back to it.
Yeah, I realize a lot of people have not watched LCS as long as us, Riv, and don't know the history of Huhi, how so many people were really excited, actually, when they first heard that he was going to swap to support. And he's been doing it a while now, but it's because he made a name for himself with the Aurelion Sol roaming style mid lane champions, playing a lot for the team. And I like how Aneros is highlighting his communication with the team.
Yeah.
He's always had very good relationships with the rest of the players, and he's able to coordinate, things like level 2 roams on Aurelion Sol with your bottom lane. Now he's doing it from the support position where you have a lot of setup but a lot of control, and even more so in this particular game because, as we mentioned, combining it with a champion like Kalista gives you so many playmaking options. Kalista notoriously, of course, does not scale as well as a lot of other marksmen because you're not going to go for crit multipliers later on, but she has such good early spikes and really puts an emphasis on dragon control. Not only because of the long, strong lane phase, but also because of the Rens that help out your jungler with extra damage for those neutral objectives.
Talking about Huhi and those communications, I'm excited to see how the fights are organized with Closer's Pantheon ult coming in, Haunter possibly teleporting. There's so much that they can do to create fights here. We'll see how those get organized as the time comes. Still just at level 3 and 4 in lanes. Huni rather, and Haunter going back and forth. That'll be a fun one. As Johnson takes quite a bit of damage on the bot side of the map. They get pushed into their turret pretty hard and right quick because they cannot fight Huhi and FBI.
Haunter, good sidestep there, doesn't get pulled in. Possibility of a little bit of extra damage since Acadian was hovering on the top side. I like this as well, and it's something to point out with a lot of jungler movement. If you don't have to spend much time to get your recall off over by your top laner, especially as Rek'Sai, that provides that passive where you get sonar basically to alert you if the enemy jungler is around, you can basically just buffer Huhi's playstyle. You give him an extra little alert system and allow Huni to push up. That's going to be really annoying having both of them in the same game now.
I just went through it. I'm trying to train my brain already. We'll see. Acadian almost getting found out there. 100% kill participation for him in first blood. I should say just in first blood, not kill participation, but 100% first blood. But it's only one game, so the stats are a bit buffed there. We'll see if he can keep up on that rate as he already tried top side.
Yeah, buffed, much like Acadian himself. He comes in, I'd say that most people consensus on yesterday, probably the best player on the team yesterday in his debut substitution this year. Really well done on the Lee Sin. A lot of it was.
He was cruising.
Yeah, hovering around top side, protecting Huni's aggressive play style, really playing to the team. Fitting in with a team that quickly really does say a lot. I wanted to point out a lot of the extra wards that they had done too. A lot of vision here that is now disappearing for Dignitas, but he did a very good job moving in, also using the extra information to go for the invade, and he's pulled slightly ahead of Closer on the extra camps. Full clearing back to his top side now.
Being a nuisance. Just a hook into the dark for Afromu and Huhi, so the disjointed backs now kind of work out as Johnson can come back with FBI also doing the same. Wave is pretty much stalled out in the middle for the bot side with a slight lead towards FBI, but it's barrier to heal and exhaust and heal for the other side on the support, so not too much aggression to come out of these bot lanes with the summoner spell.
I actually really like the discussion too because exhaust itself was buffed. Extra half a second on the duration of it really does go a long way. It was a decent summoner spell already, reducing a lot of damage, but it can shut things down like Pantheon that are jumping into the middle of your team. It's a fairly squishy jungler, and if you take away the damage options and slow the champion too, so you can then get around his directional immunity, makes it a lot easier to deal with. So Afromu definitely has a lot of answers for the team right now with Thresh, able to get those plays as well. We'll see if anything does happen mid lane. I probably expect there to be less action initially mid lane because both of them has taken cleanse.
Yeah.
We were looking for early kill pressure, but if both mid laners opt into the cleanses, it really puts a stop to those CC chains.
See a bit of a fight onto Acadian. He should be able to tunnel out of this with Froggen helping. A walk back from Haunter as he gets to top, which means Fumi should be able to do the same and get himself there without a teleport. So nicely done by the top laners, and that CS should be cleaned up by Haunter, which gives him about a wave lead, rather.
Yeah, Haunter's got the wave in a really nice spot for himself. Haunting guys return there for Huni on the Mordekaiser. Going to be able to stack up damage over time. Should be able to get good use out of the madness in a melee versus melee matchup there versus the Aatrox. Meanwhile, mid lane, they're mostly just fighting over shoving the waves, as we talked about. Both of them with the cleanses, a lot more defensive there. We'll have to see if the junglers make their first moves, because once level 6 does come in, pretty big options for both, and they're very different. Rek'Sai has options for ganking over walls that other junglers do not have. If we look at the top side like we are right now, you know, getting behind him and going over this wall is something that is very rare for junglers, because you want to have your dash ability plus your CC abilities after you go for the gank. But you'll have extra damage there with your level 6 acquired for the ultimate too.
Surprised to see no rotation here, especially with it being Cloud Drake first. Nobody wants that Rift Herald right away. Seems like Acadian Closer have been able to find each other on the jungle ever so slightly and keep track of each other, so it's been hard to get up there. Vision's already on that by Golden Guardian for Rift Herald, so ping has just gone down by Dignitas. Maybe they'll start to head over. There is Aframu following Acadian.
And look at this. Going into the Dragon, FBI and Huhi actually go clear out the ward. Meanwhile, Aframu has roamed to the top side of the map. You see Thresh on your mini-map right now. Aframu hovering up around the possible Rift Herald swap play. Everybody knows your 8 minutes as soon as he's up there. Very common nowadays, so Dignitas looking around for where Golden Guardians are trying to get their extra pressure.
Just the Man of Steel just walks up to Fog of War and feels like clearing out a tunnel. Didn't even know there were 3 members on the other side. So Golden Guardians feel like they have pretty good control apparently, as they see FBI and Huhi moving up and down the river, knowing Dignitas is doing some type of roaming. As that all comes to an end, they just realize Dignitas is now power and numbers on bot side.
Yeah, and there's a reason for the trepidation on the side of Dignitas, because they know that Pantheon is now level 6. Even if if they do not have vision immediately of this champion, if you start out a play, you have to account for the possibility of the ultimate coming in, of them turning around that numbers advantage. So that's why both teams are just playing to very conservative ward lines right now, and Dignitas take their time, drop down their triple control wards through the river, slowly clear out those wards before finally starting up the Dragon and just trading the objectives. Rift Herald going over to the side of Golden Guardian.
That'll feel good. A fight topside would have been fantastic too. Caulfield's finished up there, so having a big cooldown for the fight. It looks like those are straight objectives, as you said. Looking at the goal differences on the map, no core items just yet, as we're just at the 10-minute mark. But Ocean Drake is next, so we got Mountain or Infernal to change the rift.
And this trade, see if the hook lands, does.
Coming around, Huhi looks like he could be in a bad spot here. Tries to get the face breaker down, Haymaker back for shield, and Acadian doesn't want anything to do with that now.
We get some woos in the audience for a little bit of action. Nice Haymaker there, finally some damage dealt. This change, though, is not really, the trade of objectives is not really a surprise. I have some stats for you for the Golden Guardians. They're actually top 3 in the LCS in first tower percentage, first 3 tower percentage, that's getting all 3 of the outers, and in Rift Herald control. However, they are bottom in Dragon control. So very often, Golden Guardians are making this choice. And there's a very long discussion about gold early game versus dragon stacking early game. Golden Guardians for this season have always gone for the top side and for the gold. They currently are holding on to the Rift Herald. If you get your Cleanse Flash burned on the Zoe, then mid lane is definitely a very viable area to try and use that Rift Herald, get your turret plates, and get down the most important line of outer defenses.
Or you just use your opponent's Cleanse and Flash, right?
There you go. Zoe can just pick up Golden Glues next time he uses his.
There you go. But yeah, that definitely makes it a bit harder for Froggen to be as aggressive in the mid lane. We've seen Acadian being there a few times, but Closer comes in for an attack. As Rift Herald heads bot, that's going to be able to take down the turret with 2 plates up. And that's a nice cleanup for that. Here they go on to Golden Glue, though, knowing he can play aggressive, thinking Froggen's Flash. And spells are down, but he's able to tiptoe out of that aggressive 3-man gank mid as they drop the bot turret. Golden Guardians head up in gold.
And Golden Guardians increase their first tower percentage here yet again. Good Rift Herald usage there. FBI and Huhi had been able to take so many plates on their own. I think they almost got a full 3 on their own and then just used the Rift Herald to knock down the last 2 there, also acquiring first turret bonus. And you can see the power of Callista there, bonded with Set, able to wear down on that area of the map. And now they've got this nice gold lead to work with. What you want to do as soon as you get that area of the map opened up, rotate through, because Callista Set, so much playmaking potential here with the ultimate available. And that's why they've got FBI and Huhi immediately to the mid lane, keeping up that pressure, trying to get as many turret plates as they possibly can in the 1 minute left before they fall.
Especially when they even get a little bit of a lead. This duo is so hard to take down as they move together, because FBI gets to stand back. Huhi can usually take shots, and you fake call him out of a bad situation if you're too close to the turret, and you get initiated on. So they have quite a bit of agency as they move around the map right now. Golden Glue and the rest of the team looks like they've panned back out to their positions as Golden Glue takes back the mid lane. And we'll see Haunter head back bottom. Dignitas now looking for something. Picks and Ward clears is the name of the game, with bubbles and hooks coming from Aframu and Froggen right now.
I do like as well the early pickup of the Bramble Vest here for Mooney. Aatrox has a ridiculous amount of healing in the kit, especially when you pop your ultimate. And if he goes for those 1v1s, then Aatrox, it will reliably apply that Grievous Wounds to himself, because melee champion's gonna have to in order to trade with you at all. And that bolsters one of the possible options that Dignitas do have for this mid game, is setting that Mordekaiser. You get him to level 11 for your level 2 ultimate, and he'll be able to keep up that side lane pressure, even though they are the first ones to lose their outer turret. They have a lot less territory to work with on bottom side, and it's less safe. Mordekaiser is one of the champions that you can utilize to do it, obviously, because you just ult the jungler or whoever's coming to gank you and make it a 1v1 for the duration.
So if you're in a fight with Huni and his Mordekaiser, who are you grabbing on Golden Guardians?
Well, I mean,
in the best situation.
In the best situation, honestly, I grabbed the Callista, because then you cannot use your ultimate, and it actually hurts Huhi and FBI. Callista is very annoying because of the hopping, though, so you have to be in a very good position and know that you have, you know, flash advantage or something like that to make sure you can actually kill the Callista, or make sure you land your abilities. Because Callista is definitely one of the ones that can outplay the Mordekaiser in the Death Realm, so I get a little hesitant. The other main option would be Closer, the jungler, Pantheon. I'd say jungler is almost always a good option for solo lane Mordekaisers to ult, because you will pretty much always know that you will have a level lead and be able to take that one.
On vision here, Haunter's going to start up the Drake. Could be getting a little bit of healing onto the team, and we'll see what Rift changes like after this one. 25.5 to 23.5, so Golden Guardians holding a slight lead, but not really feeling, I'd say, comfortable to push that, or maybe they're just waiting for Dignitas to make a mistake. Dig has been doing a great job at clearing. Props to Aframu. Every time we see him on the screen, he's got a sweeper up, or he's a Scryer Bloom, scratching down these wards from Golden Guardian. So I guess it would be hard to go into the Fog of War against that Zoe and Thresh, and especially Acadian. You want to know that you are on sonar if it's happening.
Yep, big pickup there of the Dragon as well for the Golden Guardians. You see they take advantage of that reset timer on Dignitas' side. As soon as they have everybody back in base, cleanly pick up that Drake. Outer tower on the bottom side being down also means that Huni couldn't push up. They didn't have any extra minion vision or anything, so well done by the Golden Guardians to secure themselves a neutral objective without any confrontation on the side of Dig. And able to get to their first item breakpoints.
There's a gold on your screen. Is actually a lot of this might be used in the next fight. Everybody's spiking a little bit on that first item. Blade of the Rune King, Essence Reaver for your marksman in respective. We'll see this going down now. 9,000 onto the Rift Herald. Acadian gonna go over the wall. He's got to go real deep for this. They pulled it out. Very nice by Golden Guardians to kind of situate Dignitas in a way they would not want to fight. And Golden Guardians is able to come up with 2 of those Rift Heralds. Stats going up, Kobe.
That's our new Porcupine Rift Herald skin as well. You see with all the Callista Spears in Shelly. We'll have different versions out shortly. Very defensive ward line, though. Like you're talking about, Dig have been very diligent on making sure there's no Golden Guardian wards across the river, but Golden Guardians aren't stepping across the river. They're just controlling neutral objectives. Ping pong, you get your dragon, then they actually just reset, rotate everybody up to the top side, grab Rift Herald number 2, and Rift Herald number 2 should mean outer turret number 2. We'll go to the side of Golden Guardians. I'd rather see them use it towards mid lane because that really opens up your possibilities post 20 minutes as far as a lot of Baron control goes, but their options top are just fine as well, and Closer's the one holding it.
You can see the goal is just about 400, I'd say, in favor of most of those lanes. The jungler's pretty even, and the support's actually a pretty big jump there. 700 gold for who he is. He's cleaning things up and farming as much as he can too to stay strong. That's going to be a heck of a fight coming from FBI and Huhi. We haven't really seen Golden Guardians get into a fight, but in that, we haven't seen Dignitas get into a fight yet either. 0-0, Kobe.
True, Riv. We've got peace on the Rift. No fight to be found here.
And it's Infernal, too. Ocean's already gone, so they should be getting pretty hypey right now. It's just about the objectives. It's all aggression towards objectives. Possibly a fight here towards the mid lane. Still staying safe. Golden Guardian sends the bruisers to the front, and they're able to take down mid turret as well. Top turret is the only thing that stands now for Dignitas on that outer rim. And Golden Guardians have everything up on the map so far. The only thing they've lost is that Cloud Drake, so they will back up. Dignitas still looking for ways in, but they're not forcing themselves into a fight, feeling like they're behind, which I think is also a good mentality. Keep yourself in.
Yeah, it's definitely tough because we keep on this defensive path for Dig, and they're going to continue to lose territory. We just put mid lane turret at top of the list, Riv. Top of the list is checked off now for Golden Guardians. Rift Herald used, mid turret down, and it's only half a minute until the Baron does come up. So very clear move here for Golden Guardians now. Top side, last outer turret for them, and then they can start to whittle away at that defensive Dignitas territory where all of these wards that they have diligently kept up the entire game have not amounted to any counterattacks. They have not amounted to any attempts at that playmaking where you are the team with Zoe, Thresh, and Rek'Sai. Definitely all possibilities of finding picks, but maybe we see one here on the little invade after Mu is sussed out as the ward over the wall does find him, and we will not get a pick today.
All right, Dig's starting to get themselves onto the other side. See what they can get in terms of pushing. I was thinking as I look at the second half of their split here, the win versus Immortals in week 5 on day 1, but losses since, and can easily make that timid mentality where, well, we don't want to lose again, so we got to look for that perfect play. And like you said, if you pay that passive, you can't really get an attack in at any time.
Yeah, it definitely can be a downward spiral if you start losing and it starts to affect your mentality. Dignitas are currently on a 4-game losing streak, and they do not want to make a mistake. However, dragon stacking is occurring for Golden Guardians now, as this one will also be picked up without any sort of contest from Dig.
That looked risky for Golden Glue for a moment. So a Drake is picked up once again, 2 away from Infernal Soul for the side of Golden Guardians, 3 away for Dignitas here as Dig starts to pick up that Baron control. Maybe they feel like the 5v5 could be in their favor. We're 21 minutes in without a kill just yet. It's all about the turrets, it's all about the objectives, and it looks like Dig will also pick up their first turret top. No, FBI stands alone as the forward vision for Dignitas is not enough to let them know that turret was possible.
Yep, the boss comes walking up the river. Huhi runs them out of town. And no, Golden Guardians defense will fall today. Now, we are past the stage where you're looking at Rek'Sai and you're looking at Acadian for playmaking.
Right.
Rek'Sai's biggest time to shine is during lane phase. Lots of gank possibilities for the champions.
Swipe them up.
Exactly. It's even hit home even more because of the Hello Blades is the more early game bursty keystone than the Conqueror that you sometimes see. But now you're in the stage of the game where it's so much more about grouping for the Baron dance, for the dragon stacking that is about to occur, that the picks have to more come from the Zoe bubbles over walls. You mentioned that you need your vision to set those up, plus the Thresh possibilities of either following up or even starting those plays out. Otherwise, you know, Rek'Sai can go for a big flash play, but it has to be with concise coordination from the entire team because it's become so much more risky once the teams start to group up and you have this 5-on-5 you're facing with Golden Guardians where you're thinking, oh my god, all right, where is this? We have to mark so many things. Where is the Aatrox? Possibility of a flank there. You're worrying about the Kalista ultimate on set, which is amazing AoE that can start a team fight out. And Pantheon ults over the back of your team from anywhere, so Golden Guardians just effortlessly move up, take down another objective here, and that is the last of the outer turrets. Continuing in line with their stats, bolstering first to 3 as well.
Who knew? The communication from Huhi. He's like, it's like, let's play the pacifist game. We can win without getting a kill. Let's do it. He's really putting himself
Very
out there.
zen today.
Very zen today, it is. I like it.
Deep breaths. Baron taking one as well. What just happened? They were poking me for a while. They completely pull off. Yeah, no reason to rush it right now. It's only 23.5 minutes into the game. And there's no kill to be had, and no reason to rush that ahead.
So 39.4, 37.1. I just did the same thing. Yep. We'll get that for you in a second for the latest first blood because it's got to be coming up soon. I mean, the golems are just taking a beating this game.
Yeah, honestly, we've got a
If you're a jungle camp, oh man.
The chickens! Think of the chickens! Oh.
There's so many. They're building up the confidence. I mean, look at this. I can fight 6 people at once.
Look at that clean.
Go into 5
Clean
now.
tunnel usage here by Acadian.
We're in there. Here we go.
Scuttle Crab speed.
look at
Speeds him up. They hit the Scryers, Bloom, and Riv.
Dramatization with Fog of War.
Ward fight, ward fight, ward fight.
Whoa! It's a bubble! Oh, he is cleansed. But the ward goes down. Progress.
Okay. Remember, both these teams sitting at 5 wins right now. Possibilities that either of them fall out of contention for playoffs. Currently, I would say they both have great chances for getting in. But this game is definitely going to move the needle quite a lot as far as perception.
So 13-13 for this split was the latest previous first blood. I remember Mega Zero.
Blow it out of the water!
Mega Zero's on Renekton was like 24 minutes back in the day. So we're past that too. Oh.
Should we go for an all-time record?
Yeah. Let's go for every league.
I am sure
Let's do it.
I'm sure that we've never ended a game without a kill. The True Pacifist Award.
Ooh.
That's one of those achievements that pops up on your Steam and you're just like, I don't really feel proud to have that, but kind of I do.
One of the craziest stats I remember was Chowster's Janet game where he lived for 60 minutes on that one.
Yeah.
When he's on CLG. I still remember that, but there are some good ones. We'll see if we can get one for this. We're checking the longest record right now.
I always thought it was funny when I'd be watching a basketball game with my family and they would just throw out these stats that were like, on Tuesdays when pizza is served in the arena, they have never missed more than 4.5 free throws. And you're just like, what? That sounds interesting.
Give him pizza!
It's not really.
I want some pizza now. Damn.
Oh,
Kobe, there's going to be a death. I cannot wait.
Hunts are kind of flanking, but they had a Rek'Sai and a Tom, and he walked out. Here we go!
This is the part I'm here for! Oh, Afro's gonna get hit first! The hooks are going out, and it's gonna be Afro going down for first blood! It's going into the hands, FBI! He says, open up! We're coming on in! He's gonna be in the death realm, Tuhi in the death realm, but they take the tanky guy, and he's gonna be able to come back out with a 50 kale shot coming from Golden Glue. There's another one as Acadian falls to the floor. They'll drop Johnson too. And Golden Guardians dropped Dignitas for the first fight of the game.
Golden Guardians dropped the big elbow on him there, Riv. They were taking neutral objective after neutral objective, and finally with the fight, we see why the Golden Guardians smash Dignitas here. That's gonna be the Baron. They can also go grab the Dragon, and I don't think there's gonna be a strong contest from Dig. Their revival timers are coming up now. Froggen does not have a smite picked up, so he does not go for a possible Zoe steal. Baron and Power recalls mean they can recall and they get back out to that Drake. Let's take a look at this team fight though. We mentioned the Set and Kalista combo. They don't even have to use it. Who he knows?
Oh, that face breaker.
He could just flash in there, front line. And then even though he gets ulted by Mordekaiser as a support, he's got a stopwatch and he's also Set. So crazy regeneration is able to survive the Death Realm. And once he pops out, he knows that his team has won the 4v4 side of it as well.
Oh, we're going right back into it. Dig's gonna lose another one. That's actually Dragon going over to Acadian, but they do take down Huni. At the same time, this game went from pacifist to pass the fist real quick. 27.5 minutes, still fight towards the bot side. Afro Moo is gonna get taken out here possibly by Haunter in the 1v1 as Acadian comes to help, but he probably put himself in a bad spot. Tunnels to safety and Huhi, there it is. Can't face break him back.
Yep, one bright spot for Dig is that Acadian did steal that Dragon like you're talking about. They get an Infernal Drake, they delay the possibility of the 3 and the Soul, but unfortunately for them, Riv, I'm going to predict this game does not pop up a Soul Dragon, and Golden Guardians are inside the base with that Baron buff. As you can see with the spike in the gold graph, they are running amok.
Yeah, that's going to be a big one for Dignitas to have to climb back up. Lose the bottom inhibitor turret. Top lane is also getting pushed in slightly for Golden Guardians, so they can head towards top if they can stay after this fight in mid. But they have a minion wave right here. It looks like Haunter might actually start to get a solo split, or at least keep that gate of Dignitas' bait clean. Possible fight coming in, and it is a fight. No possibility needed. Acadian goes down. They're going to lose another one in Huni, and it is quick for Dignitas as they get into these fights and they're instantly dropped. Golden Guardians is so strong at this point. They're just able to take down Dig immediately. Bullet time doesn't even really hurt as Johnson tries to fire his ult across the team of Golden Guardians. And it looks like Golden Guardians trying to move themselves to 6 and 7 shortly. They cannot move in with the cannon minion though, baroned up. They got another wave. Will they stay? Like I said, they still have top side. And do they have teleport on whoever's coming up? No, they don't. It's Hui. So they have to get back.
This is kind of like, I was actually watching an MMA fight last night, Riv.
Yeah, everybody's talking about that one.
Yeah, so
loved it.
Did you see the beginning where they were just kind of dancing around each other? The crowd started booing because
wait,
it was so...
you're paying to go to a dance show?
Yeah, I mean, it was so long before either of them threw a punch, but now, as you see the first punch thrown, Golden Guardians just immediately... Floodgates open, they're ending this one. Haunter getting the big Q3 there, smashing it with the slow-mo on the end, under the Nexus turrets, with the Baron buff as well. They just lay devastation to the Dignitas side, and this is a landslide victory for the Golden Guardians.
That was like the bell ring though, right? They got padded, got that little goopy stuff on their eyes, so it's not gonna swell or bleed. They're good.
Yeah. We're not calling this one yet.
It's a little puffy, but they're good.
Yep.
We can get out there.
One more round to go. They're gonna have to have some crazy good moves here on Dig to get a lot of points in quick. Actually, yeah, you probably can't even count on points at this stage. You're just going to have to go for a knockout.
Yeah.
So Dig, let's see the knockout.
The jabs don't work. There has to be a full swing, and the haymaker's already on the wrong side. You want it on your side. And that's going to be Hui coming in big at support for Golden Guardians this game. They've really just been able to dominate the map and continue this dominance through each lane, all the way up the inhibitor turret now on top side. That's the last one left. And they're going to leave FBI for now, as it looks like they're going to want to route around here and push Dignitas, squeeze them in their own base.
All right. Last point of defense here for Dig. Top side inhibitor turret. Golden Guardians have super minions flooding in. They've got champions flooding into the base as well, but I don't think they can deal with either.
It's just a wall of Dig right now. They're like, if we all 5 put ourselves in front of this turret, we can do it. Aframu getting a bit more heal back up. Goonie on the right side takes Haunter right away. The Nexus turret's going to be the focus for Golden Guardians, and they take it down immediately as Johnson almost falls. The DPS getting pushed out of the site for Dignitas on both sides. And now it looks like the Nexus is in the eyes of Golden Guardians as they pick up a little more gold with the victory over Dignitas.
Golden Guardians picking up their big win over Dignitas here. More separation, 6 wins now for them. Feeling a lot more comfortable.
What a game, so methodical from the beginning. Both teams seem timid, but then that can also be seen as Golden Guardians not putting themselves in a place to be picked. Dignitas was warding, looking for those picks, but neither were finding that window in the beginning, and you can take that a whole bunch of ways.
Yeah, and I wouldn't say on the side of Golden Guardians that they were timid, because they're saying,
that's true,
all right,
that's true.
We're gonna go take the objective. Do you have anything to say about it? No? Okay, well, we'll move on to the next objective then. We will go now take the mid turret. We will take the top tier.
Yeah.
We will take the Riftfield. We will take the Dragon. And they're able to get it.
They were putting the chances up. Golden Guardians are going to take the victory, and when we return, the Tigress is sitting down with the victorious Golden Glue. You don't want to miss it.
Welcome back, everybody, to the LCS. I am sitting on by with Golden Glue after a very convincing win. I do want to touch specifically on some things with your career, but before we get to that, let's reflect on that game a little bit, because it was very convincing from the outside perspective.
Yeah, in the game, I never really felt like they were doing anything. I kind of felt like we were in control the whole time. And I was more worried about us just throwing the game than them actually winning. I was just like, as long as we don't mess up, this game's a free win. Like, they're not doing anything.
Anero said that the communication aspect was a big motivator for bringing Huhi in. Did you feel there was a difference in the team dynamic?
Jay definitely talks a lot. Like Huhi, that's like one thing he brings to the team is he's like constantly talking. And then I think it can help us like create plans when like people don't see, like when you communicate a lot, you can create plans that other people don't see. So it definitely helps.
I know recently, speaking about talking a lot, you had to talk a lot because there was a Drive episode highlighting your career. And I don't know if people realize just how deep that mentality goes for you, that underdog mentality. So what does having played, for anyone that didn't watch it, you should definitely go watch this Drive episode. It talks a lot about his career, not just in the LCS, but the start from football. So how does that competitive experience and having to play behind people like Caden Smith really allow you to push through in the face of adversity?
I think the number one thing that having competition with someone who's like going to be an NFL player. I think it creates like more of like a family bond. Like it taught me how to be a good teammate even when I wasn't going to be the one starting. So I knew how to like support my team and like make sure that the team is as strong as they can be, even if it means that I'm not the one shining, you know? So I think that's the kind of mentality I still try to bring to League of Legends. Like I will make sacrifices, like I will give people farm if it's better for the overall team. That's just really what it taught me.
And to be honest, you have a lot of fans, not just on the outside of those that are watching the LCS, but I feel like a lot of people speak so much about wanting to see you succeed because of that aspect. So now you're on a team, Golden Guardians, where yeah, you obviously want to strive for the top success, but you're having to kind of battle it out in this portion of the playoffs. How do you use that and share with the rest of the team to keep the eyes on the prize when it's not necessarily as clearly as, oh, the ultimate title is in our sights?
Yeah, I think it's a pretty interesting situation for almost all the teams that are like in this middle. Like we're all pretty much tied, and anyone can beat anyone, and it's actually really fun because it's stressful. Every single game matters so much to making playoffs. Like we're not like one of the top teams who pretty much has playoffs guaranteed. I think I like to think of it as just like a blessing to compete every single week, and like I think that it's kind of hard to think about like, oh, our goal is just winning playoffs when we first need to like, our goal is we need to make playoffs first, right? So I think by just focusing on the everyday, like just the process, that helps us eventually get to the place where we can say like, okay, we want to win the finals now. Like this is our goal.
Now, speaking of taking it every day, having a support system by you every day does help. And you are on the end of the spectrum for professional players that have parents that are very supportive. Yeah. And you even said before we came on here that you feel most people wanted to watch the Drive episode for your mom, for Golden Mom here. So what is that like from your early competitive career to high school and then making the transition to go LCS?
I mean, I would say like I was able to make the choices that I made just because I know my parents supported me. Like I knew that I wasn't going to get like excommunicated from the family or like, no, everyone's going to support the choices I was going to make. So I just kind of chose like the hardest, riskiest path possible because I knew I always had my family to fall back on.
Before we went into this game in particular, the desk was having a debate on to whether the pressure was on Huhi being a new person coming into this. But it has a domino effect on the rest of the roster and how to adapt when these changes happen. You went in with a roster swap into the split, and then you have this player swap partway through. So what does that do to your approach for the remainder of the regular season and potential playoffs?
I don't know if Jay felt more pressure. I'm assuming he did because it was his first like LCS game. I didn't feel any extra pressure like doing a player swap. I kind of felt like we're just gonna keep doing the same thing, same processes, and it doesn't really change much for me. But I'm sure for him, like it's probably pretty nerve-wracking playing your first game after playing in Academy all season. But he's played in LCS a long time. Like he's kind of a veteran, so I don't think it affected him too much.
And well, before we head into a break, any thoughts to all the fans and everyone that did tune into the Drive episode and got to learn a bit more about you?
Yeah, I just want to say like thank you to everyone who's sending me messages saying like that my story was like inspiring to them or helped them out if you're going through a tough time in your life. I think a lot of people go through tough times and most people don't share it. So it's really nice when people like message me and say like, hey, you sharing your story like made me feel better about my situation. So yeah, thank you to all those people.
And again, to anyone that has not checked out this episode of Drive, you can go ahead and do so through the link. You can find it through the YouTube channel. But for now, we're going to go ahead and send it over to the desk for a breakdown.
Thank you, La Tigress. I'll say it again. She said it plenty, but I'll say it one more time. One of the best Drive episodes out there. If you have not seen it, I highly, highly, highly recommend going and checking out Golden Blue's story as they pick up a very important win here. And we've brought Apollo onto the desk to help us break down that absolute banger of a game.
I know.
Fastest of the day. Fastest of the day by 5 seconds, but you wouldn't have thought so much based on the way the game played out.
Yeah, I mean, there's the general theory of League league relativity, which is as the kills per minute approaches 0, there's actually some time dilation. So while the in-game clock read 28 minutes, we actually experienced a year.
Wow.
That's how much time extended for when nothing's happening.
Oh my goodness, I'm almost 30 now. Oh, Mark, what happened? What do I do? No. Apollo, what was your take on this and the way it developed in such a slow fashion with these kinds of picks on the board?
I mean, I think you look at the blue side team comp and you're thinking very snowbally, so much action. They have Callista set, even Pantheon 2, right, for dives, and then 28 minutes later.
So naturally,
they snowballed at 28 minutes.
After 28 minutes, the first team fight of the game starts, and then the game ended.
Actually, no, that is so wild. It's actually wild to think about that the game ended at a time that you would expect for this team comp.
Yeah.
But that the first fight didn't come until way beyond the time that you would expect it to
snowball
come.
started really late, but it was a really fast
It was a
big snowball. It started off really big.
Let's take a look. This is First Blood coming in at 26:09. 13:30 was the longest it had taken for a First Blood yet this split, and we were only 40 seconds away from the latest First Blood in LCS history since we've been tracking it. But I think both teams, knowing that, decided to go ahead and pull the trigger here in the mid lane.
Yeah, their name ramming and Golden Glue set it up with a nice scatter that got followed up by the flash stun from Booty.
First time. There it is.
Yeah.
I mean, that was 26 minutes of attention that was just being released.
They have Callista set Pantheon, and then their first engage was a Cinder stun. That's the weirdest part is you have these champions that are supposed to be going in super forward, and then the control mage backline starts out the fight he's had enough. It's okay, guys. Let's do this.
And something that does happen is you have all these engage tools, but no one wants to whiff, and the enemy team has all those flashes. So you're like, oh, I don't want to throw my set in and then have them all flash out. And then because you never do it, no one ever flashes, so the flashes are always up.
Never start that cycle of trading abilities.
You get in this weird thing where because you heard Golden Glue talking about, they weren't going aggressive. They were never doing anything.
Yeah.
So you have to be the one to kind of go the extra step to finally start that fight.
That's actually something that's really interesting because this is Dignitas with a new jungler not doing anything, right? You subbed in this jungler. This is the guy that's supposed to be leading the charge with a Rek'Sai. I mean, out of all champions, to be aggressive early, this puts a lot of question marks in me for Dignitas and if they move forward into playoffs.
I think their early game team comp, I'm sure they could have made plays, but after a certain point, Rek'Sai is going to be useless. Not useless, but he has no job after a certain point. He has to go for a flank,
He's fired halfway through the game.
His job is flash on burrow.
But you have all the Syndra, for example, he's the throws. She's throwing out spells that are very non-committal, so it's that's what it looks like. But I mean, they had it was Zoe, Mordekaiser, Thresh, MF, Rek'Sai. Yep. So how are you going to start a fight, right? Besides
it's a hooker and nothing else, right?
So I think that's why they felt really pressured after a certain point. When Zoe gets not behind, but when she doesn't have control, it's just, okay, now we have to wait for something to happen. And usually what happens is you sit mid, the NA RAM, and then you go to an objective, and...
I think what adds to the hilarity, though, in all of that is, what were they fighting over?
Yeah.
Well, Dragon was coming up. Or Dragon was up.
Do you think...
So we'll fight about it on that side of the map.
Yeah.
And then the winner gets to go take it.
That Dignitas should have drafted more tools to do anything? Because why would you pick something that says, all right, well, our job is over, we're
fired? You could question
fired.
the draft a little bit. I think, I'm not sure exactly how the top lane matchup goes, but they need to snowball either one of the side lanes, or one of the lanes. They need to have Zoe ahead, or Mordekaiser ahead, or MF Thresh, because those are the two, you have a Rek'Sai, that's his whole point, is to get control over the lanes, snowball those lanes, but he's not going to go into the mid game, he's not like a Gragas, right? He's not going to do this, wombo combo for the team fight engage. So, I mean, you can maybe question the draft a little bit. I mean, it came down to play more than anything, right? They had 20 minutes plus to do something, and they did.
Let's talk about play then for the two guys who were jumping onto the LCS stage for the first time this split this weekend. Acadian, of course, suffering a loss yesterday and another one here today, and then Huhi as well stepping up in the support position, coming away with a victory. But how do we feel about that substitution? How do we feel about the way Huhi looked on that set of all things?
I mean, we saw him play one fight, which was really good out of him. Really impressive to bust that out.
ISO deaths.
Yeah,
That's an improvement.
When we did tier lists, you guys had Keith down in that 10 slot. What you guys cited as one of the major factors was the number of deaths, and in particular, isolated deaths.
28 minutes of 0 ISO deaths or kills is better.
All right, so where does Huhi go on the list after one game?
I mean, he had Kalista too, though.
Yeah.
That helps to not get ISO death.
And it helps.
That's true. You get a get out of jail free card. But where would you do it? I'm making you make a call off of one game.
Above Aframo, we just beat him.
Yeah, there you go.
Where was Afro on your list?
Six or seven. It was 7.
Hey, that's a playoff. That's a playoff level support right there. That's a playoff level support.
Hey, we're making something out of a one-fight game.
My final question to you, Apollo, is a little bit more of a league-wide question. We are experiencing an interesting race towards playoffs where so many teams are within, 2 games of each other and vying for a couple of remaining slots in the playoffs. As compared to previous splits of experience for you in terms of playoff races, is there any difference with this kind of messiness at the bottom of the table as, say, competition for the 1 seed? Those are decided. That's already done. It's all about who's just going to sneak in right now.
I mean, the pressure is all the same. I think it is kind of daunting to look at the standings and you're like, wait, so if we lose this game, we're 9th? How does that make sense?
Yeah, we have a 500 record, and if we lose, we're in 9th? That's
so
great.
I think that's the weird thing, but at the end of the day, all your matches are going to matter the same. Like, you want to get a win, you don't want to lose, right? So it's weird to look at, but for the most part, everyone's trying to get into playoffs. I think CLG right now have the best position because they get to just knock teams out. That's all they're trying to do. They're just they're just trying to make our lives a little bit worse.
Plain spoiler. All right, well, Paulo, thank you so much for joining us on the desk to break down that one. Wish you the best of luck in the remainder of the split. Hopefully see you in the postseason. We're taking a break. When we return, we've got Evil Geniuses versus Counterlogic Gaming.
In Texas, you don't speak English?
Yeah, you talk like this.
Well, that's English.
Y'all want to go to Applebee's after this one?
Oh, now it's going to be Afro going down for first blood. It's going to the hands. FBI, he says, open up. We're coming on in. He's going to be in the death realm. Tuhi in the death realm. But they take the tanky guy, and he's going to be able to come back out with a 50 cal shot coming from Golden Glue. There's another one as the Acadian falls to the floor. He'll drop Johnson, too. Clean. Possible fight coming in, and it is a fight. No possibility needed. The Acadian goes down. They're going to lose another one in Huni, and it is quick for Dignitas. Johnson almost falls. The DPS getting pushed out of the sight for Dignitas on both sides. And now it looks like the Nexus is in the eyes of Golden Guardians as they pick up a little more gold.
So Josh, you going for our Drive Safe and Save discount?
Yep, using the app, driving safe. You wanna go, bro? Do not mess with my discount.
Get a discount up to 30% with Drive Safe and Save.
Well, it's about time we got to work. There we go. Red Bull gives you wings. The new Red Bull Zero and Red Bull Sugar Free. Full of wings, free of sugar.
When you're chasing greatness, just remember, it's not about what you say, it's about what you do.
So happy to have you back here, and just in time for Game 4, where Evil Geniuses and Counter Logic Gaming both come off of feel-good wins. So that's got to be nice. What was originally thought to be a battle for the scraps, now both teams come into the day after picking up significant upset wins.
Yeah, I mean, they had some very good games. EG, they actually took down FlyQuest, the second-place team, in a big matchup. Jizuke, once again, popping off. Big Talia play for him. Svenskeren on your screen was on the Pantheon, and they had pretty good combos there roaming around the map.
Absolutely, and he goes up against another mid laner that hard carried Pobelter for Counter Logic Gaming.
Yeah, Pobelter Syndra. Let me tell you, he had probably the best play of the entire split. The entire year, Elder Dragon comes in for the cool lasers at the perfect time. He flashed over the first Q, dodges the second Q, Zonya's first dial points. Meanwhile, though, this is a look at Jizuke and their win earlier as well. This one was some shutdowns, some Zoe play, some LeBlanc play. He's been doing it all. Here's another look at some Zoe burst damage. He's had definitely an up and down split for them.
Seems to be reined in though now.
Yeah, some of the really big wins for them have been off a big Jizuke pop-off play. The Zoe, the LeBlanc, the Talia. Definitely going to be an exciting matchup. I have to say, Pobelter, though, coming into CLG, you know, bottom team in the standings in both leagues. He has had such a good and positive attitude. Not only is he playing well, but he's doing so much for, you know, the team atmosphere and the team's direction.
I am so excited for that mid lane matchup. It's explosive between these two players. So I hope they get champions that can show us that as well. As we're now into picks and bans, we expect to see Ornn on that ban list consistently and always. Zaya and Yumi also being banned out here as it's over to Evil Geniuses. When they're on your screen, this he is in once again for Stixxay on the roster.
Yeah, CLG have been switching up a lot of parts here. As we talked about, you know, hitting basically a rock bottom. Now they get to mix around, see what's going to work out, you know, who can perform on stage, see what kind of diamonds in the rough they can find for building on for the future. And even though it is technically possible, I believe, still for them to get into playoffs, they have to win pretty much every single game, and they are looking towards the future.
Kobe, CLG's first win was against Evil Geniuses.
Very true.
Yeah, they were able to get that. What was that? All the way back in week 3, first day of week 3. That composition was the Soraka, Jarvan, Syndra, Aphelios, Nautilus.
And they have used support top laners for Ruin in 2 of their 3 wins.
I like it, but it's going to be a Syndra first. They did show the Janna, though, getting into the minds of Evil Geniuses, but can you do that to the masterminds? Can you do that? I don't think so. Fiddlesticks.
Rework coming soon, by the way.
Wait, he looks terrifyingly beautiful. And Varus, quick Varus lock in, could be safe for Bang as he just starts off. You can actually see him having quite a bit of say in what's going on right now as he looks back at Irene and Artemis.
Yeah, for me,
Irene's like, no. Okay, fine.
For me, the next 2 down the list when we're looking at marksman are the Varus, but also the Misfortune. And I would say if you're looking at Bang as a player, I would much rather have him on things like the Varus because he is so good at skill shots. He has been very good at the positioning there for DPS as well. So he can either go lethality Varus, which we did see recently in professional play alongside a Zoe, when you have 2 lines of poke damage of different varying damage types, it can really still be effective. Or it can go the more common on-hit version and do standard Varus. Tom Kent's going to pair right there with him. Keep him safe, obviously. Varus has no dashes of his own.
Ash getting locked in. I like it from Wind. We'll see what he can do on this as an Aphelios yesterday. And maybe the Braum. They get a little Freljord to the bot lane on this one. Oh my God, Evil Geniuses. Look at how they know to work the mind of the crowd.
Yeah, farming likes right now.
Farming all the likes. There's an Echo lock in.
Oh,
I like that a lot.
That's going to get some likes from me. I still think Echo is incredibly strong right now. Multiple regions have top ELO for solo queue as Echo mains. Both North America, in EU as well.
The Dark Harvest, or?
Yeah, Dark Harvest is definitely good.
Okay.
You can go for Electrocute Burst still, but Dark Harvest is so good for team fighting. Obviously, you can pick up multiple iterations of it.
Right.
And we expect this to be mid lane, although it very well could be Jungle Echo. Even though they nerfed attack speed, Jungle Echo still alive and well.
Okay.
Razork in EU, mains it, plays it a lot. He's one of the ones at the top of the ladder there. And he's really popularized the Gnasher's Tooth on Echo because the auto attack's actually extremely strong for Echo considering the passive. It's definitely if you're facing more tanks though and you have more time to get out autos. I still, especially if it's a mid lane Echo, want that big burst damage. You go in, you E1 into Q and you cast Q while you're rolling into proto belting, and then auto attacking after your E2 lands at the same time as your Q, and it's just so hard to deal with for any of these backline carries, particularly Ashe, who has no mobility. Yeah, it's actually pretty easy once you get used to it. It sounds cool when you're like E1, Q, E2, because there's two different.
Knight,
but
C7.
It's actually not that hard. The only thing you have to get used to is throwing your Q out while you're tumbling. And then obviously you can do cast your W into Zonias for the 3.5
stuff.
Yeah. But anyways, the whole point of that ramble is that Ashe is a great target. Syndra is a great target for Echo. And Yorick is a great target for getting cheers from the crowd.
Yes, it is. I like these Warwick's hovers. Is this Stixay love here?
Yeah, this is Stixay love. He's shouting out the former CLG starting AD carry who always hovers Warwick. Lee Sin it will be though, and there is the end to the mystery. It is indeed a mid lane Echo. Echo mid lane has been counterpicked into Syndra forever. Trying to play, it's an aggressive matchup though. You have to work off of kill pressure. So that's why I like the Lee Sin pairing here, because Lee Sin has so much mobility. You can actually capitalize on a lot of those Echo plays. Obviously, the most famous one is the attempted Echo dive, not getting the ultimate back off in time, and Syndra actually getting the kill under the tower. But hopefully that won't be the case for Jizuke this time around.
Pick the Rick. They want the Yorick. I don't think it's going to happen this time, gentlemen. It has happened recently, though.
Rowdy bunch.
Hope is there, but maybe not today. Final pick here for Counter Logic Gaming, and is going to be the playing top. He is. Yeah, playing top.
When you see Gragas and Syndra already locked in, you don't want AP topside. Gangplank, very, very good at helping out in those cross-map plays, obviously, with the ultimate. Can we even get anything through the Yorick wall?
I don't know. It's so strong.
Fair enough. Yorick into Gangplank, not a bad idea, by the way. Because you cannot orange out of the Yorick grave circle.
Can't.
Jace, though, actually gaining a lot of popularity on live patch because of the increased value for turret plates and melee champions dealing more damage relatively than range champions to turret plates. Jace can change between both, Riv, so you make your range advantage in lane, you pressure the Gangplank super hard, drop aggro in these side lane brushes, look for your EQs, poke him down, and then once you push him off the turret, you switch to melee, break that sucker down, and cash in either way.
You know, there's a lot of players to remember. My brain is kind of telling me Kumo has a sick Jace. I feel like I remember that from something.
It's because when he was on Cloud9 Academy, they subbed him in to the main roster.
Yeah,
so they subbed him in, and people are like, all right, he looks really good, but all of Cloud9 are playing around him, and he's playing Jace over and over.
Yeah.
But there's a reason it's in your head, Riv. This is Kumo's iconic champion. If you can attach an iconic champion to a player this early in their career, that's the one he's going to get. So let's see it. Kumo Jace into Ruins GP.
Yeah.
It's definitely advantage early, and he wants to pressure like we talked about.
And we got the mid lane matchup that does at least have aggression from one side. Syndra for Pole Belter. We know this is a huge pickup and he can make the plays happen, but can he when Jizuke is trying to jump in his face all the time and rewind time to do it all over again? This one's going to be a good one.
When I heard Jizuke was coming over to North America,
all right,
this is the type of champion I want to see him on. Echo and the Rise are the two most that pop into my head, and hopefully we can see some of those big aggressive plays, because if you talk to Jizuke in person, he always talks about how, the mid laners here, they don't play to win the lane. They don't take chances. They don't play aggressively. And so I want to see him make those choices, play aggressively, take the chances, and if he has success doing that and playing that way, then he will force change in his opponents. If you play that way and you fail, there's no reason for them to change, though.
Yep. Well, there's a reason to pause for the time being. Everybody will stop down. Best time to pause, though, I'd say.
Yeah.
Is not, unless you were just like ready to go off the fountain, but I'd say this is a good time to pause.
Yeah, I think they're looking at their champ select and they're like, wait, weren't we supposed to have a York? I think the last pick was a York. No, just kidding. Okay, never mind. But honestly, yeah, Jizuke Echo, I'm actually super hyped for this one. He really made a name for himself, Worlds 2018 with Vitality. Those were the really great Jizuke years, playing super aggressively, completely changing the dynamics of professional play. That was such a big year.
And let's head down to the Tigress, who's standing by with Irene to hear about Evil Geniuses.
Well, speaking of that aggression from Jizuke in 2018, I want to know from you, Irene, how the Echo pick taps into his strengths.
So I think Jizuke is most famous in EU about Echo. So I think this seems to for picking Echo. So it's a good situation. So that's why we pick it and we believe him.
And how have you as a team worked around creating less of a coin flip around Jizuke and try and achieve some more consistency?
Yeah, so actually before, I think we have some problem with, inconsistency. But I think for now, I think we seems to much better because even in Scream, we don't make some risk play. We just instantly of that. We just play for team play. So I think it's much better as our team.
All right, well, let's go ahead and see that team play in action.
I love it. Just to elaborate a little bit on Jizuke's Echo and the famousness, like we were talking about in Champion Select, this has always been a counter pick into Syndra because of the mobility of Echo, and he plays off of the assassination threat, the kill threat, to go for those trades like you just saw on your screen, to be able to pressure the Syndra and keep the wave pushed in, try and chunk her down. Basically, later on in the game, you can also E1 to the side, then look for and throw your Q out at the same time. If your Q tags him, you can also E2, close the gap, get your 3-hit passive. He really wants it. Yeah, Pobelter's baiting him a little. With
nice dodge.
With the phase rush here. That's why I actually really like this rune choice for Pobelter. Phase rush gives Syndra some mobility to try and put him on par with the Echo. But basically, like you just saw, trying to finish off for the third hit for the passive there for Jizuke. Pobelter kind of baiting him and staying on that range. Very good close mouse usage there for both players. Pobelter's able to keep the range, doesn't take the bad end of the trade. But when you really get excited for this mid lane matchup is when you introduce junglers. Gragas and Lee Sin, extremely good at ganking towards the mid lane. Right now, Pobelter doing a good job, has the wave right in front of his turret, so it makes it a little bit difficult for Jizuke. He cannot play as aggressively. Echo, the melee champion, makes it much more difficult. You don't go for trades unless you're hard committing, and if the Gragas is there, it's a big punish, so he has to play a lot more defensively now, throwing out his Q just to grab the CS, and hovering to the side of the map where he knows his jungler is. Scryer's Bloom does give away Gragas' location.
Yeah, they just saw Svenskeren a bit ago on the Hawk shot as well, so they knew he was heading towards bot side. There's a potion advantage towards Pobelter as he pops the last one, going in for auto attacks with Corrupting on. It looks like Scuttle for Scuttle. It's pretty even around the map to start things off. 25-19 on top CS though, that's a difference.
Yeah. Definitely.
top
Definitely
start.
are different numbers. Great usage from Ruin on the Gangplank passive, by the way. This wasn't on screen for you guys to see, but contrary to what most would think, because dots in our game, usually when you reapply a dot, it just refreshes duration. For Gangplank's passive, Trial by Fire, you can actually, if you hide a barrel and reactivate the passive, you wait for the first activation of Trial by Fire to show up, so you see the fire on your sword. You get your auto attack, it burns them. You can actually stack it if you proc it again, and it doesn't just refresh the duration. You actually get both damages from it, and that can be one of the ways that Gangplank can have early good trades, that plus Grasp, of course, lead to some of the surprising scenarios where people think, oh yeah, barrels are useless early for Gangplank because it takes so long to charge down. if you hide them well, if you auto-attack them to lower the charges yourself, and keep them in good places, they can still be useful early in the game, even before the charge down timer gets to a very effective range. Nice move here by Wiggly, shoving Kumo off the wave, denying CS.
Great start to this one. Ruin as well, controlling that top lane. That might pull Svenskeren up towards the top a little bit more, as we saw a fight just happen between him and Wiggly. Go towards Wiggly. So denying jungle now on the side of Evil Geniuses. CLG feels good here in the early game, and it seems like they just play with a lot more comfort. They aren't kind of making plays from behind or trying to push themselves into a dangerous position to make those plays. So it's more going to go your way. Looks like he leaves the tiny ones, and that's going to suck for Svenskeren.
Yeah, I really like how he's controlling the top side of the map for Ruin, while Ruin's able to push off and deny CS to Kumo. Look at this Jace build. Double Doran's Blades early for Kumo. He's not able to build into lethality early or anything, try and look for extra pressure on Gangplank, extra kill threat. Meanwhile, you see the jungler hovering around that Echo lane around Jizuke because, again, so much of it does depend on the threat of the all-ins. And Echo actually, it's fairly difficult to land your stun by yourself, just in isolation on a Syndra. But if you have some help, Echo's so sticky with the passive procs.
Sheen by first. Ruin's gonna feel great in that lane, queuing over and over. Drake first. Cloud into what? What's gonna be changing our Rift? We'll have an idea after this first one goes down. Hits the barrel on the second connect. And we'll have Ocean or Mountain to change our Rift this game. And it's a good pickup by EG to start things off, knowing the top lane's kind of getting pushed in a bit, put the pressure towards bot, where you have an advantage.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the bot lane recalled there for Wind and Smoothie. Wind is able to teleport it back, but EG slip right in. Svenskeren grabs up the dragon with a little help from the bottom lane, roaming over. And this is going to be a very, very positive situation for EG. Now that he is 6 as well, Jizuke, he had immediately used his ultimate previously on that trade. So you can tell no trailing icon there behind Echo, and Pro Belter with the ultimate advantage for now. Maybe CLG look for an opportunity there because Gragas flashing in, locking up an Echo, and Syndra with the ultimate advantage. Actually, you can get a kill on Echo pretty early. So definitely something EG need to protect against, and CLG should look for that offensive opportunity.
Wind playing very safe. Smoothie, go clear some wards. I want to stay safe. I don't think they want to push up to a Tom Kench and a Varus at this point anyways. Level 6s are starting to come out, and with Wind at 5, he's got to play very careful. You also have Gangplank ultimate you have to worry about throughout this one as Kumo continues to take those Sheen parlays to the face. Low on mana as he just tries to farm it out. And with a goal difference, 300 towards that top side, but that's Gangplank.
Yeah, Ruin's loving it. Farm up on the minions, you charge up, wait for your grass proc, and going for your parlay. Attempting the barrel chain there, does not get it. Now he's got his trial by fire, as you can see by the fire on his sword too, but
burning the minion.
Burns the minion. Can't get his auto on Kumo because he's staying at range. Out of mana though for Kumo. No corruption potion charges either, so it is not going to get better quick for him.
They're still going to try to play towards top side here. He's low on mana, but they have pulled the bot lane up. We see Bang already coming over. And it's not going to be Jizuke helping out on this one. He's pretty far away. Pro Belter's also staying in mid, so it looks like EG may have manipulated the map just enough to make sure they're not contested here on the Rift Herald. Very nice move, especially with Kumo being down so early.
Yep, better coordination here from EG. And even though you look at both these AD carries and you say, all right, the level 6s mean that Ashe and Varus can both start fights. They can both CC with their ultimates. Problem is the Tom Kench on the Evil Geniuses side, right? That's why it's not a fair trade for Wind and Bang. Just eat them right out of the arrow. Meanwhile, the Braum trying to stand in front as well with the Unbreakable to try and deny those all-ins. Good rotation there from EG though. Bang and Zaza will arrive at the 2v1 to try and start harassing down some of these turret plates, which Kumo was unable to do.
Ooh. Said he wanted it for a second there, but he knew he could just get the damage onto Bang and push it back. Hit it? So close. No cigar. Still waiting on 1:30 for the next Drake to come up onto this one. Another very patient game with a late first blood. Doesn't seem like anybody wants to put themselves in a very dangerous spot on this one, as we're pretty equal gold. We do see an advantage, however, coming from Ruin. It's been closed up a bit with that CS from Kumo. However, he did put his money into double Doran, so it's going to be a bit later for his buy.
Yeah, and just look at your map. I mean, because they swapped it down, he's able to push one wave into the turret. That's getting denied, so Ruin won't pick it up. And he immediately goes right back out topside. Run away from the gangplank, basically.
It works.
After he was able to get the early jungle attention. And now, finally, he's able to get some lethality in. Picks up his first Dirk, so he'll have a little bit more bites to his offensive combos, looking for the harassment.
It always feels terrible when you go shock blast something and you're looking for big damage and nothing actually happens. You're just tickling the opponent. So looking for a bit more there from him as the map starts to get to level 6s. We might see a fight here for our objective in 1 minute.
Yeah, other thing I like is the better preparation from EG. The Dragon's coming up in 37 seconds, so they already have dual lane back down bottom. Meanwhile, CLG are in their awkward swap right now. They're sending Syndra top because Poe Belter does have teleport as well. So even though they're dropping a few more minions on the towers to these pushes, they're trying to get it in a spot where they don't immediately concede Dragon due to their duo lane being top side and not having a teleport up there. Poe Belter is the one who's going to take that up. Says, I will hold it against the Kumo. Make sure that they don't get another uncontested objective. Here we go, though.
Depending on how that happens, you might see Poe Belter get a solo kill if he can get Kumo far enough under his turret. Kumo's not going for anything aggressive, though, down to the river, actually, so he can meet EG and gather with the team here towards the mid lane. Looks like we might get our first kill just around 12 minutes as Infernal Drake looks to be contested. Remember, again, that teleports up for Poe Belter, and they will stay topside with Kumo. So looks like EG is going to go ahead and get scuttle control and see how CLG moves before activating anything on this fight.
Big activation here with the Rift Herald. They will be able to get the blades. They're not starting up the Dragon during it and just going to continue to pressure away. Bang trying to farm up a bunch of extra money, and CLG are forced to go that long way around to try and answer because of the extra vision from Evil Geniuses. Let's see if they go for the actual smite fight here, because there is a ward inside for CLG.
Big hit from Bang onto Wiggly. Wiggly can still come over the wall. He channels Predator on. Just try to deter Evil Geniuses off of the Drake. Arrow misses wide.
Big.
And Jizuke is going to try to hit the back line. CLG is going to be pincered in this one, but do they have the flank as well from the Tri-Brush? A very scattered fight. That's going to be the Drake going over to Svenskeren, and he takes Unleashed Power and he dodges the scatter, but it's going to be the kill coming in from Wiggly in the jungle. We're now 1-for-1 on this fight as Wind has gone down and the mountains will rise as the fight continues. A double kill for Kumo, who has held his breath all lane for this fight to happen.
Yeah, Kumo's cashing in, Riz.
Man.
2 kills and a bounty now on that Jace. Meanwhile, Svenskeren kept his eyes on the Dragon, and with the extra damage that was coming through with the Gangplank ultimate, it burns down low enough for a Sonic Wave. Smite Q comes in. Evil Geniuses get the Dragon, they get the extra kills. They also burn more flashes, forcing CLG all to flash out of the back of that Dragon pit. So all going according to the evil plan.
Super split on that one, back and forth. I'd love to see it again because it was so hard to even see who would have the right positioning. You have a Gragas barrel that could have come in really well orchestrated in the end by EG, and they gain a bit more gold on that mid lane turret. Bot still being pushed by Kumo as he's ready and waiting with a minion wave. Should be able to drop at least one more plate if Ruin doesn't get there in time. EG's set up all over the map to just keep kind of picking up gold after that fight.
Meanwhile, Bang right back at it. They swap to the top sides. Bottom tower goes down to Kumo. Meanwhile, whittling away here. And Bang with the fully completed Blade of the Ruin King, and as well as upgraded Ninja Tabby. Even with a lot of CC on the enemy team, doesn't go for the offensive usage. He does have a Tom Kench, so doesn't want to get any tenacity or anything, but went with the physical damage reduction because barrel chains A lot of AD carries, I guess, have nightmares of late game barrel chains from Gangplank. So you get a bit of extra armor snuck into the build. It doesn't help too much with the auto attack passive that you're getting from it, but a little bit more tanky for possible Gangplank later on.
I like that synergy with Zazel. It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
You can just get him gobbled up like you were saying. He also has Merc Tread, so he can stay very safe. Almost cleansed, but not so much. Just about 1k Goldie, 1.7 in the favor of EG, so not too much to work with here, but that power of Kumo can really be delivered from the Fog of War if Evil Geniuses can create it. He's starting to come up towards the mid lane a bit, kind of warding and clearing wards, and we'll see where this ends. He may do a double push with Jizuke in mid lane, and they'll just seed over the Rift Herald to counter Logic Gaming, which wouldn't be too bad of a play at this point. Plates are down. Sure, they're going to be able to drop a turret, but you might be able to get the fight. Svenskeren with Sonic Wave, the Resonating Strike. Oh, he just spiked it anyways. Gets it, not snuffed out. They had 20 seconds to grab it anyways, and the resulting fight. There goes Svenskeren once again, always hitting Q after the first one, but he goes down first. Can CLG return on this fight what they have just received, and they are going to lose another one. Another double kill for Kumo at 4-0 now. And a 400 gold bounty. He is feeling real good on the Jays pick at this point.
Oh man, Svenskeren casually walks up, smites it at max smite range. That's just on the edge of the range of the ability there. Then kicks him in the head. Jizuke then goes in for a trade on to win, but big POB comes over. Don't mess with my AD carry, and runs Jizuke off so Win can walk out.
Having a little fun there with Jizuke as he exits, but Evil Geniuses grab a pretty good hold on the early part of this game. As we see Jizuke head back towards mid. We'll see this fight one more time towards the top side. Just quick smite, and then Svenskeren kind of throws himself in.
Yeah, I mean, he's hovering on the edge of the range there, gets the smite, then it kind of looks like he thought, oh, did I get it or did I not get it?
Oh, wind! Like the wind.
Yeah, I mean, this is CLG teammate protection here. Everybody's trying to bodyguard a wind from Jizuke, who keeps on trying to get that AD carry kill, but not going to find it here. Smoothie this time around is able to apply enough defense to barely keep Wind alive.
But he teleported to mid and then had to flash immediately after that.
Oof, yeah.
Jizuke was ready to jump on him.
Meanwhile, you can see Zazel always hovering right behind Bang there. The Devour Summoner spell always at the ready.
Is it clear? Double pinks around the Drake. We got 19 seconds until we have the first of those mountains. And it's only 2 away from Evil Geniuses. They have really good rift control this game. And objective control all around the Drakes. Arrows up for Wind. Smoothie's Glacial Fissure is about to come up. Kumo towards the bot side. 400 gold bounty. They don't even want it first. You can see the damage he does now. A lot of lethality finished. And that Yomu's Ghostblade, another serrated Dirk in his pocket. And he throws on a Corrupting Pot just to add a bit more to boot for the 2v1. CLG is the first to the bottom. Kumo is trying to split this one, and he is now the lone and lonely out of the fight, but Jizuke teleports in. I don't think they know he's here just yet. Parallel Convergence is going to miss for him. They still want Kumo a lot. That's cast over. Chrono Shift back, and it looks like they're going to be safe for now. All the attention from EG has really been on the Drake. Is that going to cost him, though? CLG is still in a tight spot here. They're going to lose Pobelter immediately before he gets a chance to ult. Smoothie now has to flash out of the fight. Parallel Convergence just hitting on the edge for Jizuke as the man goes forward with Phase Rush and the rest, or I should say his passive speed and the rest. And everybody's going to be able to pick up one more on Win for that. 3 members of Counter Logic Gaming down as Evil Geniuses continue to pad the KDAs.
Great team fight. So look at the pincer movements this time around. The Evil Geniuses just splitting CLG up. You could see 2 separate packs for CLG. 2 members trying to contest the Dragon, which was Pobelter and Smoothie, I believe, was the other one with him, separated up by the Dragon Pit, but the other 3 members were corralled under their turret on the bottom side, and then EG just move in. Nice job there by Kumo. Take a look at this separation. It is Smoothie up there with him. It's these 2. The rest of the team is under, so Kumo just said, yo, you're sandwiched in between me and the rest of my team. So not only do the Evil Geniuses take the Dragon, they also take the kills and run CLG back to base. Wind, nobody around to protect him because both of his previous protectors, Riv, Pobelter and Smoothie had been killed, so nobody's around to help him out, and he goes down to Suzuki in the 3rd attempt.
Yeah, starting to fall apart a bit here for Chronologic Gaming as the leads, just an item altogether here for EG, are pretty much able to wipe out the CLG health bars. Kumo doing with one shock blast at this point. And Bang's protection has been perfect. 0-0 and 4 for him. 1-0 and 4 for Zazel. And the rest of the team now looking at Svenskeren to be the initiator here. He's the only one that's gone down, but it's been for an advantage in Evil Genius's favor, so no problem there.
Yeah.
If that's the reason you're going down. 36.1 to 30 as they just take over 30,000 gold on the side of CLG.
CLG in a really rough spot now, because you look at their team and you're like, okay, you start spamming, all right, guys, we got to farm for late. But there is a soul coming up in just a little under 3 minutes, and EG have such a tremendous lead right now. It looks so difficult for CLG to have any sort of way to contest the soul coming up. Mountain Soul going to provide so much more defense for this already loaded offense team that EG have drafted here.
Yeah.
And yes, they do have possibilities. Okay, we gotta go super late game. Gangplank, once you get multiple items, you can have barrel chains that change the entire game and you get these big burst combos.
Syndra plays with Elder.
Exactly. Pobelter's on Syndra. You can always put your bets on the Pobelter cap there. If we go 3 more Barons and 3 more Elder Dragons, then maybe we farm that one out. But besides that, EG right now, they've got lethality stacked Varus. Kumo got so much out of these dragon fights. He was the one to get so many of the kills that he put it into early power. This lethality stacking means 1 EQ Shock Blast lands on the back line. Then either Wind or Pobelter is either out of the fight or in a position where Jizuke can kill them, because Jizuke has the Proto Belt that we mentioned as part of the combo. Flash available with Echo. Echo with Flash and Proto Belt can close basically a screen's worth of distance onto a backliner. And those are 2 low mobility backliners.
Jizuke just able to solo Ruin and give him a little what for. I'd say Ruin came out pretty good on that fight. Didn't lose too much of his health bar and should be able to heal back up. We'll have to see. Evil Geniuses also have a team comp that when they win these fights, they can basically roll through turrets in a matter of seconds with what they're bringing to the table, especially with the items that now supplement them. Dodge through the uprights. There's just no damage traded back is ever really enough to change Evil Genius's mind. They can still stay in the jungle, create another opportunity, and when you have the chance to do that, one of them's going to work soon enough.
All right, if the observers are listening, let's try and do a vision toggle for CLG's perspective, because just imagine how scary this is. Your map is completely dark. Baron is available. Mountain Soul is coming up in 37 seconds. The enemy team has a Fed Jace with lethality that will shock blast you from any of these angles, and an Echo that could be waiting in a brush to 100% you. What is your counterattack, right? You have to say, all right, we got to huddle up. Strength in numbers. Go 5 people strong and just rush in there and hope we can make a big play. Because EG just have complete vision control and the items to back up plays off of that vision.
I mean, you don't know that Svenskeren is alone by like 2,000-3,000 range right there. Obviously, Lee Sin could probably slip out anyways. Oh my God! Jizuke almost zeroing out Wiggly. You saw a Summoner Heal come in there to take him back up to about 200 HP from Smoothie, but it had to be fast fingers there because Jizuke was on the verge of getting a solo kill.
And Jizuke's ultimate cooldown with the blue buff is at 43.2 seconds on Echo. So he uses it there.
Come up again this fight.
Yeah, you get it back in 1.5 minion waves, basically, as they come every 30 seconds. Now they're sectioned again. CLG pincered.
Arrow going right through. Nice dodge by EG as CLG tries to do what they can. Jizuke takes the unleash damage, and he's going to get gobbled up. Does not have that ult to get back for himself just yet, though. Zazel's Grey Health comes in, and CLG is looking at the Drake going down in front of him. That Soul Drake shields now to passively the side of Evil Geniuses.
Shields up for Evil Geniuses, and a Baron likely to be down. Kumo's messing around, wants to add more insult to injury to try and get this red. Can he snipe it? POB taking him home.
Almost.
Nope, he's gonna run to the real home, back to the Bramble Pit.
I like how he slows down when he gets like, that was a tough run. Tough run. Okay, so Baron going over 25 minutes in here, just about. To the side of EG, great control into that. 5.5 minutes on to Elder, so let's see what they can get before all that happens. Bang just free walking in. He's like, I'm gonna go clear this ward alone since all their vision encroaches up to CLG's base at this point. So there's really nowhere that isn't safe for EG.
Yeah, Bang on the green chroma of the Varus skin. I believe that's the lead partner program chroma. They're almost all green. Trying to shout out the stream there. Ash Arrow goes through Evil Geniuses, and so does Jizuke here. He's able to come from the bottom side, finish off the kill onto the enemy jungler, and even though his ult's not back up, Zeyzal's there, and is able to devour him in melee range. They walk back out, Mountain Dragon goes down, they immediately get their shields, and walk right over to Baron.
So top lane's pushed by Pobalter. He can come to help the team now. A little bit of breathing room in one lane. So they can go between mid and bottom. This does actually help quite a bit, so you don't have to be spread as thin when you defend on the side of CLG. 8-2 here, so it's not that scrappy of a game. It's just the fights are always going in favor of EG, and now can CLG make this happen? Rangers focus onto Zeyzal, but it's going to be a tanky one in the front. Oh, Kumo into the middle as he dives in, but it's scary when you go hammer form right away, and a lot of members dropping on both sides, but EG again comes out on top of the fight. Abyssal Voyage into the base to find where Ruin could go. No, they go back to mid lane to pull the minions up. Heady plays coming in from Zeyzal and the team, as Jizuke is just going to dance it out with Ruin here.
Red Rover, send Ruin right over. Jizuke goes in for the tower dive.
Oh, kill secure.
How many has he got now? Kumo racking them up there on the Jace. Finds one more. Legendary for Kumo on his signature pick, and that's going to be it. Baron buff for EG. Rolling through the base like there's no tomorrow.
Yeah, these games are going fast in the back half of the day, and we're going to see EG trying to top that one previously by Golden Guardians versus Dignitas. They are inside the base, 13-3, and it looks like CLG is going to try to get mid-waves pushed out with a little bit of vision here, but they only have so far to go.
Now, Riv, so much has been talked, all split about how close all of the teams in the middle of the standings for the LCS here.
Yeah.
But with a 2-0 weekend here for Evil Geniuses, moving up to 7 wins for themselves, they are really starting to create some separation between them and the rest of the pack.
Yeah.
And this is the time where a lot of the teams have made their roster swaps. They've made their gambles, their bets to try and snag wins here right before we close in on the last few weeks. This is the perfect time to make your push. And right now, we'll take another look at the initiation on his Ben Garen, who was saved by Zeyzal there. Devour, pretty big once again. Zeyzal with the stone plate means that he's not really a viable target either on Tough Kench. And then finally, once the DPS arrives, Duque as well as Kumo rips them apart. Bang just firing away on the Varus the entire time. And they've returned to finish the job.
Let's see what they can get. EG remembered. They said, we will not be another win for UCLG. We may have been your first, but that was the last you'll get from us as Evil Geniuses starts to take the last inhibitor inside CLG's base. See if they can get the Nexus turrets here. Cask is just going to be to delay. That means that CLG doesn't have much to fight with, though, but you're going for broke at this point, and you're trying to play all of your cards. Just hopefully it's the right play. Jizuke now going towards the bot side of the map as you see him dive off to bring in that last minion wave that may just be too much for CLG.
All right, one turret left, CLG.
Oh, he's going to teleport back in.
It would be
he's out of here.
Completely counter logic for them to be able to defend this. Hint, hint.
Much needed win. Evil Geniuses have a tough schedule coming up after these. And I don't think it's going to happen for CLG this time. The Nexus is open, it's down below half HP, and EG's just trying to pad the stats to get the last bit of HP out of it. Who's gonna put that last chunk of change from the Nexus in their pocket? Looks like it's Jizuke taking that one with a smile on his face as EG takes the win.
Yeah, he even got his ultimate off.
Yeah,
in between the Nexus exploding, maybe it was a minion hit, but he gets his last auto, uses his ult for the freeze frame there, doesn't die in the end. Happy to see the smile on his face, you know, back on one of his signature picks. And
yeah,
well done here from EG, starting to create some separation for themselves, trying to create a buffer so they can breathe a bit easier looking at playoffs.
And we do see a more controlled Jizuke once again. Just look at this, handshakes everywhere. And the hug coming in. It was a great game all around. Smiles for that. But looking at, you put this guy on something that can come back to life basically with Chrono Shift. You almost give him agency to go in even more and do crazy stuff, but he didn't. It was tempered. It was with the team.
And he was ulting very liberally, too. You never would see him get low and get into one of these dicey situations where he can get Syndra stunned or locked up for any reason. He would always throw out just the first combo and then immediately ult back. Very, very safe, staying at high health. The only maybe dicey one was that Dragon Pit where he knew Zeyzal's right there with the Devour and saves him.
He goes right in. So these wins, as we were saying, count. You're looking at Liquid next week, Dignitas, Cloud9, and Immortals for EG's following game. So all of these ones are a must for the team. When we come back, the Tigers will talk to Jizuke about that much-needed win.
Hey everyone, La Tigers here with Jizuke after their first 2-0 of the entire split. First things first, you managed to string together a few good performances here. So what has allowed you to do that compared to some of the more, let's say, flip-floppy performances earlier?
I guess I just adapted to any playstyle and I know better which angle I should go for and when should I play aggressive and when should I not. Just like the comparison I can make is like I'm going aggro against someone that doesn't want to play aggro, or like they're just playing over safe. So I'm just throwing myself into them. So instead now I'm just taking good chances and like 100% chances, and I'm failing maybe 5% of the time. So it's okay.
You're a very clear win condition for the team. How are your teammates playing around that to facilitate you to have this aggressive play?
I think I'm really thankful for my teammates because they're like really focused on macro and how to play the game correctly. So when I'm ahead, they allow me to play my style way more. And I think that's something that was not happening before, just because we were not, we didn't have insane synergy as a team. So like, yeah, there is this guy that's playing full fucking aggro, and then there is like the other four, we should play slow. So now he's way better, and I think he's showing with the weeks that we are playing better for like now 2 weeks by now.
That word, style, you've worked to find that for the team. How would you describe EG's style right now?
I think our macro is insane when we put it off, and we figure out our drafting as well. And I think we are just a mix. We have good laners, we have insane jungler, and I'm crazy, so that's our style, I guess.
With your next opponents being Team Liquid, also fighting for a playoff spot, how do you feel that craziness is going to fare against them?
Yeah, I think we're playing against ourselves. If we play good, then we're going to win. If we play bad, then our draft is bad, then we're going to lose. That's it.
Good, bad, all right. Well, we're going to get one of those in their next game during the next week. But to break down this previous game, let's send it over to the State Farm Analyst Desk.
Thank you, Latigris. I get it. I'm not going to be able to get through this segment. And welcome, just a little something. Okay. Welcome, Power People, to the greatest segment of the day, the post-game for EG's victory here, with Crumbs being the loser of our weekly wager.
This is what it looks like to the CLG fans.
This is Crumbs at the dentist. Yeah. This is how he gets those pearly whites. Look at that, man. You got a nice set there. So,
I'm insane.
Are you really? Is it that bad?
After a while.
After a little bit?
Yeah.
Talk to me about this draft, Crumbs.
Who?
You okay?
There's some letters I just can't reach. So,
yeah. What were you trying to say, Echo or GP or?
Oh, now I see it. Yeah. I thought it was okay. I like what CLG is doing.
Okay.
Sir.
Price. Oh, wow. Those are some powerful lips you got there, my friend.
This is crazy.
Right, we got another clean one. Let's get another one in here. Let's get another one in here.
Look, you can't quit.
You realize Daniel's dealt with this all day. You didn't last more than 2 minutes.
Haven't heard that.
Wait, you guys actually forgot.
I'm dead. I'm out.
Right.
Oh my God. Okay, well, Crumbs is struggling to get through the draft, so let me get your take on all of this, Power People.
Well, I like what CLG did. I felt like the Syndra first pick is really dominant. I think the GP as well, blind pick, is really safe and can win most matchups. I feel like he even won the early game, like got like a slight CS lead, some parity. I think it looked pretty good overall.
I think I would say
go ahead.
The first 15 minutes looked pretty good for CLG when nothing was really happening in the game because GP just was able to outlane the Jace, and they were not getting any of those early leads you would expect with a strong top side of the map with like an Echo going up there and helping dive. So I thought CLG was going to be in a good spot.
All right, GP, as you mentioned, a very solid blind pick, but Jace, of all things, should be aggressive, and you would expect might be able to challenge GP. That was not the case, or Ruin had control of that lane entirely, which is what makes it so curious as you work your way through the game that Kuma was ultimately the beneficiary of all the kills that were falling the way of Evil Geniuses. And that's where I think you got to point to the other solo laner, to the Echo, to Jizuke that Kobe called out, saying there were 2 champions he wanted to see him on when he came across the pond to North America. One was Ryze, one was Echo. We got the Echo performance today.
Don't look at me.
What?
Don't look at me.
Don't look at me.
Don't look at it.
You're looking at me. I'm not telling you.
Crumbs, every question I ask from here to the end of the show is directed to you, okay? It's directed to you first. These guys can always come in second. Let's roll some replays.
I like how they're just sitting on draft
replays.
The production team is brutal. They're not giving replays.
Some highlights from within the game.
Yeah, so CLG needed to kill the controller there with Ruin and Iggly, and they didn't. And so they knew that the flank was coming, so EG could play it really well.
I
Yeah,
got all
definitely,
that,
dude.
actually.
Yeah.
That's well done. Mark?
It was the beginning of the turning point in the game. I think this was the first fight that went heavily in their favor. And Echo picked up, I think, 1 kill in that, and Jace picked up 2. And that started to help the side lane matchup for the Jace not to fall behind the GP.
Well done, Mark, but I think you could step it up. Maybe get on Crumbs' level here with that replay.
Lack of
breakdown.
communication there, because Draga still had opening. We were talking about it. Ilya and I had 2 different fights.
Yeah.
So engage here, the disengage
I
there.
feel like in most situations here, or in like all these Dragon or Herald swaps, CUG was always like the ones who need to face check, the ones that are walking in, and I feel like Echo did a really good job at, like, I feel like just farming mid lane, like getting the priority after, like, I think level 8, 9. But I feel like you need to really give props to EG as a team, because they had so many pings on all the objectives all the time. I feel like all of them bought like 2 more pings than the CUG opponents, and I feel like it really showed in these situations.
Do you think Ash's hotshot should have allowed CLG to have a better control of the objective setup?
I definitely think I was missing a little bit some of the Ashe arrows and gauges. I feel like I didn't see one in this game. It was
There was one.
I don't feel
You're right. You're
yeah,
right.
I feel like it was mostly Vigily pulling the trigger. I think Gyros can easily pull the trigger, but it normally helps to have that, like, maybe the Ashe arrow fly in first, then you drop the ultimate, get him in as knockback, so the Gyros don't need to full commit, and you can actually just pick up one target, I feel like.
Yeah, and it's important too against TK to force the Devour on somebody, so then you're then getting the second engage. And if you miss your first one, the Tom Clancy's just like, okay, bye arrow, and then he never has to devour that person.
Taking a look at some stellar stats here for the 2 solo laners of Evil Geniuses. It's good to see them perform. A lot of the questions coming into the split was about how both Jizuke and Kumo would ultimately step up to these roles with, you know, big names like Svenskeren and Zazel behind them to maybe do a little bit more of the macro and the shot calling. And I think this, to me, felt like one of the most Evil Genius, you know, style games that I would have expected to see prior to week 1. Like, this is how I imagine they play.
This whole week, I think, is really what they were trying to go for when they made the roster.
Apparently, Twitch chat has. You have so many nicknames.
Yeah, this is a good one.
This is a good one. You want to give it to him?
Gums.
Gums. Nice. Smarts, Dumbs, the Prophet, and Gums. Yeah. We got it all, baby.
Whatever.
I love my job so much. Oh, thank you all so much for letting me do this. I did want to ask you, Power of Evil, as we kind of narrow in towards the end of this split, I'm curious about how you think Cloud9's dominance has affected the way all of the remainder of the teams in the LCS have approached playing the game. Do you feel like the LCS largely is pushing to play the way that C9 is because they're the ones dominating, or not? Are people looking for different ways of winning to ultimately unseat Cloud9?
Well, I think right now, most of the teams are still trying to catch up to Cloud9. I feel like they were just the best team who did the Herald swaps all the time. They knew when to swap. They knew when to not swap for it instantly, like just go for dragons. I feel like they were just really smart about what to do, and I feel like most of the teams are trying to catch up. I feel like they're slowly catching up. I think C9 is still definitely like first place by far, but it's getting more closer.
Yeah, well, we're looking at teams like you and TSM to be the challengers. What would you say is FlyQuest's greatest strength on the Rift right now?
I feel like we are really good at team fighting, and we are really good at like little skirmishes. I feel like even today, TSM did the Herald swap better than us. They were on the Herald again. We needed to face check them, and they had a 2-0 Aurelia at that time, and we actually managed to get them off the Herald and get it for ourselves. It's obviously still not ideal. Like, we still need to get better at doing the Herald swaps ourselves and like be there first. But I don't know, we had so many situations that we come late, and like, I remember like some of the Rumble games I had, and then we like 4v5ing them at Herald. So I feel like we're a really good team at like skirmishing.
C9 did suffer their first loss this weekend. Do you feel like the separation is closing, or rather like between C9 and the rest? Or is it more like now it's C9, FlyQuest, and TSM, and then a larger gap? Does that make sense?
Well, I definitely think TSM is really strong. They have some weaknesses, but they have a lot of strengths too. So you need to like not underestimate them. I think they won against us this time. Last time I think we won, but both games are really close. Like the last time we won against them, it was really close. So definitely I feel like it's C9, then I feel like it's like TSM, us, and even EG is coming now up the ladder.
Absolutely. And speaking of which, I will return to this game because I got the stat for you. You called out the pink wards purchased by EG as compared to CLG, 42 to 29. So 13 more pink wards purchased by EG. To me, that's incredible to kind of understand, again, just to understand what you as a pro player are looking for in games. And to call that out without even having known the statistic, you had the sense, or at least the awareness to gather that.
And it's good to keep in mind that like normally, like obviously the winning team can buy more, can more afford to buy pink wards. But I feel like the losing team needs to buy more, or like it needs to stay like even in the pink wards, because that's how you come back. Like you stand on a pink ward, you like fight for the pink ward's vision, and
if you're winning, your pink ward shouldn't be dying.
Yeah,
so you could technically sit on them the whole game, but for the defending team, you got to keep reestablishing.
Keep buying them, keep fighting for your vision and your jungle, keep engaging. And CEG did it a little bit, but I feel like they could have bought more and like maybe like played around the vision a little more.
Final point here?
Oh, I was going to say, if you actually do check the stats, losing teams often have more wards purchased and placed. It's just you keep losing them.
All right, well, EG stifling the vision game there to get a win over CLG. Most assists of the day, they go to a longtime veteran with a layup or a rookie who came in the clutch. But today's winner of assist of the day is arguably the most underrated ally on the Rift, the Minion. Some days, buddies in lane helped him secure first blood, which would eventually snowball 100 Thieves for the rest of the match.
Yeah, I mean, we broke this one down as close as we could. It was basically played perfectly by Soaz. He just didn't have as many minions helping him out. That was the big difference.
We did. We went into off-camera. We went into pro view from multiple angles, looking to see if either of the players in that 1v1 could have played it much differently. And we identified that there really wasn't anything else Soaz could have done to have come out on top. There were a couple ideas floated out around flashing the third Q.
There's about not getting hit by Qs earlier.
Yeah, you just have to not be down to 200 health when the fight starts.
But either way, those minions coming in clutch with the final auto to secure the first blood that would snowball someday and the rest of 100 Thieves to victory. If we take a look at the standings, we see that TSM's 2-0 week has put them in a tie for second alongside FlyQuest. While 100 Thieves, they promote up to fourth place with a tie between Golden Guardians, Team Liquid, and Immortals in fifth. Let's go ahead and get a reminder, though, of how the predictions played out. We obviously know that one of them didn't go in Crumbs' favor because he's the one sporting the stretched mouth, as well as that first one. So, Mark, an incredibly solid day brings you up to the lead now over the Prophet himself.
I always finish strong.
Yeah,
I never.
Is that your
I
first?
looked like crap for 6 weeks, and then I looked decent by the end.
Yeah, woo!
No, is that your
I'm
first?
Team Liquid.
Four wins in a.
It might have been my first perfect day.
Okay. Yeah, that took you a while to get that
I
one
can't
out.
say you know the letters.
I'm still a little bit scared that he like just throws it out again. Like, he looked at me, I'm scared that he's like
in the spray zone.
After that first one? Yeah, we put you in the splash zone. I apologize for that. The week is not done yet, though. We return tomorrow with another iteration of Monday Night League. Team Liquid, they aim to recover their week as they face off against the Mortals. Then the Golden Guardians will try to kick Cloud9 while they're down and finish the week 2-0. After all the games are done, Riv and Obli will host Bud Light League Lounge alongside Niski and Licorice as they kick back and wrap up the week with a couple of buds. Taking a look at those games tomorrow, I think it's obvious that we have to look at the Cloud9 game. Since they have just suffered their first loss, the real question is, how do they bounce back from it? I think they should rightfully walk in confident as they were before. But the question is, will the players themselves? I got a glimpse of Crumbs, and I'm so glad none of you saw what I just saw. Oh, Lord.
Just take it out, man.
Oh, Lord.
No one, you've already been more
I appreciate the commitment to the
You were
pit,
more committed than I thought you were going to be already.
But we release you. We release you. Let's talk about that Cloud9 game tomorrow.
I think it should be fine for Cloud9. That was a really tough game versus TSM. It's one where, like, finally someone out-battled you.
Yeah.
It might feel worse in some ways than if, like, oh, we inted, you know, and, like, we threw the game ourselves. But I think that forces them to actually confront why they lost more than just being able to shrug it off as, like, oh, we messed up tower dives. Like, no, you got outplayed, and you actually need to look at what you could have done better.
Did you have an opportunity to see that Cloud9 loss play?
Yeah, I saw it, and I felt like TSM had a really good draft. They like drafted champions that they were winning on all the time. They had the Zyrakan, I think they had 4 wins before.
Yeah.
So I felt like they had a really strong draft going against C9, and it's like really team fighty too. So they can take these battles and they can take these team fights.
Do you think that that's the only way a C9 loss kind of comes to fruition is in a crazy, hectic game like it was. There were a lot of fights. They were really throwing punches.
Well, I feel like the first one was, I feel like that they got the Herald was a big thing. I feel like most teams that lose against C9, they just lose the Herald and they hard snowball it really fast. And I think the other one is that like C9 is really taking like nearly every fight they can, right?
Yeah.
So like I think you saw like this one tower dive top where like the Shen is alone, they're like 4-manning trying to tower dive, and they actually just take that fight. Like I feel like most teams would have either sent Shen to like back off from the turret, or like would have just let him die and like try to go on the other side. But C9 just took that fight and they actually won out in the end, where like the Shen TP's back in.
That was actually the first. That was the first blood. It was a 2-for-1. TSM got the
Yeah.
first kill, and then C9 takes an undermanned fight and still comes out on top.
So like you need to be really scared, or like not scared, but like you need to be really ready. I feel like more ready is the word, to fight them whenever you want, because they will take probably 5s too.
All right, well, that's a tall order for Golden Guardians. Huhi in the lineup. He did get the victory today. We'll see if they can carry that momentum through till tomorrow. If you need more league action, go ahead and stay tuned for the Academy Showcase going live right after the break. That is going to do it for us here, though, on the Analyst Desk. Thank you so much, Power Vival. As always, it's been a pleasure. Now for myself, the casters, the entire live broadcast crew, thank you for watching. The LCS Academy is coming up next.
Wait, I want to practice one clear. Okay.
Did practice
eating jungle practice the clear, yeah.
CLG is going to be pincered in this one, but do they have the flank as well from the Tri-Brush? A very scattered fight. That's going to be the Drake going over to Svenskar, and he takes Unleashed Power and he dodges the scatter, but it's going to be the kill coming in from Wiggly in the jungle. There goes Svenskar once again, always hit Q after the first one, but he goes down first. Can CLG return on this fight what they have just received, and they are going to lose another one as Jizuke is just going to dance it out with Ruin here.
Red Rover, send Ruin right over. Jizuke goes in for the tower dive.
Oh, kill secure.
Okay, don't let me die.
I got you, Bang. No, Ash. Minjin, I'm dying. Minjin will work.